Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our second to last NASCAR Cup Series live commentary stream on the channel this season. It is the running of the Xfinity 500 for the NASCAR Cup Series today at the Martinsville Speedway for the elimination race of the round of 8 of the playoffs. We are down to just two more spots remaining to lock themselves into the championship four, with six drivers vouching for those two spots. The two drivers who are already locked in that don't really have a lot of pressure today and are already full focused on their championship efforts at Phoenix next week would include Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell. The other six drivers, though, still vouching for the championship would include Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Chris Buescher, and Tyler Reddick, as well as Chase Elliott for the owners' standings. We'll get into that in a little bit as well. Take a look at the point standings coming into this race here today. As mentioned, Bell and Larson with wins in the round are already locked in to the championship four at Phoenix. William Byron sitting 30 points above the cutoff line coming into this race here today. Although that is comfortable, it is not a guaranteed lock, especially if he finds himself in early trouble in today's race. He did not qualify particularly well, so maybe not looking at a good, easy chance at stage points early in the race. This could cost him come the final stage. We know of obviously Kevin Harvick a couple of seasons ago in 2021. It looked like he was going to be a lock for the championship four coming into this race with a healthy points lead. That was not the case. So you can't necessarily write Byron in as of right now, although it is looking good for him. Ryan Blaney plus 10 points above the cutoff line is that final driver above the cutoff line into this race over Tyler Reddick by just 10 points. Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin after DNFs a week ago are sitting 17 points behind him. As of right now, coming into this race today, you would think Blaney would be the favorite for the championship four spot, but qualifying practice did not go well for Ryan Blaney yesterday. We'll talk about that in a little bit in our pre-race coverage. It also didn't go well for Tyler Reddick, who is sitting minus 10 points below the cutoff line. But those two drivers at minus 17 points of Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin qualified in the top four positions. They were very fast in practice yesterday as well. Look to have good cars that can not only compete for the win, which would be an automatic bid into the next round, but maybe even have a chance to point their way ahead of the two drivers that still lie ahead of them. It is possible both those drivers could still get in with the two spots still remaining. Chris Buescher is the only driver in more than likely a must-win situation today as he starts well outside the top 10 as well, qualified 18th for this race. And it's probably the longest shot of any to not only make the round of 8, but to win the race of the drivers in this round as well. 43 points below the cutoff line, so mathematically he doesn't have to win coming into this one, but more than likely it's going to have to be the case when you consider how fast Truex, Hamlin, and some of the other playoff drivers looked yesterday and how fast they're more than likely going to be again here today. So that is kind of the point standings outlook coming into this one. Appreciate everybody tuning in for our early afternoon stream. Again, the race coverage probably won't begin for a little over another half hour or so. So getting you geared up with some pre-race predictions coming into this one. Give you guys some fantasy advice as usual for these live commentary Cup Series streams. You can also vote for who you think will win today's race in the chat. There's a poll up and available. 13 votes have been cast already from the start of the stream. Your votes are between Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson. If you don't think any one of those three will win, you can also vote for other. We'll close that poll at the end of stage 2 per usual on these live commentary streams. So we'll talk about, obviously, this race here today. Usually I start off with the drivers who I don't think are going to run particularly well based off of prior track success or lack thereof. And then how they look to be this weekend. What is their current, hot or cold streak coming into this race over the last several weeks as well. And we tend to narrow these predictions down pretty well. I have an above 500 record on all statistic categories so far this season with the must-haves, the sleepers, and the don't-have picks. I have a 32-22 record for the don't-have picks, predicting drivers to finish outside the top 10, who I wouldn't say necessarily are locks every week, but are drivers you would think of more often than not finishing in the top 10 or at least having very good speed, very good days with the equipment or however their season has gone to this point. Sleeper picks 32 and 27 is maybe the least consistent I've been this year, but still above 500. 46 and 31 for guaranteeing drivers that have top 10 finishes. And if I predict these last two races correctly on the season, I will set my personal record for the most win predictions in a single season for the Cup Series. We are currently sitting at 7. The record is 9. I would match that winning the last 2 races. If I predict the champion and the race winner correct in the final week, that, of course, would give me that extra bonus point to get to 10. And we'll see if I can get that done. It's going to be tough. I've been sitting at 7 since got to think of who the last race winner I had correct. Watkins Glen, I think I picked William Byron. It's been a couple months since I have predicted a race winner, but we'll see how that's going to go here today. Obviously, you guys see I'm decked out in Ryan Blaney gear per usual for these live commentary series for the Cup Series. I do that because he is my favorite driver. This is his best chance as of an elimination race at Martinsville to make it into the championship 4 with a shot at the championship. So when we spotlight these drivers here today, I'm going to give my predictions for everybody. I'm going to give my predictions for all the playoff drivers specifically as well if I don't mention them already on the don't have sleeper or must have pick. The reason why I do these picks is mainly for fantasy purposes. Maybe if you are in a state where betting is legalized on sports, you can bet for particular drivers to maybe get a top 10 or stay away from certain drivers to not have a top 10, or at least drivers who I don't think are particularly as good, and drivers who I think will be the ones to compete for the win and maybe get the win at the end of the race as well. So let's get this prediction episode going here. First, I do want to shout out the Fantasy League and show you guys how you can get to that as well if you're not already in it. So in the quick link section on NASCAR.com or on the Fantasy app, NASCAR.com or NASCAR mobile app, there's a Fantasy tab. You can see Fantasy Live there. If you click on it, it'll pop up, obviously. And you can vote for, or not vote, you can pick who you want on your team on a weekend basis. Obviously, it's not the same team every single week. You'll end up changing it. You can only use a certain amount of, only use a certain driver X amount of times throughout the season. In the regular season, it's 10 times. In the playoffs, it is 5 times. And as far as the season so far, I have not put my fantasy team in. So obviously, what you see right now is pretty much what I had last week. And then I also had Denny Hamlin in there, I do believe. And I've used him 5 times, so that's why he has disappeared. But anyway, if you win the regular season or playoff championship, you win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. So that is an incentive for you guys to join the league if you are not already in it. Obviously, you can't win the playoff championship, and the regular season champion has already been crowned this year, but you can play these last couple weeks, get the gist of it, and then you'll automatically be in the league when next season starts. So that way you don't have to rejoin during the winter months. So if we look at the point standings for the playoffs right now, I am leading with 1,600 points even, a 38-point lead over Monster Jam X10, who jumped from 4th to 2nd in the standings last week. Inside Uranus, who won our regular season championship, trying to get the sweep. He fell backwards in the point standings just a little bit. He was, I think, 23 points out of first going into last week's race, and now he's 41 points out of first and has dropped from 2nd to 3rd, but obviously still in the hunt. Dark Crypto with 1528 is only 72 points back and still has a shot at the championship as well. And he is currently sitting 4th, EC23, 5th in the standings with 1,518 points. So all these people right now in the top 5 within 100 points. I think last week's race winner scored just over 200. So very much all these people having a shot at the win yet for the actual championship itself in these final 2 weeks of the season. So the drivers who I'm going to talk about today, we'll start off with the don't have picks. 3 drivers who I'm guaranteeing finishes outside the top 10 for. 2 of them are still in the playoffs. 1 was already eliminated, but their stats here haven't been good as of the last several years. So we'll start off with the non-playoff driver. I know he's in his final season, but Kevin Harvick, who is in his final season this year, has not been very good at Martinsville. He's only got 1 top 10 finish in his last 7 starts at this racetrack. He's finished 14th or worse in all 3 starts with the next-gen car, specifically at Martinsville Speedway. It's kind of weird when you think about it because Stewart-Haas Racing's actually had some good cars at this racetrack, not only last season, but even this year in the spring race where they all qualified particularly well. Kevin Harvick was the only driver, though, of those 4 SHR cars in the spring that just didn't look good. He ended up running outside the top 10 for most of the race. Not a lot of stage points. I think he finished 10th in one of the stages when I was looking back on it earlier this morning. So Kevin Harvick, I think, is a pick you have to stay away from today for your fantasy team and for any sort of a top 10 pick. I do think he can have a good swan song race next weekend at Phoenix at one of his better racetracks. Martinsville has just not been a good track for him in recent years. Obviously, with the next gen, and then even the 4 races before the next gen came into play, he only had one top 10 in those races as well. Ultimately, that was really the reason why he got kicked out of the 2020 championship because of how bad he was at Martinsville in that race, and it, again, has not been a statistically great racetrack for him. As far as the 2 playoff drivers who I'm predicting to finish outside the top 10 today, we're going to start off with Chris Buescher. Buescher probably looked the slowest of any of the 8 drivers remaining in the playoffs yesterday in on-track activity between practice and qualifying combined. Qualified 18th place, wasn't much better top speed-wise in practice. He was 16th overall. He only has 2 top 10s in his last 7 races throughout the playoffs as well. So we talk about how hot he was at the end of the regular season. Even those first 3 playoff races, that first round he had 2 top 5s, but since then he's only finished in the top 10 once, and that was at the Roval where he ended up finishing in the 7th place position. So that's on a road course. On all the ovals post round of 16 of the playoffs, he has not had a top 10 finish. So I would stay away from Chris Buescher. He hasn't been that great at Martinsville as well with the next-gen car. Keselowski's had some good runs with the next-gen car here at Martinsville, but Chris Buescher has not. Buescher has finished 14th, 24th, and 15th in all 3 races with the next-gen, with RFK Racing right here at Martinsville. So I'd stay away from Chris Buescher. I don't think that's a pretty smart pick if you were to take him on your fantasy team today, and I don't think you should take him for any sort of a top 10 pick because the chances are not looking very good that would be the case. Tyler Reddick is the other playoff driver I have finishing outside the top 10 today. His best career finish with the next-gen car at Martinsville is 18th, so that's even worse than Chris Buescher. Only has 1 career top 10 here in the last 7 Martinsville starts. So that came with RCR back in 2021. Qualified 19th for this race. He was faster in practice, but he was of that second group that went out in practice, so I don't want to factor that in too much because there were only a couple of Toyotas that were actually in that second group that had posted times good enough to get themselves into the top 10 in practice. So if we just look based off of the average lap speed, I think was a big one. He was outside the top 10 in most of those statistical categories post 10 lap runs. So 15, 20, 25, 30 lap average run in practice yesterday. He was outside the top 10 as well. So long run speed doesn't seem to be there for Tyler Reddick. And he was one of the only Toyotas that did not qualify well. In fact, of the 6 Toyotas in the field today, Tyler Reddick was the only one not to qualify in the top 10. So I'd stay away from Tyler Reddick. It doesn't look like it's going to be a very good run for him today. Obviously, with the lack of passing, there still could be strategy coming into play with when to pit, when not to pit. We saw this in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. And I think that's going to be even more relevant today because of how hard it is to pass with these next-gen cars. They're even more equal than the Xfinity cars. And on top of that, we have seen with the short track and the road courses, they're way harder to pass on than the intermediate track. So I would say that Tyler Reddick not qualifying well is going to hurt him from the point standing side of things. He was only 10 points below the cutoff line coming into the race today, so I don't like his chances of outpointing Ryan Blaney. Blaney qualified 7 positions higher than him, and even though Blaney's starting outside the top 10, if he picks up just a couple stage points at stage 1 and stage 2, I think he's going to put himself pretty comfortably ahead of Tyler Reddick. Blaney's worries are going to be with the 11 and the 19, which I'll talk about in a little bit because they're both in the must-have category that were very good yesterday, but Blaney shouldn't have to worry about Reddick outpointing him in today's race. I don't think he's really going to have a shot at the win either, hence the reason I have him finishing outside the top 10. Same goes for Chris Buescher. As far as the sleeper picks, I have all non-playoff drivers for my sleeper picks, and in fact, all of them missed, actually 2 of them missed the playoffs entirely. One of them made the playoffs, but obviously was eliminated early on. We'll talk about that driver first. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has had great runs on short tracks this season. I don't know if you're aware. On the only 2 half-mile short tracks that we've raced so far this season, Bristol earlier in the playoffs and Martinsville in the spring, Stenhouse actually had top 10 finishes. Finished 8th and 10th in both of those races. The 8th place finish came at Martinsville in the spring. And then even the 2 Richmond races that he finished outside the top 10 in, remember, he was top 5 early in the race. In the spring Richmond race, ended up having an engine failure there. And then he also had a mechanical issue early on in the Richmond race, came from deep in the field to still finish 17th. So good runs for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the short tracks this season. He qualified in the 20th place position, but unlike Reddick and Buescher, he was actually somewhat fast. In practice in the lap average categories. He was 11th overall in practice, but when it came to post 10 lap average runs, he was actually pretty quick and in the top 10 there. So Ricky Stenhouse Jr., If they can get that strategy to get themselves in a good position later in this race by pitting early in the final stage, if we get a lot of cautions in the final stage like we saw in the Xfinity race yesterday, I think they could capitalize off of that, and he can at least maintain a top 10 finish. He also has to stay out of trouble because one of the factors of qualifying mid-pack is you're going to have to deal with a lot of shenanigans. We've seen that in NASCAR races, obviously, before, especially highlighted on these short tracks where things are tight as it is, or even tighter mid-pack on these restarts. So if he stays out of his own way and there's no major incident, mid-pack while he's running there in the first half of the race, I think he can get a top 10 finish at the end of it. Eric Almirola is another sleeper pick for today's race. He's been very, very good at Martinsville. 6th, 8th, and 6th in 3 of the last 4 races at Martinsville. So, no, he's not going to go out there competing for the win today, but I think he can finish in the back half of the top 10, just like Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I'd say Almirola has more of a chance than Stenhouse. Qualified 12th, so better qualifying position, and he has the stats at this racetrack to back it up. Now, Stenhouse was good here in the spring, and overall in the short tracks this season has been good, but not so much in recent years. For Almirola, not only good this year in the short tracks, but good in recent years as well to back that up. So SHR, this is probably the best racetrack between last season and in the springtime earlier this year. And although Almirola didn't qualify as well as he did earlier in the spring, I still think he can have a solid run at the end of it and be up in the top 10 at the finish. Chase Briscoe's the other SHR forward I have on the sleeper pick, and I think he's got the most likely ability of these 3 to get a top 10 finish. Qualified in the 3rd place position. He may end up leading laps. He led quite a few in the spring race earlier this year. He led 109 of the 400 laps in that race. Finished 5th, 9th, and 9th in all 3 races with the next-gen car at Martinsville. So with that being said, I'm going to go with Chase Briscoe to get a top 10 finish as well and keep that streak alive. I think he would be only the 3rd driver or one of 3 drivers today to finish inside the top 10 in all 4 races with the next-gen car at Martinsville if he is able to do so. So good luck to Chase Briscoe there. I think he's a solid sleeper pick or a garage pick for your fantasy team today. The must-have picks. These are going to be 3 drivers who I think are probably the favorites for the win. If you haven't already, seen the poll, you would know who these 3 drivers are because I put them in the poll. I think they're my 3 favorites to get the win here today. We're going to start off with Kyle Larson. Larson, the defending winner at this track as he won here in the spring. And I know this isn't a racetrack that suits his driving style, but Hendrick Motorsports is very good at Martinsville. And Kyle Larson in the short tracks this year has been probably the fastest of any driver on any of the tracks less than 1 mile in length. He won the first 3 races on short tracks first and foremost, where he won at Martinsville in the spring, he won the Richmond spring race, and he also won the North Wilkesboro All-Star race on a 3/4 mile short track. On top of that, Richmond didn't go so well for him in the summer, but he finished 2nd at Bristol just a month and a half ago on a short track as well. So he's got 4 finishes of 2nd or better. 3 wins and a 2nd in 5 short track races this season. He qualified top 5 for today's race. He led a lot of laps in the spring en route to that win. Hendrick Motorsports has won 4 of the last 6 races at Martinsville. With all that being said, I think Kyle Larson's a strong pick today. I think he's got the best chance to win of any of the Hendrick Motorsport drivers. William Byron was a little bit behind yesterday in practice and qualifying. He was kind of outside the top 10 in both those categories. Larson looked to be yesterday the fastest of the Hendrick cars, and then earlier in the spring race, Byron, Elliott, Bowman all ran outside the top 10 for most of the day, except for Kyle Larson. Larson was the only one that was consistently in the top 10, and he was consistently top 5 for most of that race and ended up obviously getting the win. When you put yourself up at the front of the field more consistently throughout the course of this race, it's a lot easier for you to get ahead on strategy rather than behind and allow yourself to maintain that track position. When you're playing from behind and expect to leapfrog 20, 15, 10 positions plus, by the end of the race, it's a little harder. So I would say that Kyle Larson is in a prime position to potentially go for another win. He's been hot in this round of the playoffs. He had either the first or second car as far as speed last week. He had the fastest car in the first half of the race, and Ryan Blaney kind of caught up to him from a speed standpoint at Homestead. But he had a first or second place car in that race at the very least. He won at Vegas, had probably the fastest car that day as he led the most laps. So Larson's round of 8 has been very good. I think he keeps that hot streak up. It contends for a win today. Will he make it to the finish or not? That's kind of to be determined. That's been Kyle Larson's not only season, but I'd say his career over pretty much the entirety of his career. He's up in contention to win a lot of races, but he doesn't seem to finish all of them. The ones he finishes are the ones he tends to win, and the ones he doesn't finish are the ones that he obviously gets in a wreck, whether that's him overdriving the car in a certain situation, hence last week at Homestead, trying to get on the pit road, or, it's getting caught up in somebody else's incident. But usually when he gets caught up in somebody else's incident is because he either falls behind on like a restart and then like overdrives it trying to get back up through, or by just simply being put back, mid-pack on a restart because of a bad situation that he did to himself. Something happens in front of him that could have been avoided if he just had a good restart. So that seems to happen a lot with Kyle Larson. We've seen it a lot more, I think, this year than what we've seen in recent years, but that's kind of been the story of his career. It's, what could be of Larson's NASCAR Cup career? How many more wins would he have had if he just executes on a more regular basis? We'll see if he can execute here today and potentially keep himself up in contention for the win, especially if things get crazy late like we saw in the Xfinity Series race last night. The other two must-have picks are playoff drivers as well, and they are both for Joe Gibbs Racing. And I think these are the two favorites for the win in today's race if you had to ask me specifically. We're going to start off with Martin Truex Jr. He's won 3 races at Martinsville in his career, all from 2017 onward. 3 wins, 8 top 5s, and 9 top 10 finishes in his last 12 races at this racetrack. He qualified on the pole for today's race, not as quick in practice yesterday, but the Toyotas ran very well here earlier in the spring. It seemed like from a manufacturer standpoint, outside of the SHR Fords, the Toyota seemed to have the better long-run speed from top to bottom from a manufacturer standpoint. So I think that should help for today's race for Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin. Either JGR or Hendrick Motorsports have won the last 8 races. So I mentioned that 4 of the last 6 have been won by Hendrick Motorsports, but then Martin Truex Jr. swept both wins in 2017 here. So that means in the last 8 races, either a JGR or a Hendrick Motorsport car has gone to victory lane. I think that trend is going to stay true for this race specifically. That's why I have Larson as a must-have. I think he's the best possible option for a win out of the Hendrick camp today, and I think the 2 best out of the JGR camp are going to be Hamlin and Truex. They have pretty much nothing to lose at this point because they're 17 points below the cutoff line. They have to stay up front for most of the day. So from a strategy standpoint, they're going to be out there contending for stage points, contending for stage wins, and race wins at the end of it. They're going to be pushing hard from the drop of the green flag, lap 1 through lap 500, assuming obviously they make it all the way to the end. But I expect as long as they stay up towards the front, that's going to be more likely to happen. I think Martin Truex Jr. is set for a guaranteed top 10 at the very least, but I think he could be a contender for the win here today. Now, my race win pick is going to be the other JGR Toyota that I'm going to talk about right now, which is Denny Hamlin. And as much as Ryan Blaney being the final driver in on points is, and I really don't want this guy to win because I want my guy, Ryan Blaney, to make his first championship and have a shot at the title next week, I just don't see Hamlin not winning this race. And if he doesn't win this race, it's because his teammate Martin Truex Jr., maintains track position throughout the course of the day. But I trust Denny Hamlin's crew chief, Chris Gabehart, a little bit more than what I would trust James Small for Martin Truex Jr. We've seen that time and time again where pitting errors seem to be the mistake for Truex's team, especially throughout the course of the playoffs. It's crew chief error. When to come to pit road, when not to, puts them in a situation. Sure, they were in a bad spot last weekend because they short pitted, they got caught a lap down. Yes, while that's unlucky, but that's also the risk you pay of short pitting as soon as the window's open. We know this. And sure, you can point the finger at, just dumb luck, but it is the crew chief that ultimately brought that team, brought that car to pit road at the time they did. Did the caution come out? Yes, but you have to know that could be a consequence to pitting early. I'm sure he's well aware of that. I don't expect them to make that mistake again today, but if they do, we've seen it in the past. History repeats itself. Denny Hamlin has not had that much of an issue with the pitting sequence, I guess, in the playoffs this year. I think that's one of the kind of silver linings for Hamlin this season compared to what we've seen in other seasons when he's been competing for the championship, is it seems to be the pit crew that kind of brings Hamlin backwards a little bit. We haven't seen that so far this playoffs. Obviously, last week didn't go well for him, but he also was in a situation there where I got to refresh my mind on what exactly happened. Oh, yeah, they had a part failure. Yeah, so it wasn't really a pit crew that put him behind, but he was losing some spots there in that last restart. He was involved in battling Ryan Blaney for the lead, and then a parts failure ended up happening. So it wasn't really, much of Hamlin's fault in that situation. It was just a freak accident, really. It wasn't much of the pit crew's fault either. Uh, Needless to say, the pit crew has not been the problem for Denny Hamlin this year, and in fact, he really hasn't had a problem from a consistency standpoint in the postseason. Kyle Larson have been probably the two hottest drivers in the playoffs. William Byron, I would have mixed in there as well as one of the hotter drivers in the playoffs. The problem is for Byron is the round of 8 hasn't been quite as consistent as the previous 2 rounds, where Hamlin and Larson have still been just as quick, if not quicker, in this round of 8 than what they were in the first 6 playoff races. Denny Hamlin, I think, is going to get a win today. I think he's going to lock himself into the championship 4 with that win. He's finished in the top 5 in the last 2 Martinsville races. So last year in the fall, he finished top 5 and finished top 5 in the spring this year. He also led 203 laps in the fall race last year, led 36 laps in the spring race this season. So, qualifying as well as he did, which was 4th place. He was also fastest overall in practice yesterday. I think Hamlin's got a very quick race car. He's going to be up at the front pretty much the whole race today, just like Martin Truex Jr. And I think it's going to come down to those two getting the win, but I trust Denny Hamlin, his pit crew, a slight bit more than what I would trust Martin Truex Jr.'s pit crew and pit crew chief, more specifically there, which is why I have Hamlin winning this race. So who gets the final spot then for the playoffs if Denny Hamlin gets the win? Well, considering Ryan Blaney is 20 points behind William Byron, I don't think he's going to be able to outpoint him by that much. Byron qualified just behind Blaney in the running order, so even if Blaney gets stage points in this first stage, with it being 125 laps into the race, which is not long considering it's a 500-lap race, Byron, even if he doesn't get top 10, he's not going to get outpointed by 20 points to Ryan Blaney. Blaney has been very good in the past at Martinsville. He hasn't won here before, but he's very, very consistent. He runs top 5, top 10 here a lot. He's got a few top 3 finishes at this racetrack. But I just don't see him being able to make up 20 points on Byron, because Byron's also been really good at Martinsville in the past, including a win last season at this racetrack. He ran not as good in the spring race earlier this year, but even if he ends up finishing, right around 10th place, that's going to be enough for him to get into the championship 4, even with somebody below the cutoff line winning. Because, I just don't see Blaney up there. With the speed the 12 team and Penske as a whole this weekend has shown, I think Blaney can run top 5. I think he can finish top 5, run back half of the top 10 through stage 1, stage 2. If he outscores Byron by 5 to 10 stage points, if he outscores him by 10 stage points, I'm going to be surprised, honestly. I could see him outscoring him by like 5 stage points. That means he's still going to have to beat him by 15 positions. Even if Blaney finishes like 4th or 5th, that means Byron's going to have to finish outside the top 15 for Blaney to get in. I just don't see that happening. Honestly, I see Byron, even if he doesn't get a top 10, I don't see him finishing worse than 15th. That means Blaney has to get a top 5 at that point, and the speed in the car, at least from where it was yesterday, sure, they can make some adjustment changes today to help him out there, but I just don't see that happening either. So we are going to, I'm going to, I guess, stay with Denny Hamlin winning the race. I think William Byron will get that final spot on points as my championship 4 prediction. And along with the other predictions I had, obviously Hamlin's a must-have with predicting him to win. I also predicted Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson to be up there in contention for the win, or at the very least get top 10 finishes. Sleeper picks for top 10s today would include Chase Briscoe, Eric Almirola, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and the don't have picks that I had finishing outside the top 10, Kevin Harvick, Chris Buescher, and Tyler Reddick. So I know that's a mouthful, but again, we kind of do these for the live commentary streams for the Cup Series. We got some predictions, so that's full-fledged predictions for who I think is going to run well, not run well in the race, and of course, with this being the elimination race of the round of 8, the drivers who I think will make it in to the championship 4, those 2 spots still left open. Harry T, Dark Crypto, Mark Witkowski, Melinda Leverett, Rowdy Fan 8, Jeff Sperry, Kyle Sharp, Hopeful, Mary Harris, Joanne C., Jim Troyer, Delbert Wilson, Wade Selinsky, Bond1771. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. A lot of you guys in the chat already. We've got 70 concurrent viewers watching, and the race has not even started yet, so I appreciate that. 35 likes on the stream. Our goal is 150 likes for today. I think we should get there. I think the Xfinity race yesterday we had like 135. So I would like to think we can get to 150 for the Cup race today. No problem. 65 votes have been casted so far in the poll for who you think will win the race today. And right now, other leading the poll. So you think other than the three guys I mentioned who I think are the favorites to win the race, you guys think that none of those three are going to get the win. Larson leading at 26% over Truex and Hamlin at 17%, but 39% of the votes going to other right now. So, yeah, we'll see if that stays true. Obviously, you have until the end of stage 2 to cast your votes there. I'm going to put my fantasy team in here real quick while it is sitting empty before it locks. I think it locks at 2:08, so I got to get going here. Let's see. Oh, it locked already. Well, that's not good. Oh, no. I didn't have any bonus picks. Well, we'll see if I'm still ahead in the championship standings at the end of the day today. That's my bad. That's what I get for procrastinating that all day today. I was gathering my notes and stuff, and I kind of forgot to put the fantasy team in. Well, we'll see. Hopefully, I've built myself a healthy lead. Sean Murphy, Fastboy99, thanks for tuning in as well. I'm doing great. I'm excited for this race. I'm a little tired. I went to bed later than I should have last night, but neither here nor there. We will get into the live commentary portion of this race here shortly. Get the race up on my phone while I'm waiting. I just hope Ryan Blaney makes it to the championship 4. I'm going to be pulling for him all day today. I stay unbiased when I do these live commentary live streams, and I still will. I mean, when I'm calling the race, as it happens, we're going to stay unbiased. But I'll tell you what, if Ryan Blaney makes it to the championship 4, the amount of joy and relief I will feel at the end of this race, at the end of this stream today, it is going to be unlike any other. He's won twice this season on these live commentary streams, which are the first 2 wins that you guys have ever seen on the live commentary streams, with Ryan Blaney winning, that being the Coke 600. Great joy with that one. Talladega just a couple weeks ago was awesome with the photo finish, but I mean, if he can make it to the championship 4 for the first time, obviously that's a huge milestone in his career, and I will be glad to see that happen live as it happens in front of all you guys, however many people are going to be watching at that point in the race later today. Right now on NBC, they were showing Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano fighting a couple seasons ago. They have already fired engines for the start of today's race, so we'll go through the starting lineup for the Xfinity 500. It looks like this. Again, Martin Truex Jr. on the pole. His JGR rookie teammate Ty Gibbs to the outside of the front row today. Chase Briscoe and Denny Hamlin in row 2. Hamlin minus 17 points along with Truex on the cut line. Kyle Larson, who already has his spot locked up for the championship 4, will start inside of row number 3 today with Bubba Wallace to his outside, still looking for his first win in 2023. Christopher Bell and Kevin Harvick will line up in row 4. Bell, last week's winner at Homestead, and Harvick looking for just his second top 10 finish in the last 8 races at Martinsville. Ryan Preece, who was the pole sitter in the spring, did not get a top 10 finish in that race, trying to do so today starting from 9th, and Keselowski will start on the outside of row number 5, still looking for his first win as a part-time owner, or co-owner, I should say, at RFK Racing. Ryan Blaney and Eric Almirola will line up in row number 6 for this one. Again, Ryan Blaney, only 10 points to the good. He is the final driver above the cutoff line at the start of the race today. Ross Chastain and Chase Elliott will be in row number 7. Elliott in a near must-win situation for himself to get that number 9 team into the Owners' Championship 4. We'll see if he can do that at a track he has won at before. Joey Logano and William Byron lining up in row 8 for this one. Again, Byron plus 30 points above the cutoff line coming into the day. Todd Gilliland and Chris Buescher in row number 9. Buescher in a must-win situation to make the championship 4. We'll see if he can do that. Tyler Reddick, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. lining up in row 5. Stenhouse with the top 10 in the spring race earlier this year, and Tyler Reddick sitting just 10 points below Blaney on the cutoff line coming into the race today. Austin Cindric and Alex Bowman will line up in row number 11. Bowman with the top 10 in the spring race earlier this season. Michael McDowell, Justin Haley in row 12. AJ Allmendinger, Austin Dillon in row 13. Daniel Suarez, Harrison Burton in row 14. Eric Jones and Corey LaJoie in row 15. LaJoie second fastest in practice yesterday. Kyle Busch, Carson Hocevar in row 16. Hocevar in the 42 car for Legacy Motor Club again today. And Kyle Busch, uncanny for him to start this deep in the field after qualifying yesterday, but he is, and we'll see how he'll come from the back to the front. Ryan Newman and Ty Dillon will line up in row 17. Newman in the 51 for Rick Ware Racing today. And then J.J. Yaley and B.J. McLeod will round out the field in row 18 for today's race. Pace car is on pit road. The green flag is about to wave, and we have 500 laps to decide who will be the final two drivers to make it to the Championship 4 at Martinsville. Green flag is in the air. Martin Truex Jr. leads him down into turn 1, easily clear of his teammate Ty Gibbs to that bottom lane, and we'll see how everybody else gets situated in these early laps. Truex already out to a 2-3 car length lead into turns 3 and 4, looking to pull away early as Gibbs and Hamlin remain side by side for second. 130 laps the distance in stages 1 and 2 today. Final stage of the race will be 240 laps. Briscoe also side by side for position right now with Bubba Wallace in the 23 car as they are stagnated really tight in line behind Hamlin and Gibbs. Kyle Larson just behind the group of 4 cars in front of him. Gibbs not going anywhere that much on the bottom. Hamlin with a really good drive off on the high side off turn 2 as he pulls clear of Gibbs for second place. Down to the bottom, Hamlin gets a push from Gibbs. Gibbs goes up the racetrack in front of Wallace, who loses rear grip. He slides a little bit. Briscoe gets in front of the 23 car for 4th, right in line behind the 54. And Kyle Larson now underneath Wallace in a battle for 5th place. Christopher Bell, trying to work his way up into the top 10 in the early going, is on the outside of Kevin Harvick, who is now underneath him. And Harvick, after qualifying 9th, up a couple positions from the start of the race, clearing Bell off turn 4 and quickly getting to the inside of Bubba Wallace now for 6th. Harvick side by side with Wallace down the backstretch into turn 3, while the front 4 cars in front of these two run single file. Slight contact between Harvick and Wallace. Wallace is desperately trying to fight for the bottom. Didn't want to give up a lot of room there and allow for another car to get underneath him. So as soon as Harvick clears, Wallace pulls in line to the inside behind him in front of Christopher Bell. Martin Truex Jr. has led the first 6 laps of the race today and is already out to a 1.6 second lead over his teammate Denny Hamlin. Joe Gibbs Racing running 1, 2, 3 at the front of the field here in the early laps. Eric Almirola to the inside of William Byron for position as they now battle on the racetrack. And that battle goes on for 13th place. Ryan Blaney quickly into the top 10 off the start, gaining 1 spot to 10th off the opening laps. Our first caution of the Xfinity race yesterday came out at lap 6. Already more green flag laps ran to start today's races. We're at lap 8, still caution free. 2.5 lead for Truex over Hamlin. Hamlin, that last lap, was about a 10th quicker than Truex. We'll see if he'll continue to eat into that lead. Plenty of time still before Truex hits lap traffic. Although it doesn't take a long time in these half-mile short tracks, probably expecting, if we stay green long enough for lap traffic to come into play, about 20 to 30 laps into the race. Byron doing a great job on that outside lane right now. Almirola not going to be able to complete the pass. Byron crowds him a bit into turn 3, but Almirola sticks his nose underneath again and remains side by side off the exit of the corner. Byron trying to play catch-up as Ryan Blaney continues to pick up positions ahead of him. Blaney is going to move up ahead of Ryan Preece for 9th place. Temperature at the racetrack, 81 degrees today. Very warm this weekend at Martinsville compared to what we've seen on this Halloween weekend, which has been the second Martinsville date for the last several seasons. Usually it's in the high 50s to mid to low 60s, but today 81. A little bit cooler than yesterday's 88 degrees, but still relatively warm Martinsville, Virginia for this weekend for the race compared to years past. Going to cause the track to be just a little bit more slick. It might allow for a slight bit more tire fall off than what we're used to seeing. Spring race at Martinsville, especially colder the last couple of seasons compared to the race that we have seen today. I mean, usually it's like 30, 40 degrees colder than what today's race is. So different handling conditions to say the least. This kind of reminds me of when they ran that race back in June at Martinsville in 2020 after the break for the pandemic. And they came back. This was one of the first racetracks they went back to, again, with no fans. They ran a 500-lap race during the week at Martinsville on a night where it was very, very hot, and there was A lot less grip. It was near 90 degrees that day. So we should see some slipping and sliding. Blaney already on the attack for another position here as he looks to pass Bubba Wallace. Put the bumper to him through turns 1 and 2, but couldn't get his nose underneath on the straightaway. Much better drive through the center of the corner this time for Blaney as he closes the gap back on Wallace again on the front stretch. Ryan Blaney is currently sitting 12 points below the cutoff line, but this is based off of how everybody's running right now. Obviously, he came in plus 10. But with Martin Truex Jr. leading the race, that's why Blaney is scored below the cutoff line currently. But he was 20 points behind Byron coming in, so the fact that he's only 12 points behind him as we run right now is a good sign. But obviously, stage points have not been awarded yet. And that is factoring in that Blaney running 9th right now would be running and finishing there. Same goes for Byron in 13th, which would not be a position where stage points are awarded, as stage points are only awarded to the top 10 finishers in the first 2 stages of the race. Well, it's definitely starting to hold Ryan Blaney and Ryan Preece up just a little bit. There's a very big gap built in between Christopher Bell and Bubba Wallace in 7th and 8th place in the running order. A 2.2 second difference between those two cars at last time by. So if Blaney could get out in front of Wallace, we'll see if he can actually start to run down that group of cars that has now pulled away from the 23. But again, very difficult to pass on non-restarts with the next-gen car on short tracks. They do have a different tire than what they ran here in the spring race and the last 2 races that we had here last season as well. So we'll see if that will maybe create a slight bit more fall-off today. Opening laps of the race, 20 laps in, there's about 0.3 of a second of a difference between race leader Martin Truex Jr.'s fastest lap at lap 3 of a 20.502 to his fastest lap, that lap that last time by of a 20.930. So we are seeing a little bit of tire fall off here in this first run. And I'm curious to see after 50 laps exactly how much that's going to be, and that will dictate what kind of tire strategies we're going to see throughout the course of the race today. Because if we do see more tire fall off today than what we saw not only in the spring race earlier this year, but both races at Martinsville last season, then the strategy will be pretty plain and simple. You're taking 4 tires every time you come to pit road, and you're going to be coming to pit road a lot more often than what we would have seen here with any other race with the next-gen car in the past. Full screen commercial break for those of you watching on NBC. At lap number 22 right now, we'll blow through the top 10 in the running order. Again, Martin Truex Jr. with a 1-second race lead over Denny Hamlin, who's slowly closing in on Truex. Ty Gibbs is in 3rd place. Chase Briscoe 4th. Kevin Harvick is now up to 5th. 6th place for Christopher Bell. Kyle Larson's dropped to 7th. Ryan Blaney 8th. Bubba Wallace 9th. And Ryan Preece rounds out the top 10. So again, that is the top 10 in the running order of today's Xfinity 500. Once again, you can watch the race on your local NBC affiliate, so local NBC is where you can watch this race on television today. We will not take an ad break ourselves here with this first full-screen commercial break. Updating that poll, 85 votes. And now 35% saying other. It was 39% earlier, so that poll's dropping. Martin Truex Jr. has gone from 17% before the race to 25% now, so he's closing that gap as he has led the first 22 laps from the pole in this one. Mark DeMars, Lovey Barkley, also welcome into the stream. Terry Lewis, welcome in. Villanor, thanks for tuning in. Lag on the stream. Hopefully it's not too bad. Is the audio lagging or is it just the visuals? Because if it's just the visuals, I think we'll be okay. If I'm glitching out in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, then we're okay if that's the only problem we're having. Because the leaderboard will still update every lap, so. It's just because my laptop's on life support. I mean, that's the only reason there's a bit of a lag. I uploaded the finish of the race yesterday with my commentary And I wasn't proud of that video just because there was a little bit of a lag to it. The audio itself doesn't lag. It's just the visuals, and that's just because my laptop. I mean, my laptop is only like 3 years old. I got it basically around the time I started the channel and started, gaming on the channel and whatever. And it's run its course now, unfortunately. I've been dealing, with some overheating issues over the last probably 2 months or so. Just trying to get to the end of the season. We're almost here. Didn't want to have to get a new laptop until before the start of next season. So I apologize for that if it is bothering anybody, but it's what I've got to do for right now until I get a new laptop. They're not cheap. Not for, something I would want. I don't want to get something super cheap that'll help me for a couple weeks, and then by next season I, need to upgrade it. I'm not going to do that. Going to make sure I get the best available for what I need for the long run and not just the time being. So hopefully we make it through. Martin Truex Jr. is in the midst of lap traffic currently. Working on Ryan Newman in the 34th place position right now. He'll be on the inside of Newman down the front straightaway. Newman running several races with Rick Ward Racing this season, most of them on shorter racetracks. Hence him running at Martinsville today. I'm not sure if he's going to be in Phoenix for next week's race, but it wouldn't surprise me. Justin Haley stepping over to Rick Ware Racing full-time next season to run that race car, so I'm not sure that we'll see Ryan Newman with Rick Ware Racing next year, but it'll be interesting if he gets any other part-time drives in the Cup Series side. He did run an Xfinity race with MBM 2 weeks ago, I do believe. Or no, it was last week at Homestead, but they had a mechanical failure about 20 laps into the race, which forced him to a last-place finish. That lead is cut down to just 0.7 of a second now between Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin. When Hamlin first initially took over second place from Ty Gibbs in the opening laps of the race, it was 1.7 second lead. So he's trimmed that down by 1 second now that Truex is in lap traffic. Hamlin seems to be getting through the traffic just a little bit faster paced than what Truex is. Hamlin and Truex not in a must-win situation right now. We'll see how the stage points will be scored throughout the course of the race today, but it's going to be tough for them to outpoint William Byron in this one. Ryan Blaney's doable. Byron has not really gained any positions from the start of the race, though. He's still back at 14th place. He actually lost a spot from where we were on lap 22. Logano passed him for 13th, so now Byron's in 14th place. Not a good start for him. That's why he's only 7 points ahead of Hamlin, who came into the day 47 points behind Byron. Should say 37 points behind Byron. He was 17 points behind Ryan Blaney, and Blaney was another 20 points behind Byron, so it was a 37-point difference for Byron over Truex and Hamlin coming into this race. Ty Gibbs is also within 1 second of the race lead in third and is quickly caught right back up to Hamlin in lap traffic. He's within about a half a car length behind the 11 off turn 4 this time, coming to lap 40. 0.8 of a second, the difference between positions 1 and 3 on the racetrack. The SHR Fords of Chase Briscoe and Kevin Harvick, who are also in the top 5, are currently within 2.5 seconds of the lead as well in closing. Ryan Blaney's catching up to Kyle Larson for 7th place. Larson dropping back on this long run to start the race. Larson, the only Chevy in the top 10 right now. Toyotas 1 through 3, followed by 2 Fords, another Toyota, then Larson Chevy, 2 Fords, and another Toyota to round out the top 10. Justin Haley has just gone a lap down in 30 seconds, so currently in the free pass position. His colleague racing teammate A.J. Allmendinger just in front of him. Tough weekend for colleague racing and practice and qualifying. Looked very off yesterday. It seemed to be off in the early going of this race as well. Both cars right now outside the top 30. Not used to seeing the colleague cars that far back in the field. And Kyle Busch, who also started outside the top 30 after qualifying yesterday, has only made his way up to 27th, and he's at the tail end of the lead lap right now. And definitely in danger of going a lap down if it continues to stay green for probably any longer than a 20 to 30 lap period. Still caution free in this one at lap 44. Blaney catching Larson. Middle of turns 1 and 2. Larson gets a better drive off than Blaney. I did notice Blaney was driving it in a lot deeper when he was trying to work his pass around Bubba Wallace earlier in this race. Seems to be doing the same with Kyle Larson right now as well. Larson catching the lap car, the 15 in a bad spot there. That's going to help Blaney on his entrance even more. He's going to round out the corner, starting a lot wider than Larson, getting a better drive off than Kyle, who is still side by side with the 15 of Yaley. Larson clears the 15 car. Blaney going to try to follow the 5 now. Definitely seems like the back of the 5 is kind of a lot less stable, I guess, than the 12 of Blaney, who seems to be more glued to the racetrack behind him. So Larson's car may be a little too loose. And the more loose you are at this point in the run, if we stay green to the end of this stage, these guys still have to go another 85 laps on their current set of tires. And we are seeing a lot of fall off, by the way, as we've seen almost 2 seconds of tire fall off with Martin Truex Jr., the race leader, over the first 47 laps of this race. So I think that it's going to be pretty simple from a tire strategy standpoint today, that most of the time you're going to be seeing 4 tire stops during any cautions we see today, because there has been a lot of fall off in the early going. We are seeing cars move around a lot more than what we have seen at Martinsville. Again, a different tire today than what we saw in the first 3 races at this racetrack with the next-gen car, and as well, just the heat. We have not seen this warm of a Martinsville race with the next-gen car as well. We've seen temperatures in the mid to low 60s or even colder for the spring races in the 40s and 50s. And here today it is 81 degrees at the drop of the green flag. That may get a little bit warmer into the early to mid-afternoon around 3 o'clock or so Eastern time as well. During the commercial break, it looks like Denny Hamlin has just taken the race lead away from Martin Truex Jr., so Hamlin out in front. Lap 48 is when he had taken the lead away from his teammate, Martin Truex Jr. Truex still sits in second right now. And Ty Gibbs in third place within a half a second of the lead. Chase Briscoe now also within a second of the lead in fourth, along with Harvick closing that gap. It's amazing 50 laps into the run in lap traffic that we still see the top 5 positions within 1.8 seconds of each other. It was not that big of a gap, but then the lap traffic has definitely condensed the traffic within the leaders a little bit. Truex's car may be falling off a bit more than those behind him, which has costed him the lead, and we'll see how far back Truex potentially falls over the course of this first stage. Remember, he needs points if he doesn't get the win, if he's going to want to make it into the championship 4. We've seen Truex in this do-or-die situation a couple times already in the playoffs on the bubble coming in. So the pressure I'm sure he's used to, but we'll see if they can thrive for the 3rd consecutive round. Showing the replay of Hamlin getting underneath the 19 of Truex from that commercial break. And it looked like Truex pretty much let him go. As soon as Hamlin got more than half a car length underneath him, he dropped in line behind him off turn 4, and you can definitely tell he went a lot wider in the middle of the corner to allow Hamlin to clear. So smart move there with the teammates in the early going of this race. We'll see if he can find a way back around him at some point before the end of the stage.
With the tires, if your tires hit it, you just slide across the top of that. So you see that rubber stacking up, building up on top of that, right on that outside groove. So you'll want to either run below, above, or straddle that as you go through the corner. We're seeing lots of cars moving around down in 3 and 4. It gets glued to the racetrack, and then it just continues to build on itself. Ty Gibbs, you saw right there, he's running the second lane. Went all the way around, and I'm sorry, that was Christopher Bell, went all the way around and running the second lane. When you hit it, it's like your car is on ice. It just immediately just chatters across it. Won't turn, won't make a regret. We used to see this every single race about a decade or more ago, right? And then the tires got a little harder with the next-gen car, a little different tire, a little more conservative tire, and we did not see it. We didn't see rubber get put down on the track, but this is a new tire designed to put more rubber down on the track. That's one of the byproducts of that. is the rubber stacking up on the track and creating another obstacle for the drivers. I dig it. Oh, I love it. This is what it should be, right? If you don't have challenges like this and you don't have cars that go away on the long run, this really becomes purely a track position race. You start calling it, as crazy as it sounds, like a repave. You know, save gas, save tires. That's not short track racing we want to see. This obstacle now of the rubber going on the racetrack is giving drivers a fit. It's going to give crew chiefs a fit, and then now we're going to have good and poor handling race cars.
We saw the 16 of A.J. Allmendinger trying not to go a lap down to the 11 of Denny Hamlin, but he did get past. So now there are still 30 cars on the lead lap. Eric Jones, the last car on the lead lap in the 43s. We're riding along with the Hunt Brothers Pizza. Number 4 of Kevin Harvick looking out the windshield. Take a look at the progressive telemetry as we ride along with Kevin Harvick.
So
down
shifting,
into third gear.
Yeah, shifting here at Martinsville, we won't see high gear. Fifth gear not used the way this next gen car is designed and the gearing put in it. So you see them up to 4, which is what high gear will be here at Martinsville. Down to third gear. Really every lap we're going to see shifting. And you can see the challenge of passing. Right? He's right behind his teammate, Chase Briscoe. Chase up the racetrack a little bit, but nowhere near enough room for Harvick to drive into. You almost have Chase has got to make a mistake. Or right there, you can throttle up before he can and drive underneath him. It is a very difficult pass. It's always been. This racetrack is a real test, and they got to do it all day.
How hard is this track as far as physically on a driver? We just saw, or we're riding along with Harvick, he's shifting every corner, but then he was flipping switches there too while he was on the straightaway.
I'll tell you the worst part, the most physical part about racing here is braking. And whatever leg, you know, your left leg, your foot as well, you'll almost walk with a limp when you come out of here today because of mashing the brake pedal repeatedly so many times in a row, and also how that pedal goes to the ball of your foot. It bruises your foot, and so it's really, really painful. Especially if your car's tight, you mash the brakes so much harder to slow the car down to be able to rotate the corner. If you got a tight race car, it can be difficult. Parker?
Lap 63, Denny Hamlin with a half a second lead over Martin Truex Jr. now after Truex led the first 48 laps of the race from the pole. Hamlin has now led the most recent 16. Truex, again, half a second off the lead in second. Ty Gibbs is in third place. He's 9/10 of a second off the lead. Chase Briscoe is a second and a half back now in fourth. Kevin Harvick still in fifth place, 1.7 seconds off the race leader. Christopher Bell is in sixth place, 2.3 seconds off the lead. Ryan Blaney in seventh, 3.7 seconds off the lead. Kyle Larson in eighth, 5.1 seconds back. Ryan Preece, 6.4 seconds back in ninth. And Bubba Wallace in 10th place is 8.6 seconds off the lead. So those are the intervals within the top 10 positions in the running order. Again, still caution-free at lap 64. Spotlight drivers based off of the actual predictions that I had for this race today and where they're running in the early going. All the must-haves still in the top 10 with Hamlin, Truex 1-2. My race win pick, Hamlin leading the race. Kyle Larson in 8th place as well has dropped 3 spots from the start of the race, but still in the top 10 for now. All the sleeper picks so far. Chase Briscoe also still in the top 10 in 4th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has actually fallen back 3 spots from the start to 23rd. And then Eric Almirola is up to 15th place, gaining 4 positions from the start of the race. As far as the don't have picks, who I predicted all to finish outside the top 10, Chris Buescher is still back at 19th, 1 spot back of where he qualified. Tyler Reddick only up 1 spot, trading that position with Buescher in 18th place. And then in 5th place is actually Kevin Harvick right now, who is on the surge from the start of this one, catching up to his teammate Chase Briscoe early after qualifying 9th, 4 spots gained for Harvick thus far. William Byron still outside the top 10, currently 5 points to the good over Ryan Blaney, with Denny Hamlin currently leading this race now. Ty Gibbs all over the back bumper of Martin Truex Jr. Looked like he may have gotten into the back of him off turn 4, trying to get him up out of the way. We'll see if he'll pass his teammate here. Nope, couldn't get underneath him on the front straightaway. Truex will hold serve for second for the time being. How much longer is Truex going to be able to hold on, though? Doesn't seem to look quite the same behind the 11 of Denny Hamlin versus where he was before. Byron could lose another spot to Eric Almirola. Almirola charges the corner hard to turn 3, gets to the inside of the 24. They battle for 14th place. Almirola trying to move upwards. He's the last running of the SHR Fords, the only one not in the top 10. And William Byron, obviously still not in any sort of a position to get into any stage points here at stage 1 based off where he's running right now. He needs to get to 10th. Interval-wise, he's only about a second and a half behind the 10th place car of Bubba Wallace. The problem is he's got about 4 positions to gain between there. It'll be 5 if Almirola can get around him. Full screen commercial break on NBC right now. We'll take our first live break here, or first ad break, I guess, of this live commentary stream. You're listening live to the Xfinity 500 in Martinsville on KRC. Brian Zantop, Frank Powers, also welcome into the stream. Fishing in Florida. Never miss a beat every Sunday. I appreciate that. I do seem like I've kind of stuttered a little bit more over the course of this stream. That might be because I did not get a lot of sleep last night. I got sleep. It was just I went to bed a little bit later, and I still had to get up semi-early because my sister had to work today, so I had to watch the dog. So apologize for that. That's my bad. My bad on that one. We will have 2 diecast showings for today's race, as I did not get the diecast showing off during yesterday's race, so we usually have that at the end of Stage 2. We'll have that during Stage 1 and Stage 2 today. Just let you guys know. Those of you that were watching yesterday's stream were like, hey, you didn't show the diecast off, and that's because I didn't get it out during the Stage 2 break, and then there was so much action going on in that third stage, and we were constantly talking about the race the whole time. We had no downtime at all there, even during those cautions to get that out. And so I will figure out an extra one for today. They're all ones I've showed. I don't have any 124 scale diecast I haven't showed on the stream yet, so see how that goes. This race is flying by, though, with no cautions in the early going. 500 laps of Martinsville. It flies by. Not as fast as Bristol, but it still flies by. We're already 77 laps into this race, and we're less than a half hour in.
That's your live race day companion. You follow your favorite drivers with access to their in-car cameras. You can even choose some alternate camera angles. All you have to do, visit NASCAR.com/drive, or you can download the NASCAR mobile app. So 2 drivers above the cut line. That would be the 11 and 24, Denny Hamlin and William Byron. Denny Hamlin leading the race. William Byron 5 points above the 12 of Ryan Blaney. And Mark Truex Jr. now 7 points behind William Byron. So those 4 drivers, 2 on the top of the cut line, 2 on the bottom of the cut line.
Well, look where William Byron is running and why that's hurting so much. He's 14th, right? So Hamlin's leading. Truex is 2nd. Blaney 7th, right? So everyone in that points battle is right inside that top 10. They're leading, they're scoring points. But all the way down in 14th is William Byron. 52 laps to go in the stage. There's going to be a smidge of panic setting in, thinking they may miss this first pay window.
Look right here. You can see it all on the screen, the top 7. Now that the 11's past 43, he's driving away, but the rest, the 2nd through 7th place, all right here together. Lots of spots available. Truex doesn't want to lose any. And the backside of this is the 12 of Blaney trying to get through all of this as we close in on the end of the stage. Starting to see a few drivers try that second line. Even when they're not around traffic, they'll run that higher line here. Yeah, I think this car right here, the 12, look, he's like, hey, man, I've got to be aggressive. I don't got any choice here. It's got to do whatever it takes to take this spot. You cannot wrestle and race with this 20 car and allow these guys in front of you that are spots and positions to get away. Blaney trying to take that 6th spot. Bell fighting back on the outside. Bell has already clinched a spot with his win earlier in this round.
Bell allows him to have it. Now Blaney tries to go after the 4 car of Harvick in front of him.
I don't know what I need here, Adam. I like getting that line and the rubber so bad. Sometimes I slide loose, sometimes I slide tight.
Christopher Bell talking about that rubber on the racetrack, Jeff. And Adam Stevens is not going to fix that problem. Like, he is not going to make a change to the car that makes it ride over the rubber better. What Christopher's got to do is figure out where he needs to put the car so he doesn't have to run through the rubber, or so that he's running through it and going straight on corner exit, and then make the adjustment to the car so he can do that.
because there is nothing Steve can do to help my race car to go across the rubber band.
No, but I have so much information now, Jeff. I think you're absolutely right. Now I'm going to look at tire pressure or wedge in the car. Now I'm looking at everyone else's driving line and driving style. I'm not going to say you're doing it wrong, Jeff, but as we ride on board with Bev, looking at that Toyota onboard, I'm going to start making suggestions, right? Hey, Hamlin is trying this. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but you're busy. You can't see what everyone else is doing. Let me see everything I see from the pit box. Give you a few laps. We still have 46 to go. Do a little test, a little experiment, see if any of those work for you.
All right, there are a couple drivers in these playoffs that are struggling right now, with Reddick and Buscher running in the 17th and the 19th position. Kim, what are they saying on the radio?
Well, Tyler Reddick has been silent on the radio, but to your point, he's running 17th. Really hasn't made much headway after starting 19th. And this is exactly what Coach Billy Scott was worried about. The fact that if this stage goes green, it does not present strategy opportunities for them to take up ground and track position. So they're going to have to flip a switch if it does stay green and change their focus to a must-win situation and figure out what that looks like for the second half of this race. They did feel good about the long run, but just still disconnected in the corner for Tyler Reddick, Dave.
Chris Buscher runs 19th and the 17th car. When I bumped into the birthday boy, yes, he turns 31 today. I asked him what he got for his birthday. He said nothing. I don't want anything yet. What I want is in victory lane, his grandfather clock, and that's going to be what it takes for Chris Buscher to advance to the championship floor. Right now, this car is hard to turn the corners, but that's been getting better. It's freeing up a little bit. The big problem hasn't passed anybody.
Yeah, running back in that 19th position. We've talked about at the end of the stage, you can earn points. Chris Buscher's not in a point situation. He has to win this race. He's at such a deficit. That's the only way he can advance in the championship for him. Austin Cindric has closed the gap now on Buscher. Cindric's been running some pretty fast laps. He was one of the drivers I saw that was running a little bit higher line earlier.
Yeah, some of those cars, Cindric running 20, and some of those cars back in the back were kind of forced to run somewhere else, and several drivers found it to work well, and others started copying it. We see that every week, Junior. We see guys in the back of the pack kind of forced to do something different, and it works. Spotters immediately see it, start telling the drivers to try it.
Blade right there, wiggling on throttle, are trying to spin the rear tires. We're right at that point where some cars in these last few laps are going to just drop off a cliff. The balance is just going to go away. 90 laps on the first set of tires always is a lot to ask. At Martinsville, track's a little green. It's going to put down some rubber, and that's rubber's coming off your tires, and you're going to be slipping, sliding around. How much of that is that 12 car used up? You watch this 24 and this 10. These two have been battling for much of this stage. That's a great example right there of the 10 trying to move around and the 24 staying down on the bottom in the rubber, and watch him slide and not be able to exit the corner. And he watches this 10, sees this 10 make some headway. Maybe he tries that line himself in a few laps as this 10 gets smaller and smaller.
Yeah, Byron's view.
There he goes. He's going to go up there now. He's like, I can't keep losing ground, but when he tries to turn across the racetrack, man, he drives across that rubber, just can't really get the throttle there.
Pods on board giving us this shot from William Byron, and Byron running in that 15th position right now. NASCAR is 75 years old, and this racetrack is older. Ever since there was a NASCAR, they have been racing right here at Martinsville Speedway. And Steve mentioned it earlier, it's almost like a bar fight. At the end of this race, you better be strapped in.
We'll update the full field running order at lap 96 of this one out of 500. Denny Hamlin with a 1.2 second lead over Martin Truex Jr. in second. Ty Gibbs sits in third place. Chase Briscoe fourth. Kevin Harvick fifth. Ryan Blaney in sixth. Christopher Bell seventh. Kyle Larson eighth. Ryan Preece ninth. Bubba Wallace is 10th. Chase Elliott in 11th. Brad Keselowski in 12th, Joey Logano 13th, Eric Almirola 14th, William Byron 15th, 16th place for Ross Chastain, Tyler Reddick 17th, Todd Gilliland 18th, Chris Buscher in 19th, and Austin Cindric is 20th. 21st place for Michael McDowell, Harrison Burton 22nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd, Alex Bowman 24th, Austin Dillon 25th, Daniel Suarez in 26th, 27th place for Kyle Busch. He's the last car in the lead lap. Corey LaJoie, first car lap down in 28th, Ty Dillon 29th, Eric Jones 30th. 31st for AJ Allmendinger, Justin Haley 32nd, Carson Hocevar 33rd, Ryan Newman 34th, JJ Haley 35th, and BJ McLeod rounds out the 36-car field. 52 laps led now for Denny Hamlin. He has led the most laps of the race today after Martin Truex Jr. led the first 48 laps from the pole. More laps led already in today's race for Denny Hamlin than what he had led in the spring race earlier this season, where he led 36 laps. He led over 200 laps in the fall race last year. We'll see if he can eclipse that number here today. 100 laps complete in this one out of 500 in the Xfinity 500 at Martinsville. You're listening live on KRC. We'll take a quick ad break and continue our Stage 1 coverage. Ethan Chua, Silent Owl Scribe, Mike George, also welcome to the stream. My Packers down 10-0. I don't expect any less the way the season has gone. It's amazing we were actually 2-1 at the beginning of the year. That was a shock to the system. And then it was just enough. It was just good enough to get my hopes up. Maybe we can get a wild card spot this year. Boy, was I kidding myself. 1.6 second lead right now for Denny Hamlin over Martin Truex Jr. at the front of the field. 28 laps to go, Stage 1. Curious to know if there's going to be any more position changes, going on there within the top 10. Blaney did pass Bell recently for 6th place. And he is closing the gap on the other two Fords ahead of him with Chase Briscoe, Kevin Harvick. If Hamlin and Truex win, Blaney's just got to make sure he positions himself to within 7 points of where he started the race and where he finishes the race compared to where Martin Truex Jr. Oh, a little bit of contact in front of the leaders. Hang on. And there is a wreck right in front of the leaders. Alex Bowman, Harrison Burton getting together right in front of Denny Hamlin. Corey LaJoie into the side of the 48. The caution's out for the first time. And I think all of the big playoff drivers were able to get through that. A lot of contact off the exit of turn 2 with the 21 to the 48 as they're at the tail end of the lead lap right in front of Hamlin, who was in the high line currently trying to get around. I believe it was Austin Dillon. Let's listen in.
And everybody else, all the leaders are right there within proximity of this 11 car.
Steve, 26 laps to go. Everybody comes for tires?
Well, I think you have to. If you only have 30 or 40 laps in your tires, maybe you can stay out. But with over 100, I think everyone's going to be looking for pit road. Let's see right here.
This is
the
down
7. Yeah, he gets to the 21, gets them up a little bit. They know the 11's coming.
So he tries to get back down in front of the 48, and the 48's getting a lot of help. The 3, 48 all get into the back of this 21, and I don't know if the 21's loose right there, but there's contact, and both cars sort of get behind on the steering and get turned around. And 7 comes in there. LaJoie makes contact. It just looks like the 21's a little loose. And that, as it gets sideways, it brings him down into the door of the 48.
3 was there, got into the back of the 21, couldn't get him straight back out again. The 7 caught up in that one with LaJoie, having some damage there. And pit stops take place, Dave.
11-6 for Brian Blaney on that run for Goodyear Tires and Fuel, Kim.
And for Christopher Bell, he said on a 1 tight center, 1.5 loose off. He doesn't want to be any tighter, though. He said lateral sliding is the biggest problem for fresh Goodyear tires. No good fuel for
And for the leader, Denny Hamlin, he said just lacking a little bit late exit. It's more Goodyear tires for him, Marty.
Martin Truex Jr. said the car is way better than it was yesterday. A little too free on the longer run. Now it's up to the pit crew. 2 new pit crew members, a rear tire changer, a jack man. Can they take advantage of stall number 1? He goes in second and comes out second, Rick, but a nice solid stop for the 19.
Yep, Top two are holding their spots with Hamlin and Truex. And the free pass goes to the 99 of Daniel Suarez. So coming off turn 2, a little chaos brings out caution number 1.
Not a lot of damage on the 21, 48, or the 7 who were collected in that incident. Same goes for the 3 of us and Dylan, who got into the back of the 48, which then hit the 21 of Burton, which kind of started that whole chain reaction of events on the inside lane through turns 1 and 2. Again, Denny Hamlin, who was in the outside lane right behind that unfolding, had to have had that heart racing a little bit. Luckily, the cars were kind of sliding down the track, which gave an opening to the outside for Hamlin to be able to slip by, but definitely not something you'd want to see when you're the race leader, but that just goes to show there's always action happening around these short tracks. They get spaced out a long green flag run, and there's nowhere to go. I mean, you got to figure if you go to a traditional half mile or shorter short track racetrack, you have maybe 20 cars in a main event. You don't have 36 to 40 cars in a main event like we do when NASCAR comes to town. So that definitely creates, 20 laps into the run, just full spread out. Well, not spread out, but the field itself is so spread out that they're then even more condensed than what they were on the restart. And there's always battles going on the racetrack, and tend to see a lot of action in every single corner. All 1,000 of them in this 500 lap race, and a little bit of action going on there, which ended up leading into our first caution of the race. We should can't talk. We should be able to get that going green here shortly, and then that will end up hopefully taking us to the end of stage 1. We'll have about 20 to 21 laps to go in the first stage when we get back to racing. Top 5 following pit stops: Denny Hamlin in the race lead, Martin Truex Jr. second, Chase Briscoe third, Ryan Blaney fourth, Christopher Bell is in fifth. Again, that is the top 5 in the running order as of right now. Couple spots gained for Ryan Blaney on pit road. Same for Keselowski. Moving upwards in the top 10 a bit. Kevin Harvick loses a couple positions, as well as Ty Gibbs. Headed to the choose rule right now as they get the 1 to go signal. 20 to go this time by in stage 1. A lot of chunks of rubber in the racing line. They'll get the 1 to go signal this time by, but they didn't get to the choose rule the last time. Waiting for the back of the field to catch back up to the front. So we'll actually have 19 laps to go in the restart. Three of the four bubble drivers, when it came to points, though, coming into the day today, are inside the top 4 positions for this restart.
Pace car makes its way onto pit road, and the field back in the hands of Denny Hamlin. Shows the outside line, maybe a little Joe Gibbs Racing strategy there with Mark Truex Jr. on the inside. As we get ready to go back to racing, it'll be 19 to go in stage 1. Easily clearing that 19, but here comes Ryan Blaney in the 12. A great restart, trying to take second away.
That's a great way of defending that teammate work up front. If the inside lane doesn't go, you jump with the guy in the second row. Next thing you know, Blaney's in second.
Again, 18 laps away from pinning points. 3 wide here as Logano's on the outside, Larson on the inside, and the 4 of Harvick in the middle. A little bumping, and a pinball machine to the 4 of Harvick.
3 wide rarely works at Martinsville. They worked it out. On board with Byron with this pause. Todd's onboard camera, up to 13th, was kind of just stuck on that long green flag run. He's trying in these last 17 laps to get up inside the top 10. It's going to be a tall task, though, with Chase Elliott, Kevin Harvick, and kind of lurks in front. Although Harvick goes for a big slide. You hear him on the radio, points. He knows.
So much information given to these drivers.
They're imploring him to get himself into the top 10. Go after these stage points.
They're forced to, because Hamlin, Blaney, Truex, all those guys had good days.
Isn't that always the case, Jeff? All these races, it seems to be when everyone needs a good day, they seem to find it. So much entertainment.
Competition's not going to make it easy on you. Now that Blaney racing for the lead right here. I cannot tell you how impressed I am with how this team has stepped it up. I mean, coming to the playoffs, very few people thought they had the speed to work themselves through, but they have done a great job.
Not only the speed to work their way through, they dominated earlier in the year at Charlotte. That got them into the playoffs. But then, when they were able to win at Talladega to advance into the round of 8, I think everybody took notice, and Blaney has been extremely strong in this round.
Yeah, it's hard to believe in momentum is a real thing, but that win that you speak about, Rick, is really what's kind of turned their season back around, and they've been really good throughout the playoffs ever since. Had an almost perfect weekend last week at Homestead. Gained over 27 points to the cutoff line. Was 17 points out going into Homestead. Came here to Martinsville 10 up. And he's having a great day. He's drove through the field trying to get those stage points he needs, Dave.
And Junior, you shared some numbers at the beginning, but I think they bear repeating. Ryan Blaney, best average finish of active drivers here at Martinsville, 9.5. 3 stage wins, 6 top 5s in the last 9 Martinsville. Ryan Blaney is good here, and he's good today, Parker.
And Dave, it's not just us that's going to see the speed of that 12 car Ryan Blaney. Take the listen to the 11 teams, especially Cucci, Chris Gabler under this last caution.
12, he's the only one really coming. How he is doing it is rolling the center better. Very similar to what you watch. How he is doing it is basically the quarter mark to the 2/3 mark. Just left wheel. Just rapid. Yeah, good one.
And Steve, to your point, it's not always about turning wrenches or air pressure. Sometimes you just need to give the driver the information of what they can do differently inside that race car. All the information you have at your disposal, that could be the tickets he's driving away from Ryan Blaney right now.
That's why the driver-Cucci relationship, in my mind, is tougher than ever, because it's more than just about when to pit and what adjustments to make. There's so much information. You have to really manage how much your driver can how much can they absorb while they're out here trying to race, trying to drive a car to its perfection.
And what I heard, or believe I heard in that little communication there, was they apparently had been watching what Ryan was doing in practice, studying that last night, so that he could reference it today. Hey, he's doing X, Y, and Z like we watched, like we saw. So that's a new thing. That wasn't here 10 years ago. Drivers having that information, crew chiefs and drivers now spending the evening going over what some of the faster cars are doing with their inputs and steering and practice.
Absolutely. That studying is paying off. And right here, the 21 to 48, both cars that are one lap down, the only 2 that are one lap down, and the 2 that were involved in the last yellow, trying to find the free pass, and patience is definitely shortened between these 2. They know what's on the line. We're 6 laps away from a yellow where the free pass will be awarded to one of these 2 cars.
And does the driver, the 21, Harrison Burton, does he feel slighted that he was involved in an accident not of his doing, and maybe feels like the 48 is the one who delivered that to him?
Well, we talk about aggression, and when do you turn it up? It's different for everybody, but right now, if you're the 21, now's the time. Because you do not want to finish stage 1 a lap down. So this lap for the 21 can be as important as anything else that happens today.
The other thing that's very important, William Byron right now is outside the top 10, which means no stage points at the end of this stage if he doesn't break into that top 10. And William Byron coming in was the one with the most points above the cut line. But as they're running, you see William Byron is below the cut line and out of that possible championship 4.
What's going to disappoint these 2 is at the top of the screen, the 11 of Denny Hamlin has gotten to the back of BJ McLeod, stayed out on old tires, took the the waiver round. So now as the 11 laps the 78, The 21 of the 48, they may not quite realize it yet, but they're no longer racing for the free pass. Yeah, that's a great information that needs to come from the spotter because, yeah, you may be mad, you may be angry, but when it's time to pay somebody back is when it's good for you, not when it's bad for them. And if it's not an advantage to you, it's no sense in doing it.
Denny Hamlin's so strong. One more lap here in stage 1. And it's been 3,136 days since Denny's last of his 5 wins here. That's 8 years and 7 months that the drought has been for Denny Hamlin as far as a win, but he's doing everything he can here in stage 1 as he's going to grab the most playoff points. Right there, stage points going to Denny Hamlin. He'll win stage 1, his 8th stage win already this year, tied for the most. But 10 points going to the winner of the stage. On down, 9 to Blaney, 8 to Mark Truex Jr., Briscoe, Keselowski, Bell, Gibbs, Priest, Logano, and Harvick all gaining points. That means Byron, finishing 12th in that stage, does not get any stage points. Denny Hamlin winning stage 1.
There you have it. Denny Hamlin wins stage 1. Ryan Blaney second. Art Truex Jr. third. Chase Briscoe fourth. Brad Keselowski fifth. Christopher Bell sixth. Ty Gibbs seventh. Ryan Preece in eighth. Joey Logano ninth. Kevin Harvick rounds out the top 10 in stage 1 today. At Martinsville, as mentioned there from Rick Allen, 8th stage win of the year now for Denny Hamlin. We'll keep that poll open for who you think will win today's race through the end of stage 2. Again, that is when we'll close the poll, per usual on these live commentary streams. 109 votes have been casted so far, and right now you think somebody other than Hamlin, Truex, or Larson will win. Surprised that that's still the case with Truex and Hamlin dominating that first stage. Ryan Blaney up to second, gaining 9 positions from the start. We'll see how he does going forward. But right now, so far, so good, though, for Hamlin. We'll see if his numbers will jump up in the poll at all. 36% of you say somebody other than those 3 would win. Truex second in that poll, 24%, 22% for Kyle Larson, and 18% for Denny Hamlin. Need a better pit stop for Byron. Well, I mean, he wasn't running well before the pit stop. He didn't really lose any positions on pit road. He was 14th, 15th place when the caution came out, finished 12th. So, I mean, yeah, they'll have to get better to try to get him, a couple more positions, but at the same time, can't have all that gained on pit road at once, and especially in a day where we've seen a lot of tire fall-off. You're going to see a lot of 4-tire stops all day. Don't expect many 2-tire stops, although if we do see pit stops during the stage break, which I would not guarantee you that I'm going to guarantee that not everybody is going to pit, and if they do, there's going to be some drivers taking 2 tires here, considering we only had about a 19-lap green flag run to the end of stage 1. Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, 1.6 second difference at the line there for Hamlin to win that stage. But so far, my prediction seems to be staying true, at least for Hamlin winning. But Ryan Blaney above the cutoff line at the end of that first stage by 8 points over William Byron. And Mark Truex Jr. was still 12 points below the cutoff line on Blaney at the end of that stage, even finishing third in stage number 1.
Mobile.com today. Well, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and Chevy's created a special pink Camaro ZL1 pace car to show its support for the cause. For every lap run under caution with a pink pace car during October, Chevrolet will donate $350 to the American Cancer Society. Go to ChevyCares.com to learn more. Pit stop's about to be underway after stage 1 is complete.
The question is who pits. I think the leaders have to stay out, but split decision. I would expect William Byron to come to pit road. There he is, second car in line. He has to do something to get on a different plan than Blaney and the cars that he just hasn't been able to keep up with yet in the race so far.
Dave.
Chris Buescher took 2 right side tires last time, really didn't help him. He gives up 17 years. When it's track to center, he'll take 4 this time, Kim.
And for Kyle Larson, kudos given by crew chief Cliff Daniels on his use of different lines throughout the course of that run. Parker? Marty?
A critical 0 stage
points for William Byron. Beauty Fugle agreeing with Steve, thinking they've got to do something different here. You saw the right side tire change. Byron said it was a little bit better at the expense of the right rear on exit. Still too tight in the center of the corner for Byron.
So again, a lot of the field staying out and keeping that track position. We'll have restart if we return.
Denny Hamlin continues to lead. Again, it looked like the top 10 pretty much all stayed out on the racetrack. And then we saw some drivers outside the top 10 hit pit road. Waiting to see exactly where those drivers are going to line up, and then I'll know exactly how many cars ended up pitting. It looked like Brad Keselowski also hit pit road from about 6th place. There was him, and then everybody else that was outside the top 10 seemed to have followed Keselowski in. Surprised Brad gave up all that track position, but we'll see how quickly they get up through the field. I mean, 19-lap fresher tires will be interesting. We saw about 2 seconds of fall off over about a 45-ish, give or take, lap run at the very beginning of the race. So in a little less than half that, I would imagine that there should be a difference. But before those guys have a chance to get all the way to the front of the field, are the tires going to even out is going to be the question. They'll be able to pass a handful of cars, I'm sure, within the first 10 to 20 laps of the run. But we get 30, 40 laps of the run, will those tires end up equaling out, and then they'll end up kind of stopped in the running order in which they would be running at that time, or would they just continue to be able to mow down the field over the course of the run is going to be the question, and that will only change strategy going forward if we do see that happen before the end of Stage 2 or the next caution in Stage 2, whatever ends up coming first. Our only caution for incident came out just after lap 100 between Harrison Burton, Alex Bowman, Corey LaJoie getting involved in a 3-car incident off Turn 2. Every car still running in this race, though none of those 3 DNF'd, as we have 32 cars on the lead lap at the end of this stage. The free pass got awarded to Daniel Suarez during that 3-car incident off of Turn 2, and then the 15-car of J.J. Yeley just got the free pass at the Stage 1 caution, which leaves B.J. McLeod, Harrison Burton, Carson Hosor, and Alex Bowman all still 1 lap down to begin Stage 2 here today at Martinsville. Irina Sayre also welcome into the stream. Robert Perkle. Just over 100 concurrent viewers watching, 63 likes on the stream so far. Our goal is 150 for the race today, so we're pacing well to be able to get to our goal, but hopefully we get there sooner rather than later. And also be sure to hit that subscribe button if you guys have not done so yet. Trying to get to 5,000 subs on the channel before the end of the NASCAR season. Sure to do so if you haven't already, and we have live commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend on the channel. A lot of NASCAR video game streams coming up during the off-season. Plan on doing some more here during the course of this week as well with NASCAR Thunder 2004 Career Mode continuing on. Packed crowd on hands at the Martinsville Speedway. Great crowd on hands for this race, and we will see what is going to happen on the racetrack here for Stage 2. Denny Hamlin up towards the front. Does he have the pace to keep up with, or I should say Ryan Blaney up towards the front of the field. Now, does he have the pace to be able to keep up with Denny Hamlin, who seemed to be the quickest car in Stage 1? Blaney, again, qualified in the 11th place position, so gained 9 positions right out of the start of the race today. Should say 10 positions to the end of the stage. Gained 9 positions from the time that first pit stop ended up. Kyle Busch on pit road as the field takes the green flag to begin Stage 2. Not sure what's going on with Kyle. Maybe he feels a loose wheel. Whatever the case is, he is on pit road. He's going to go a lap down as well. Ryan Blaney all clear for second off of Turn 2. Hamlin clear with the lead. Top 4 cars single file to the inside lane into Turn 3 on the opening lap following the restart. Truex settled in third. Chase Briscoe fourth. Side-by-side for fifth, though, between Bell and Gibbs. And now it's side-by-side for fourth as Briscoe did not get off that bottom lane very well at all. Gibbs to the outside of the 14, trying to find something there to maybe pass him for that 4th place spot. Chase Elliott up inside the top 10 for the first time now as he stayed out of the pits, cycled ahead of the few Hendrick cars that pitted around him. Chris Buescher attempted to make it 3 wide underneath Byron. He ends up getting into the left rear corner panel, the 24, in the middle of 1 and 2. Knocks him up the racetrack. He almost clipped Kyle Larson, who was on the outside of the 24 car Byron, who he almost took 3 wide. Byron spins the rear tires now in that outside lane. Buescher easily clear off of turn 4. Already almost 150 laps complete in this race today. Buescher still trying to move forward, now trying to get by Bubba Wallace in the 23. Hogging up the bottom lane while Kyle Larson's on the outside looking to make the pass there on him. Larson started that pass on the outside, so it's going to be interesting if he can actually complete it up there as well. Buescher has been all over the back of that 23 car for a couple consecutive corners. She's kind of boxed in with Larson on the outside. There's really not anywhere for Wallace to go, even if Buescher ends up getting into the back of him. Byron loses another spot now to Tyler Reddick, who finesses his way off turn 4 to get to the inside of William Byron. A couple playoff drivers battling side by side for position just outside the top 10. Gibbs was able to make that pass for 4th, by the way, on the outside of Briscoe on the restart. So Briscoe now back to 5th place, just ahead of Bell. Ross Chastain on the outside of the 24 of William Byron. Byron not looking quick to begin this short run for Stage 2. He's back at 21st. He was 13th at the end of Stage 1. He's lost a lot of positions. Gave up some of that time because of pitting. But obviously has lost a handful of spots on this restart as well, both on the outside and inside lane. He's just getting drove around right now. And as he continues to lose spots, he's currently showing 17 points below the cutoff line to Ryan Blaney, who is the last driver above the cutoff line, with Denny Hamlin currently leading the race. If Hamlin falls out of the lead, I'm not sure on points exactly where Hamlin would be in comparison to Byron as we run, but coming into the race, he was 37 points behind him. Made up 10 of those in the Stage 1, with Hamlin winning the first stage and Byron not getting any stage points at all. And Martin Truex Jr. ended up making 8 points over Byron, finishing 3rd in the stage. He was as many points behind Byron coming into the day as what Denny Hamlin was in. Was only 2 stage points behind Hamlin in that first stage. And currently Truex is 3 points behind Byron in the running order. So the points would be very tight between Hamlin and Byron as we run right now if Hamlin were to fall out of the lead. But Ryan Blaney looking in a pretty comfortable situation for now. Obviously, that's with him in 2nd. We'll see if they end up having different track position strategies that end up playing in mid-pack at any point in time if he could stay out of trouble and continue to work his way forward if he is put back in traffic to keep that good run going.
That was William Byron, Rick, saying, I've got nothing here. I've got nothing right now behind the wheel. Jeff, to your point, you can feel the frustration, not the panic, but the frustration starting to set in the 24 camp down here.
Panic is a set of stages, and the first one's frustration, right? And the next one, if they can't find a solution and they can't find speed,
So the 24 is still stuck on the outside as McDowell is working his way by him. We mentioned the 45.
the 45 is almost around. Rick, sorry.
It's close.
Yeah. He slid all the way through turns 3 and 4, trying to get around the 5 of Larson. Larson's fading back. And now they're just going to, they're beating on the back bumper, that 45 now. They see blood in the water, but look at that's a bad deal for 24 there. He loses multiple spots lifting off of turn 2 there.
Stuck on the outside, both the 45 and the 24.
And one step closer to panic. Yeah, it looks like as soon as they slip this tire, I don't know if the temperature goes up or what, but it seems like it takes several corners for the tire to calm down and the grip to come back. But there's the 45. You saw him spin out in the same spot qualifying. Looked almost like that was about to happen again. He gets down in the corner, gets loose, gets up into the 5. That was a great save. It was. He had a little practice. And then down in the next several corners, he still struggled for grip. And
This is the 17 trying to get around Bubba Wallace. A little contact there.
Busher got into the curve and shot him up into the 23.
And these guys are trying to sort it out, and the 24 is better than the 45. Has gotten back around him, but they have stacked the field up behind him. It was getting exceptionally aggressive.
All right, Kim, the 45, has he got things settled out?
No, he's not. Now there's an additional drop. He just reported the water temp is getting too hot, so he says he's going to start sticking his nose out to cool off, get some of that fresh air into the grill of that race car.
See the 45 already, sending 3 way up the racetrack, and 3 and 4 just getting physical back here in the back of the pack. All of these cars are the next cars in front of the leader. So they're also not only getting aggravated with each other and trying to stay, keep the track position that they have, which isn't great, but the leader's coming. Leader will be here soon.
What's going to heat up more, the engine or the temper of the driver right now for the 45 and Tyler Reddick? Denny Hamlin's out in front. He has already led 113 laps today at Martinsville.
Lap 161 at 500 with Hamlin out in front of the field. Ryan Blaney currently sits in second. Martin Truex Jr. third. Ty Gibbs fourth. Chase Briscoe in fifth. Christopher Bell sixth place. Ryan Preece in seventh. Eighth place for Joey Logano. Kevin Harvick ninth. And Chase Elliott is in 10th. Brad Keselowski in 11th. Eric Almirola 12th. 13th place for Todd Gilliland. 14th for Austin Cindric. And 15th place for Chris Buescher. 16th place is Bubba Wallace, Daniel Suarez in 17th, Kyle Larson 18th, Ross Chastain 19th, and Michael McDowell is 20th. 21st place for William Byron, Austin Dillon 22nd, Eric Jones 23rd, Tyler Reddick 24th, Corey LaJoie 25th, Ty Dillon in 26th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 27th, AJ Allmendinger 28th, Ryan Newman 29th, Justin Haley is 30th. 31st place in the last car in the lead lap currently is JJ Yeley. 32nd place for Harrison Burton, Kyle Busch is a lap down at 33rd. Alex Bowman, 34th. 35th for Carson Hocevar. BJ McLeod, 36th. So that rounds out the 36-car field in this one. We'll take another ad break. You're listening live on KRC to the Xfinity 500 at Martinsville. Yeah, Villanor, you're right in the chat. It's amazing how poor Hendrick Motorsports prepared for this race, a racetrack that we are used to seeing them win or contend for the win at. Although they weren't great earlier in the spring, Kyle Larson still ended up getting the win. The highest running Hendrick Chevy right now is Chase Elliott, but he did stay out of the pits. He's in 10th. The next closest Hendrick car is Kyle Larson in 18th. Byron 21st. And Alex Bowman's a lap down after his spin he had earlier in the going, and he's outside the top 30. Not a good day for Hendrick Motorsports, and in fact, Chase Elliott's the only Chevy in the top 15. A lot of Toyotas and blue ovals up there getting their butts kicked. Hamlin has an 8/10 of a second lead over Ryan Blaney right now. We'll see how much that'll continue on.
Tabs on your fantasy lineup throughout the race and allows you to adjust your picks until the end of stage 2, which is still about 94 laps away. Visit NASCAR.com/fantasy, or you can select the fantasy icon on the mobile app leaderboard to make in-race changes. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. Xfinity 500 from Martinsville Speedway. Out front, Denny Hamlin has now led over 120 laps. That is now over 1,000 laps that he has led here since his last win. Let's look back at 45 and 43 here.
The guys just been bouncing off of each other for quite a few laps. 43 into the back of the 45, pushing him up the racetrack, driving underneath him, a little body slam. Eric Jones has been on the outside of Tyler Reddick for many, many laps, and Tyler could not clear him. We're starting to see that. We're starting to see some drivers be able to get on the outside and put some pressure on the guy on the inside, and that's frustrating. When you're at Martinsville and a guy's on the outside, he shouldn't be able to do that in your mind, and it gets very frustrating. You run out of patience.
And you wonder why a guy like Eric Jones, who's not got any playoff implications involved in today, would drive one of the drivers that is trying to race into the playoff, into the championship round like that. But this is always the way this second Martinsville race goes. This has been building up all year long. Drivers are tired of getting pushed around. They came to terms with whatever their season is, whether it's good or bad.
And it doesn't take much to get under a guy's skin today. It's a completely different race than the race we see at Martinsville at the start of the year. This is the one where if you're going to get paid back or if you're going to get pushed around, it's going to happen, and it's going to happen really easy in this race.
There's the gap between 1 and 2 now, so Hamlin has a mirror full of Blaney as he cleared Hocevar, but trying to get by the 48, and Alex Bowman moves up the racetrack. But Blaney fills that void right behind Denny Hamlin, so we'll see if Blaney is able to stay right on the back bumper of Hamlin. Dave.
And Ricketts' car is still very good as you look at the points as they run to the left of the race ended now, which it's a long way from doing. Denny Hamlin winning would be okay because Blaney would be okay on points. As for the 12 car itself, he said the last adjustment, remember they stayed out last time, but the adjustment before helped the car in stability when he was getting going, just as the green flag comes out. So he told his crew, that's a good direction. Let's stay with that as he keeps Denny in his sights.
12 of Ryan Blaney. Again, understanding this is a long race. There are still 326 laps to go.
And Denny's trying to pass one of the drivers that's hardest to pass in NASCAR. Ryan Newman's out here today doing Ryan Newman things in that 51 car and not going to make it easy on anybody. Ryan still believes he belongs out here, and the opportunities he gets, he tries to make the best of it. And he does a great job. I mean, he really does. Sounds like Denny Hamlin's talking about his car could use a little turn. As he's seeing the 12 car get closer, he's motivated to say something to his crew chief about the balance of the car. And if you're driving away, you're pretty happy, you're pretty content. You rarely will say, hey, I need this, I need that. But when you see people start to catch you, run you down, you start thinking about what you need to get better. And what's interesting about that is Chris Gabehart, his crew chief, under the last caution stage 1, basically said, hey, I actually jumped you and made an air pressure adjustment to loosen up the center, even though Denny said he didn't quite need that. So Chris Gabehart has been on that. He said, I didn't want to fall behind the racetrack, so I made that adjustment. Just keep me abreast of what you feel. Well, there you heard it. He's getting too tight in the center. As they update him on what the 12 is doing, they believe the 12 is a little faster to the center of the corner there. Just able to get that car turned compared to the 11.
I mean, a good crew chief goes back, looks at his notes, and he knows which direction this track is going, and he thinks it needs adjustments even if the driver doesn't need it. So if Denny's asking for more turn, that's probably 2x what you were thinking. Remember, Denny Hamlin, as impressive as this is, winning stage 1, leading stage 2, if he gets past, he is out. He doesn't have enough points. So it's not a must win because we don't know where the 24 is going to finish or the 12. But this performance compared to Blaney and Byron still isn't enough for where he came in. It's at this moment, and Denny Hamlin said it this week multiple times, he is treating this as a must-win. I love the attitude from the moment he had an issue in Miami. You saw Chris Gabehart kind of console him on pit road and instantly said, we're looking forward, we need a clock, that's our path forward. I think that's the attitude you're seeing out of the 11.
And Denny Hamlin has been very strong in these playoffs. He's been very confident. He feels like this is his season. He's been a part of the playoffs. He's been a part of the championship four multiple times. But this just seems different for him. And I was with him earlier this week at his charity event, and he still had the confidence that he knew he could still go out and make that championship four. But after what happened last week in Miami, where he had a power steering failure, got into the wall, lost a lot of points. That's why now he's in this position where he has to gain as many points as he possibly can. He did that in the first stage. He gained 10 points. That's all that was available in the stage. He's looking for another.
Hamlin has already led 134 out of 185 laps in this race today as he maintains a couple of car length lead over Ryan Blaney in the 12. Mark Truex Jr. still sitting in third place, but has fallen almost 3 seconds off the race leaders, and a couple of those cars just behind him are starting to reel him in as well. Ty Gibbs, Chase Briscoe, Christopher Bell, and others. So battle really from third or fourth on back, pretty tight. Those leaders getting away, but it is a tight battle between the 11 and the 12 specifically, and it'll be fun to watch those two throughout the course of the day, knowing the situation Denny Hamlin is in. Ryan Blaney in an even better situation if Hamlin were to fall out of the lead, but with Hamlin leading Blaney's still sitting good for now over Martin Truex Jr., who's in third, and he was in the same points predicament Hamlin was coming in. So even if Truex were to win, that probably wouldn't affect Blaney as much either. It would actually even be better if Truex won versus Hamlin, just because of the stage points Hamlin's already scored, especially if Hamlin goes on to win stage 2 as well. But the 24 of William Byron sitting back in the 22nd place position right now. That is not good for him. It'll also be interesting to see if those playoff drivers at the tail end of the lead lap of Byron, Reddick, and Larson will be able to actually stay on the lead lap to the end of this stage if we go green. We still have another roughly 65 or so laps left in stage 2. Tyler Reddick's the second to last car in the lead lap. William Byron's the fifth to last car in the lead lap. And Kyle Larson has about 8 cars behind him in the running order in the lead lap before he would get a lap down as well. So Hamlin and Blaney are coming. They're going to try to lap as many cars as possible. And if they can lap those playoff drivers, it's only going to benefit them more. So they're going to keep that attack on as we get further and further along in stage number 2. As of right now, we'll update the spotlight drivers and where they're running based off of the predictions from the start of the stream today. The must-have picks of Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr. first and third, picked Hamlin to win the race today as well. And then also the other one would have been Kyle Larson. He's back at 18th. He's really fallen back from that 5th place starting spot. He was 8th at the end of stage 1. He's lost 10 positions already in stage 2. He's kind of stagnated in 18th, not falling back any further since he fell there after the restart, but definitely not a good start to stage 2. And unless we get a caution, pit stops, more adjustments made, I don't see him making that time back up again, at least until the start of stage 3. Again, the next pit stop that would end up coming. The sleeper picks coming into the day, Chase Briscoe is in 5th. So he's currently in the top 10. Eric Almirola in 12th, barely on the outside of the top 10 looking in. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is the first car lap down at 27th. He's fallen 7 positions back from his starting spot. So 1 for 2 there, and then the don't have picks. Kevin Harvick, the only one of which that is in the top 10, currently in 9th. He was 5th at the end of stage 1, but he's lost a few positions here in stage 2. Still in the top 10 for right now, at least. And then the other 2 drivers that I predicted not to finish in the top 10 would be Tyler Reddick back at 25th and Chris Buescher at 15th, who has made up some time. He was 18th at the end of stage 1, but going to need a lot more out of that if he's going to make it into the championship 4, knowing he is in a must-win situation. So the diecast showing, I did not get out earlier during stage 1 and didn't get out during stage 2 from yesterday's race. I'll show that off right now then before I forget again and while we're on a commercial break. This is a 2000 Kenny Wallace Square D Chevy. And this is obviously, I think, most famous paint scheme out of this race car. Pushed Dale Earnhardt to his final career win in 2000 in the Winston 500 at Talladega. Bobby Hamilton won in this car at Talladega, in fact, just a couple of seasons later. But this is specifically a Kenny Wallace diecast. And I love the Square D paint scheme. I love blue and yellow paint schemes. I've prefaced that many, many times on the channel. We'll continue to going forward. So this is the diecast I really wanted when I saw it. And I was actually looking for a Bobby Hamilton number 4 truck, Square D truck, a championship truck. And I couldn't really find one over the years of going to NASCAR races. I don't really see many Truck Series diecasts. If I do, they're more modern than classic. So this is a classic Square D diecast. And I still think it looks clean. So the only Kenny Wallace diecast I have, and that is the part of the diecast showing that would have been during yesterday's race, but postpone that till today. We'll still have our other diecast showing for today's race at the end of stage 2. During the commercial break, Ryan Blaney took the race lead away from Denny Hamlin and has pulled out to a 7/10, make that 8/10 of a second advantage. Blaney's fastest lap of the race, interestingly enough, was at lap 142. He is the only driver that has had the fastest lap of the race post lap 10, actually post really stage 2. Christopher Bell at lap 13 back in stage 1 ran his fastest lap, but the only driver to have their fastest lap of the race ran after the first pit stop of the race is Ryan Blaney. So probably no surprise that he is leading this race with that being said and running the fastest lap times on track of anybody right now. We'll see if they can stay on top of the racetrack. Still a long ways to go. We're only 200 laps in out of 500, but so far so good for the 12 camp and doing what they need to do to make his first championship 4 appearance of his career. Kyle Larson making his second championship 4 appearance. The only other time he was, his third championship 4 appearance. I had that wrong, didn't I? Yeah, his first championship 4 appearance since his championship win, so it would be his second. That was the only time he ever made it before. Last season, he was eliminated in the round of 12 of the playoffs at Hendrick Motorsports. And Christopher Bell also in his second championship 4 appearance. His would be second consecutive. Of course, last year was his first. Had a few wins in the playoffs and elimination races at the Roval and at Martinsville in this very race a season ago. But in this situation, he's already locked in with the win in the second race of the round instead of the elimination race at Homestead. Went in below the cutoff line. Didn't necessarily mean he was in a must-win situation based off the race and how it's going right now, knowing that the top 3 are all guys that were around him or ahead of him in points last week. I'm pretty sure he's glad he got that win a week ago. It definitely takes a lot of pressure off of him, and their full focus, I'm sure, coming into the week was already on Phoenix to try to get one step ahead in the championship. And being in that situation before in the championship 4, I think only helps Bell from last season to this season as well. Still 58 laps to go yet in the second stage as well. Kyle Busch is 1 lap down already, and he's right in front of Ryan Blaney. Remember, he pitted as the field was coming to green. Not sure exactly why, more than likely a loose wheel as he got back out on the racetrack pretty quickly after the fact, although he has not really ran inside the top 25 at all in this race prior to that. It's just a bad weekend, gotten even worse here for that 8 of Kyle Busch, really RCR as a whole, if you watched the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Only added on to the fact today that neither one of the 2 cars are inside the top 20. Austin Dillon in 21st. And then, as mentioned, Kyle Busch a lap down, about to be 2 laps down, and he is currently in 33rd. Martin Truex Jr. that last lap a little bit quicker than Denny Hamlin, so he is starting to reel in the 11 car. Ryan Blaney still out in front of the field. And Truex actually was a little bit faster than Blaney that last lap as well. 2 laps in a row now. He has been faster than Hamlin and Blaney, so we'll see if Truex can try to tighten that gap up. Maybe they made an adjustment to help him on the really long run, or he's just getting through lap traffic cleaner. Maybe he doesn't have any lap traffic around him the last couple laps, and the 12 and the 11 do. It's hard unless you have a screen on them at all times or you're at the track in person to tell exactly why those lap times are changing the way they are currently, but anyway, 2 laps in a row. Again, Truex has been the fastest on the racetrack. So with Hamlin not in the lead, we can actually see where he would lie in points a little bit better as they run right now. He is 2 points ahead of William Byron, but that's with William Byron in 22nd. So obviously there's a lot of spots Byron can still gain from now to the end of the race. So although Hamlin, the way it looks, isn't in a must-win situation, it pretty much is. If Byron gets back inside the top 15, Hamlin will have to win this race to make it to the championship 4. Blaney, even if he falls out of the lead and Hamlin's not leading either, Blaney's going to be well ahead of Hamlin on points unless he gets into trouble, gets knocked out of the race in any way. Then he would have a little bit better go for himself. Of the drivers that are in the round of 8 of the playoffs, only 4 of those have made it to the championship 4 before, that being Bell, Larson, Truex, and Hamlin. And of all those drivers in the round of 8 of the playoffs, only 2 of them have won championships in the NASCAR Cup Series, being Martin Truex Jr. in 2017 and Kyle Larson in 2021. So we had a pretty high percentile chance that we're going to see a new NASCAR Cup Series champion this year, just based off of those numbers alone. Truex doesn't make it to the championship 4, we're going to have just a 25% chance of a repeat champion next weekend at Phoenix. Tyler Reddick, a playoff driver, in danger of going a lap down at the hands of race leader Ryan Blaney. See if he can hang on. He's 35 points below the cutoff line in a must-win situation right now. I think the big thing here, if you're Denny Hamlin, you're hoping William Byron goes a lap down and doesn't get the free pass at the end of this stage. If it goes green all the way through stage 2. If that happens, it's going to be really hard for William Byron to gain any more positions to the end of this race. That could help Denny Hamlin in a situation where if he doesn't win, he could still finish top 3 and make his way into the championship 4 because Byron would be trapped a lap down well outside the top 20, and that would be the gateway for Hamlin not winning this race and still getting into the championship 4. So if you're a Denny Hamlin fan, that's what you got to be rooting for here is for Ryan Blaney to lap enough cars, get up to William Byron, who's in 22nd right now, going a lap down. Reddick has gone a lap down. He's in the free pass position for the time being. Only 24 cars are on the lead lap. Oh, geez. Yeah, Blaney definitely locked that left front tire up quite a bit before sliding up into the 45 of Reddick. Knocked him pretty far out of the groove. And Ryan Newman's around off turn 4, bringing out a caution. That's big for Reddick, and it's also big for Byron. He doesn't have to worry about going a lap down right now. Ryan Newman loses a lap. And then a handful of laps later, he ends up spinning off turn 4. I'd imagine there was contact. Showing a replay right now, looked like Christopher Bell may have gotten into him.
A little bit of contact right there, just gets Ryan turned around.
Christopher Bell may not have raced with Ryan Newman enough to know that Ryan Newman's not going to let him live that down. It'll come back to haunt him at some point.
All right, Steve, 44 laps still to go on the stage. How important is track position, and how important would 4 fresh Goodyear tires be?
Well, everyone, I believe, has to come to pit road. 96 laps on these tires. Remember, the leaders pitted just before the end of stage 1. They didn't come back in at the end of stage 1. So nearly 100 laps on the leaders' tires. I believe they're going to have to come to pit road. Kim.
And for Tyler Reddick, he didn't lose his cool during any of that battle with Ryan Blaney. The team just checked in with him, asked him what he needed in the car. He said he's just losing the right rear over the course of the run sideways. He doesn't have much else to say, though. He told me he did say he felt like he could beat people in the corner when the car was a little bit tighter. They will likely make an air pressure adjustment to alleviate that problem.
Pit road closed this time around. You know, the leaders have 95 laps, 96 laps on their tires. Brad Kozlowski, who did stop at the end of the stage, who's currently riding in 10th, he has 75 laps on his tires. That still seems like an excessive amount to think you could stay on the racetrack. I don't think we'll see anybody gamble, but I believe all the leaders are going to be coming down. For William Byron, this is just a great opportunity to make another adjustment, right? Like we said, I don't think stage points are their concern at the moment. I mean, yeah, they wish they could get some, but you can't just wish something into existence. With 42 laps to go, it has to be a huge swing of events from 22nd into the top 10. I think the most important thing is they are not good. They're 22nd, yet they're still plus or minus a couple points with Hamlin and the same with Truex. So there's so much potential in front of the 24th. They can make that car better. There's 5, 10, 15 points available.
And here they come to pit road. Dave.
Ryan Blaney said, tell the 45 my bad. The rears are gone away. Didn't mean to get into it. They need a change on this car. Going free at the end, Kim.
And for Christopher Bell, your top radio screen, too tight. He said it started coming to him, though, halfway through the run. He just cannot get off the corners. He's going to stop with 4 fresh Goodyear tires and their air pressure adjustments. Still go fuel, Parker.
They asked him how much he needs. He said not a ton in terms of stutter turn. Then you see the adjustment in the right rear flails. And they also said don't get too close to the wall. You were too close last time. Great shot of Martin Truex Jr. coming into his pit stall. He said he can't get the car pointed in the center. It just washes up. He said I need my turn back. Now it's up to the pit crew. They came in third. You see 1 car flash by, 2 cars flash by, but they hold serve here. It was a bit of a dry race, actually. Truex got a spot there on pit road with those 2 new pit crew members, Rick.
And that number 1 pit stall, very important. How about Hamlin's 11 team? Got him in front of Blaney. So now Blaney has fallen back 2 spots from when he came onto pit road. So the pit crew's stepping up for Joe Gibbs Racing as Hamlin and Truex both gaining spots.
Denny Hamlin wins the race off of pit road. Ryan Blaney falls out of the lead and back to third as Martin Truex Jr. also beat him out of the pits. Having that pit box closer to the exit of pit road with qualifying on the pole today. That's big for Truex. Waiting for the rest of our leaderboard to shake out. It was worth noting, too, and I thought Steve Letarte was going to lead on to it on the broadcast there, but Brad Keselowski was first in the running order of those that pitted back during the stage break that had also ended up pitting during the stage one going when we saw that caution with Harrison Burton, Corey LaJoie, and Alex Bowman. And he only got up to 10th place. He was running 5th at the end of the stage, pitted, only got up to 10th. So 20 lap older tires, you're not going to gain a lot of track position. That is one thing we can take away with the early pit strategy from this race. So you're going to have well more than 20 lap fresher tires if you're going to end up pitting to give up track position a little bit later on and expect to hopefully get that back. I mean, we're going to have to see, I think, kind of like what Steve Letarte also kind of alluded to about that 50 to 60 lap or more fresher tire difference to really start to see that pan out. Because it seemed like Keselowski got up to 9th or 10th pretty quick, and then he just kind of flatlined right there. He didn't gain any more spots the entire rest of the run, which is kind of what I was thinking was going to happen with only about 20 lap fresher tires to begin with. Did end up coming to fruition. Roughly an hour and a half into this one here today with Hamlin out in front of the field. He has still led the most laps in this race to this point with over 100 laps led. Ryan Blaney during the middle of that green flag run was able to take the lead. He has led 25 laps today, and Martin Truex Jr. led the first 48 laps from the pole. Hamlin's total is up to 150 laps led to this point. We're still just shy of the halfway mark in today's race. This caution is our second for incident and our third of the race through the first 222 laps.
Border between Virginia and North Carolina. Huge news for the 19. That number 1 stall doesn't mean you can't speed. He got a speeding penalty coming off of pit road, and so Martin Truex Jr. will have to serve that penalty.
Yeah, we've seen this before. So he's in the first stall available to use, which is really what used to be pit stall 2. You see when he leaves, he stays pretty far left of the 12, which is fine. That's how I would want my driver to lead, but you have to adjust your speed. So this is the 19 pit stall. So as we widen out a little bit, the yellow line to the right, way up here, this is the pit speed line. The other line is a little bit in front of his box here. Well, you see that makes a wedge, right? So it's much farther out here. So pit road speed is calculated on kind of this arc. So it's perfectly fine if Truex goes straight out like this. That's what I would want him to do. You just have to adjust your speed a little bit. Maybe not run 2 red lights. The situation is there is such a strong gear here, these short tracks, that when you step on the gas, softer springs, a lot of traction, you can accelerate. We saw Ryan pre-speed from this stall in the spring. Now the 19 in the fall. Let's listen in.
I literally only hit 2 red coming out. Yeah, still got plenty of time here. See if I get it. Oh, sorry guys. I don't know. I thought I did enough, but there.
So here, I don't want to call it confusion, but Martin, listen, a driver will tell you, oh yeah, I saw 4 reds, I made a mistake. That happens. We're all human, we all make mistakes. You can hear the frustration was like, well, I only did what I thought I was supposed to do. I'm not going to quote whether 2 reds are right or wrong. I don't know how they set their tag. That's not the point. The point is, he was too fast, and now he's going to go all the way to the back of the field.
The goal for him now is to stay in the lead lap until the end of this stage. 6:35 to go, and he dropped the green flag. He has a lot of cars in front of him that did not pit, so he should be able to slice through them.
Hamlin and Blaney making up the front row.
Green flag back in the air. Hamlin on the inside of row 1. Quickly pulling away from that 12th car before entering that first turn. It's going to work out for him, but Blaney with the crossover move is going to likely get back underneath Hamlin into turn 3. Both cars pushing hard into that first turn 3 and 4 entrance following the restart. Blaney and Hamlin racing very aggressively with each other for the stage win. Blaney roughs up Hamlin through turns 1 and 2, and he doesn't want to waste any time. He knows how vital these stage points are. Hamlin going to widen out the corner entry. He's going to fall in line behind Blaney, and he's going to try a crossover move now into turns 1 and 2. It's going to work out. What a battle for the lead between the 11 and 12. Door to door again on the back straightaway. This is allowing Chase Briscoe in 3rd to close the gap. Joey Logano up to 4th. Brad Keselowski just behind them. Todd Gilliland also inside the top 10. So pretty much the same move Blaney worked on Hamlin on that restart. Hamlin was able to make it work on Blaney. Blaney going to try to cross Hamlin back over, but he couldn't get a good enough drive off turn 2, and Denny Hamlin holds on to the lead, although Hamlin overdrives the entry to turn 3. He made a big mistake. Blaney gets back underneath them again, so it looked like Hamlin was going to start to pull away until he blew the next corner. Blaney was too far behind to make any contact with him. Now Hamlin's going to have to cross him over a third time. Will it be a third time too many? Blaney stays out in front. Now he jatters the tires into turn 3. These guys are making all sorts of mistakes in turns 3 and 4. Although this time Hamlin can't get underneath the 12. So although he wheel hopped it, getting into the corner, Blaney will hold serve. And we'll see if the pressure will continue to stay on or if he's going to be able to finally drive away from him. Great battle for the lead there for about 5 to 6 laps after the restart. Back and forth for the lead, went the 12 and the 11. Currently it is a tie between Denny Hamlin and William Byron in the point standings as we run for that final cutoff spot. The tiebreaker is the best finish in the round. So Hamlin holds that tiebreaker with running in second right now. But that's also, again, William Byron is in 21st. So if he just gains one more position, he's obviously going to be ahead of Hamlin in the points. I mean, Byron doesn't have to do much to make it into the championship 4 based off of where he's running right now if Hamlin and Truex don't win this race. And obviously Truex having the speeding penalty is back in 23rd. Trying to make his way through this field of those cars that took the wave round. He's already up 5 or 6 positions from the restart. Been running top 3 the whole day, but that speeding penalty definitely hurt this 19 car. Not going to get any stage points in stage 2, which is pretty much going to ensure that now Truex is in a must-win situation as well as Tyler Reddick and Chris Buescher. Byron underneath LaJoy. Battle for 20th. No stage points on the line outside the top 10, so there's not a whole lot of urgency for the 24 and the 19 with where they're at right now. Truex trying to get through the field as quick as he can, mainly because he thinks he still has a car that is capable of winning. Byron doesn't need to win to get in. He just needs to get a top 15 finish. A top 15 if Blaney wins, because Blaney was already above the cutoff line. Somebody below the cutoff line wins, he's going to have to gain more points to get back to the 12, but I don't know that that would be able to happen with the points Blaney has already scored today, finishing second at stage 1 and now trying to win stage 2. Reddick Jones side by side right in front of Martin Truex Jr. boxing him in. I don't think Truex is going to have to worry about going a lap down before the end of the stage. We're down to just 22 to go this time by. Leaders haven't even caught the back of the field yet, and Truex is currently in 22nd. Byron was not able to pass LaJoy when he was side by side with him. And Corey LaJoy's actually picked up a spot now with Michael McDowell to 18th place. McDowell blocking Byron. Low lane halfway down the front stretch before entering back into turn 1, trying to make sure the 24 wasn't going to get underneath him. So easy to get freight trained at Martinsville when you do lose the bottom. That's why you see so many drivers running defensive line going into the corner, because they know if they're up for grabs of losing one position, they're in danger of losing many more than that. Ryan Blaney out in front of the field off this most recent restart. Denny Hamlin is second, Chase Briscoe third, Joey Logano fourth, Brad Keselowski fifth, Ty Gibbs sixth, Ryan Preece seventh, Todd Gilliland eighth, Kevin Harvick ninth, and Christopher Bell is 10th. 20 to go, stage 2. Side-by-side commercial break right now on NBC. We'll take an ad break here on KRC. Up to 81 likes on the stream. Appreciate that, everybody. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet. Try to get to our goal of 150 before the end of this race. Regine Huddleston, also welcome to the stream. How many cautions? There's been 3 cautions so far. 2 for incident, 1 in each stage, and then the stage 1 break. Guaranteed at least 1 more yellow with the stage 2 break coming up in 18 laps from now. And still, even with drivers taking fresh tires and this most recent restart incoming, the fastest lap of the race still held by, looks like Denny Hamlin, 20.551, back on lap 6. Once again, Ryan Blaney is the only driver to run a lap time faster than his, basically to have his fastest lap time of the race from stage 2 onward. Lap 142 is Blaney's fastest lap. Everybody else's fastest lap was lap 13 and before. Really before the rubber started to settle into the racetrack. I think Blaney's car has really been the only one to adapt to that at such a high rate that he is outrunning the rest of the field. I think that is where he has kind of come up from once he got that track position to begin stage 2. His car is handled better to the lack of grip on the racetrack during the course of the long run. As the tires fall off, the rubber eats into those concrete corners. Gets picked up a little bit under cautions, as we tend to see on the concrete racetracks. But then laid back down again over the course of a green flag run. Denny Hamlin a little bit quicker than Blaney the last couple laps and getting through the lap traffic. Blaney just passed Justin Haley to put him a lap down in 29th place. J.J. Yaley about to go a lap down as well. Again, a lot of these guys took the wave around, so they're on much older tires than the leaders. 12 to go in the stage. Chase Briscoe railing in Hamlin. Hamlin definitely wants to hang on to at least second. If he could catch Blaney, even better for him, because that would be more stage points. And now Hamlin's cut the deficit down to a half a second on Ryan Blaney. Still 10 to go in the stage. Carson Hocevar last car in the lead lap. Blaney to the inside of the 42. Really wide line there for Carson. He's going to give Blaney a ton of room, as the rookie tries to stay up and out of the way of the leaders. Toyotas were kind of dominating the running order in stage 1, but in stage 2, it is now the Fords who have really taken over. 7 Fords inside the top 10, 3 Toyotas. Highest Chevy in the running order is Daniel Suarez in 13th. Highest Hendrick Chevy is Chase Elliott in 15th place today. The bow ties seem to be struggling throughout the course of this race. From middle of stage 1 onward, the long run is where they all seem to be struggling as a manufacturer. Brad Keselowski's made his way back up inside the top 5, which is where he was at the end of stage 1. Finished 5th. Pit strategy got him behind there between late going to stage 1 into stage 2. Only got back up to 9th or 10th. That caution kind of helped reset. He gained a couple more spots on pit road, and then after the restart, and now he's back up to 5th again. Seven laps to go in stage 2. Make that 6 to go now. Hamlin within 0.3 of a second of Ryan Blaney. And I'm sure Hamlin will be very aggressive trying to pass the 12. We saw in that restart, Blaney was trying to move the 11 up out of the way to get that spot. Sure, Hamlin is willing to use the bump and run. And rightfully so, with Blaney using that maneuver to make the pass in the first place. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. not giving Blaney a whole lot of room here as Stenhouse tries to stay on the lead lap in the late going into the stage. He's not going to be able to do so on his older tires. Ty Dillon is now the last car in the lead lap. Not that far out in front of the leaders. Hamlin gets by Stenhouse a little bit quicker than what Ryan Blaney did. And the lead is now down to about 2 to 3 car lengths, coming up on 3 to go in stage 2. Blaney about a car length behind Ty Dillon into turns 1 and 2. Definitely going to have to deal with him. Hamlin running just a little bit off the curb through the first half of the corner. Centering that drive off just a little bit better. He's not swinging all the way out wide, but just a little bit better drive in. Blaney tight around the curb as he's just trying to get underneath the 77, and it's holding him up quite a bit. Hamlin, again, quicker that last lap by a little over a tenth. Blaney is going to sneak to the inside of Ty Dillon finally off of turn 2. Hamlin is coming. Now Hamlin's got to work around Ty Dillon. And I think it's going to be too little too late. Blaney finally got around the 77. Final lap of stage 2. Hamlin trying to do the same. Chase Briscoe's really closed that gap on Hamlin for second place as well. Briscoe having a fast car here today. And he's actually closer to Hamlin than Hamlin is to Blaney. No change in position still, though, within the top 3 in those closing laps of stage 2. And Ryan Blaney will go on to win his second stage of the round of 8 as he won stage 2 at Homestead last weekend as well. 0.6 of a second ahead of Denny Hamlin at the line. Hamlin ends up second in the stage. Chase Briscoe third. Joey Logano fourth. Brad Keselowski fifth. Ty Gibbs 6th, Ryan Preece 7th, Ty Gillen 8th, Kevin Harvick 9th, and Christopher Bell 10th. That is your Stage 2 results and all the drivers that will be getting stage points through the second stage of the race today. Marcus Lorenzen, Patty and Rumby Creations, Tim Brown, welcome into the stream. Anthony Prey, welcome back. Truex had the fastest lap of the race so far, 20.502 at lap 3. Might have missed that. 20.502. Yeah, you're right. He had the fastest lap. Truex has the fastest lap. That was when he was leading then. Hamlin at lap 6 when he was in second place, 20.551, and then Blaney. Actually, Briscoe. Briscoe and Gibbs had faster laps than Blaney's fastest lap at lap 142. But again, that was all in the first 10 laps of the race. So their pace has definitely fallen off from where they once were at the start. Big stage point days, though, for Ryan Blaney and Denny Hamlin, each getting 19 stage points, finishing first and second in their respective stages. First stage win of the round for Hamlin, second for Blaney. And overall in the season, it was the 8th stage win for Denny Hamlin. And looking to see what it is for Ryan Blaney. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it is his... I don't want to guess here. I can't remember what I said it was last week when he ended up winning stage 2. I want to say 3, but that doesn't seem like a lot. So I want to say that this would be his 4th stage win of the year, but I want to check that just to make sure. Not showing it on that page.
Denny Hamlin came in under the cut line. He has gained 19 points. Blaney also gaining 19 points through the first 2 stages of this race. So those two helping their cause to try to get to that championship 4 next weekend. We know for sure one driver is going to get in based on points. And so that's why these guys have been grabbing as many as they can.
And from what I've seen so far today, I think it might only be one. An impressive battle between Hamlin and Blaney. Now it's decision time on top of the pit box. You heard Marty talk about James Small. What is his option for a car that was just speeding? Enough flaps on the tires, 36, and I think pitting could be an option, but I like track position. I would probably stay out. It looks like it's going to be split at the front of the field. The 12, the 11 stay out. The 14 comes to pit road.
So a split field making their way onto pit road, and we'll start with Dave.
The 12 stayed out. That is Ryan Blaney. Those 50-lap tires will be on the car just a little bit tighter that time. Chris Buescher, the 17, tighter that time, needs more center turn, Parker.
And Dave, you see there the 11 stayed out. They used a Cooper, and he looked at his sheet inside the car, and they yelled it right at him as he got to pit road. The 11 stayed on track, Marty.
0 stage points for William Byron today. He said, entry is where you can help me the most. I need more security on initial throttle and on exit. The rears are chattering. That covers the entire corner here at Martinsville. James Small-Steve did think about staying out on the racetrack, but Martin Truex Jr. said the car is just so much different in traffic. He said it was, quote, weird. And there they dropped the jack again. Again, a new jackman here on the 19 team. They were already in the back of the field. They're going to lose a couple more spots on this stop.
Well, you know, it is only a couple more stops, but those 5 positions he gained, it was 30 laps worth of work. Now you just got to give them all up over again. Just a calamity of errors on the 19 car, which has really been the story of their playoff. They were hoping this would be the turn of events. 234 laps to go to turn it around for Mark Truex Jr.
Not looking good for the 19 camp. Once again, Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney stayed out of the pit. Some split strategy going on here. Chase Briscoe from third came in to take 4 fresh tires. As we have, for the time we ended up going green, it was right around 35, 36 laps or so. Fresher tires. Steve Letarte mentioned it was 50 laps, but that isn't counting the caution laps post-pit stop from the middle going of stage 2 to the caution laps. Obviously, we've ran during this yellow as well, which has already been 7. So right around that 35, 36, 37 lap marker on tires is still, we'll see how much of a difference that is going to make. And I think it's going to make the most difference these first 15 to 20 laps of this green flag run. If Blaney and Hamlin can stay in front of the field once we get 20 plus laps into the run, I think they'll be able to stay there. If they fall out of the lead, it's going to be tough for them to get that time back over the course of the run. With this being our Stage 2 break, again, the diecast showing for the end of Stage 2 in these live commentary streams. It's one, again, I've showed off before. I've showed off all the 124 scale diecast so far. This is a 2000 Mark Martin Valvoline Ford Taurus. Really like this scheme. Maybe not as good as the Valvoline scheme from the mid-90s Mark Martin had, but still a good one, a unique one to say the least. Like the white on the race car. I feel like it kind of pops really well. Sometimes I would say the most basic schemes look the best, but at the same time, this one is not basic if you look at the swirls in the car on the side. Probably my favorite number 6 font, though, from Mark Martin, I think, is on this one. Really like that number font. Kind of similar to Greg Biffle's font there from his Granger days in 2003, 2004, in his early days with Roush Fenway Racing. Kind of had a similar number font on the 6, the 1 in the 6 of his car.
Drops on them, and any spots he had gained during that little run, he gave back up again.
Speeding put him behind. This week, changes were made to a tire changer and the jack man. Once again, a slow pit stop. It wasn't a huge penalty because they were near the back, but a penalty still the same. And now we have this split up front. We have 9 or 10 cars who have stayed on the racetrack with some of the leaders, guys. Hamlin and Blaney are a part of this. New tires in 9th or 10th. So Dale Jr., do you want to be defending on old tires or attacking on new? If I got that track position leading the race, I don't want to give it up. Blaney has it, and he's been doing an awesome job all day long. And I hope that, you know, those guys out front, they know what they're doing. They know they need that track position.
Yeah, I do not want to give a track position, but at the same time, there are new tires not far behind. I don't think I want them that close to me.
Green flag back in the air as we begin Stage 3 at Martinsville in the round of 8 cutoff race for the NASCAR Cup Series. Hamlin staying strong on that outside lane with with Ryan Blaney on the restart. He cuts behind him. He almost turns the 12 car on the back straight. This is going to get ugly, I think, going down into turns 1 and 2. If Hamlin clears the 12, he does not. Hamlin was trying to pull in line before the 54. Gibbs got there. He about right hooked Blaney. Blaney got so loose that he couldn't hit his marks in 3 and 4. And he is not going to make this easy for Hamlin. And it looks like Hamlin may have just let him go. Probably a smart move for Denny there, because if he would have gotten in front of him, I don't think Ryan Blaney was going to let that slide. Now Hamlin backing up quite a bit off turn 4 as Ty Gibbs is going to get to his outside. We'll see if Gibbs is going to be able to take over second from his teammate. I mean, Hamlin saw a hole on the bottom. He just mistimed it, and he almost hooked the 12. Spinner. Gibbs is around. Couple cars slamming into him. Daniel Suarez, Brett Keselowski involved. Couple cars parked behind the 34 on the inside of the track.
All of that was continuing to happen. The 54 got to the outside of Denny Hamlin, and then Denny was trying to get the position back. The 54 tried to get in behind Denny. A big checkup, chain reaction, contact down into 3, gets the 54 spun around. So let's take a look here. Down the back straightaway, 54 trying to get in this hole right here. Joey Logano just got in the back of the 54 and never let up. Big contact there with Daniel Suarez sliding into that.
The 54 Gibbs came down the racetrack to protect the bottom, but that was not an aggressive block at all by Ty Gibbs. That is something that we see every time we come to Martinsville, and Joey Logano just wasn't having it. If I'm Ty Gibbs, I am not happy with that. Now, I don't know what happened before. Maybe something happened and Logano was upset at him, but that was some rough driving by Logano.
Keselowski might have gotten the worst of it all. But again, this was how Blaney got so out of shape. The 11 getting into the back of him.
I'm going to tell you, Ryan Blaney is busy inside that race car with that tank swap getting into turn 3.
And we'll have a restart, which means they're going to be right next to each other again. So it tightens everybody back up. Unfortunate for, as I mentioned, the 6 of Brad Keselowski, the 99 Daniel Suarez.
So I think it's a great time to take a pause and understand where we are after 2 stages awarded. On the bottom left, you remind everyone, Bell and Larson are in. Blaney currently leading, Byron +4 over Hamlin. So there's a couple battles going on, and they're really all concern Blaney, Byron, and Hamlin. That's the situation with Reddick and Truex kind of in the back. It starts with this. If you win, you advance, everything's great. Through 2 stages, points awarded, Byron is 1 point ahead of Ryan Blaney. So if you think about that, it really comes down to who can score how many points if we don't have a new winner. Denny Hamlin is still a ways behind. So Denny Hamlin is still the guy that on the outside looking in. You see it. He's -5 to Byron, running second, with William Byron running 15th. So it's the same story over and over again. Denny Hamlin can get in on points, but he has to be thinking must win. William Byron is just looking for a recovery. And for Blaney, if he isn't the leader, then it becomes a very tight points battle between Blaney and Byron as well. So a lot to still happen here with 225 laps to go. And for Reddick and Truex, they need some help. They need a recovery. I mean, Reddick's all the way up to 7th. You see it's just not doing enough of the points. The 19 of Truex, Marty, up to 21st. But I think they still also, with their lack of stage points, have to be thinking win.
Yeah, Steve, the regular season champ is on the ropes here at Martinsville, -30 below the cut line. They debated on staying out like we did under that last caution, but James Small explained to Martin why he wanted to pit. Listen.
At this point, there's something American violence that we managed to stop causing a bunch of people. That's one thing I really showed it. It does go great to at least run on and trap people down. So we'll just have to see how it goes. Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Steve, 224 laps to go. There's a long way to go today here at Martinsville, but that's what James Small is thinking. Put those fresh tires on that last stop, run as long as they can, hope to catch a caution.
Well, and it comes down to when those cautions are, right, Marty? If they catch it perfect, I think it could be to their advantage. But if it's anything like yesterday's race, Dale Jr., you called it, right? We were talking about should we pit or should we stay out in the Xfinity Series race as we see the 99 of Suarez limping his car around. And in that final stage of 130 laps, we only saw about 70 laps of racing, right? 60 laps of yellow. We haven't seen that out of this next-gen car. But with the high heat today and these new Goodyear tires, it wouldn't shock me if we see more yellows.
That right there is what, we're now beyond halfway in this race, and that wreck right there is a little bit of what we expect to see throughout the remaining laps, right? A couple cars were eliminated right there, right? 1 or 2 points for that 24. If he's not good enough to pass anybody, and cars in front of him continue to get knocked out of the race, then that's exactly what they need to be paying attention to. That's what they need to be telling William, hey, look, these kind of things is what we have to avoid. Let's not be part of these crashes. Let's take advantage of the attrition it creates. And there was a big situation there on the racetrack where a lot of cars were stopped on the track. You know, I would argue for those positions if you don't stop on the racetrack. And so, you know, that was a pretty chaotic little series of events right there, but if this continues, right, if this energy continues, certainly we should get many more yellows in the last 100 laps or so. That's how this 24 car goes through. Even without improving the car, even without really doing much about how bad the car drives and going forward in the field, just trying to take advantage of the chaos in front of them.
All right, Dave, how about the 12 and Ryan Blaney?
It was a nice save, wasn't it, Rick? After he had the contact with the 11. This was his view.
Yeah, I don't think the 11 meant to do that. I think he just, at the time, I tried to get down behind me. A little shift. Yeah, so like once he got on you, you just kind of gave you a little room. And you're just how you roll back under you. Okay. How bad are we shifting? Kind of scared the shit. Yeah, he did.
Caught him right when he was shifting, so there was a lot going on there. Again, nice save by Blaney. He hangs on to the lead, Parker.
Right, David, that was Denny saw that the 12 actually lifted. They looked at the data and said he was dragging brake, which Denny said, if he wants to play games, I've got nothing to lose. And under the last caution before this, the team gave him that verdict. Take a listen.
You know, we're certainly in the game against them. We have to win to beat the 12, honestly. I'm not counting on points. But you're everything I can to win. Everything. Yeah, but for me too, man, I want to clock already. I'm telling you.
And there it is. It's quite simple for the 11 team. Go after the win here. They want that clock at Martinsville. It'll be the 6th one for Denny Hamlin if you get it done. Just a little tight in that race car when they reformed here. They told him to use all his tricks if he can.
Warm afternoon, and things are heating up on the track as well. Logano aggressively into the back of the 54. That creates about a 4-car pileup.
So caution is out at Martinsville, as you heard there. Joey Logano getting into the back of Ty Gibbs in a battle for 3rd place. Not too long after the restart to begin Stage 3, and that brings us under caution for the 5th time today. Ryan Blaney has now led 80 laps in this race right now, second most to that of only Denny Hamlin, who he's been battling with for pretty much this entire race from the start of Stage 2 onward for that race lead. Each Blaney and Hamlin have led 3 different times, though Hamlin has led for 155 laps to Blaney's 80 as of right now. With just Blaney, Hamlin, and Truex leading, 3 different leaders, we have already seen 7 lead changes, most of those between the 11 and the 12. In fact, 6 of those 7 lead changes would be between those 2 cars alone. So it's a good one-on-one battle between those two for the rest of this race, or at least for the race being right now. We'll see if that changes, obviously, if we get any more parties involved in the battling for the race win down the stretch. We will take an ad break here. You're listening live to the Xfinity 500 at Martinsville Speedway on KRC for the NASCAR Cup Series. Full flag-to-flag coverage right here on the channel. Yeah, another error on pit road there for Truex. 2 new pit crew members, I guess, on that 19 car this weekend, and definitely hasn't been working out well for him. Pit crew as a whole throughout the course of the playoffs just hasn't worked out very well for him. 24.9 second stop. That is insane. How slow that is. It's like almost 2 full pit stops back to back. It's about what that is. A little more than 2 full pit stops back to back, to be completely honest.
Let the Pods crew handle your next move and save up to 25% during their holiday sale. Go to Pods.com to get up to 25% off and see why Pods has been trusted with 6 million moves. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs, Xfinity 500 from Martinsville Speedway, the oldest short tracks in all of racing, as we get ready for another restart After this caution, which was the 5th,
we heard a lot of conversation between the 11 and the 12 about how hard they're racing. The only thing I would put out there, the small little asterisk, is the 12 of Ryan Blaney. He's pretty secure in on points, even if the 11 wins. So I never want to just give up a win, but at some point in these next couple hundred laps, you might want to understand what's valuable to the 11 versus what's valuable to Blaney.
That's information that the driver will need as they continue on with this one. Blaney on the inside, Hamlin on the outside, back to green. Logano, how aggressive does he get? We saw what he did to the 54 just moments ago. Well, he's right there, the 22, running third. Still side by side for the lead as Hamlin tried to fight on that outside line.
They had some contact, but we heard Ryan Blaney understanding that it feels like Danny didn't do anything intentionally. So as hard as these guys have raced today, it has been a thrill to watch. They're going to continue down here to turn 1.
And with that, when Blaney's out front, Hamlin is out. So Hamlin is now 2 points, 3 points out of that championship 4. That's why the mentality for that 11 team is, we got to go out and win this race.
See that blue and white car on the outside of Ryan Preece? He is the first car on 4 tires.
This year for Harvick.
Preece had some great pace this weekend. We know he led laps here at this racetrack before. See if he can make those 4 tires work. Not real happy with the outside there, so he's going to slide in behind his teammate, Eric Almirola, in the 10. Eric making the announcement he's not coming back to the Cup Series next year. Not sure what that means. He may have some announcements later about what his future is, what the next chapter is. Having a pretty solid day today in Martinsville.
Stuart Haas has been strong here today, as we've seen, as you mentioned. Almirola running in that 8th spot. Preece is right there in 10th. Harvick looking ahead as he runs 11th.
That's the thing about Harvick, and knowing he's running these final few laps in a Cup car in Martinsville, there's tracks that you love, and when you come to it for the last time, start thinking about that in the second half of this race. You're not going to be in competition anymore doing what you're doing out there. Try to soak it in and enjoy it. He's having a good run as well. There's that 19 of Truex trying to work his way through the field. Right there behind the 24 Byron. You see how fragile it is for William Byron, Leslie, 4 points above Hamlin. He liked having his teammate the 9 behind him. I think Chase was kind of being a good, polite teammate. Truex not going to be as polite. He needs to get going.
Marty, how's that 24 doing now? And we've seen him kind of plateau and not move forward. Are they feeling any better about this car?
Car handling a little bit better, Rick, but that's not going to be enough. The moment ago into that last caution, Junior, you were talking about it. They need to spell out to William Byron what he needs to do in this race. Rudy Fugle told him if anyone from below the cut line before the race, like Denny Hamlin, wins today, you have to beat Ryan Blaney straight up. You have to pass the 12 car, which is going to be a tall task as Blaney's out front right now. But if Blaney wins, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, according to Rudy Fugle, 18th or better. That's all William Byron needs to do, and he's in the championship 4.
And he's running 16th right now. So Denny Hamlin running second. If he doesn't win this race, that would put the driver of the 24 into the championship 4. Pod's on board giving us this shot as he looks on with Ross Chastain in front of him. Not a lot has been said about the 5 of Kyle Larson, and Larson currently running in the 7th spot, Kim.
Yeah, I got that spot due to strategy call stayed out during that last caution cycle of stuff. But I asked you, Coach Daniels, what they had to gain today since they won at Vegas and already locked themselves in the championship 4. And he just said, we cannot sleep for a week and expect to show up and win a championship but we still have to execute like it is a race we need to win or have a solid top 5. So, and right now, Kyle Larson in the 7th position.
You're getting a lot of pressure from Eric Almirola. Retirement was mentioned, retirement from full-time. Drew Bleaser, but the crew chief told me that was not a real surprise because we expected him to pull back. But we know we have a good car today, long run especially, and we think that the 10 could be at the front of the pack at the end of today, Kim.
Well, for Christopher Bell running in the 9th position, again, they already are locked in the championship war with their win last week, and they felt good about their car coming into the race today. Well, the balance has just not been there for Christopher. Right now, he's saying it's too tight. It starts to come to him, though, halfway through that run, but he cannot get off the prisoners like he wants to, Parker.
And running behind him is the 41 of Ryan Reese, having a great top 10 run here today. But you know, he told me my goal today is to go win. He's already won a race here this week. He won a modified race on Thursday here with his whole 41 crew, including crew chief Chad Johnson. They worked on that car over the week. They showed up and they won. The pit crew that pitted it was Cole Custer's Xfinity pit crew. So old Stuart Haas modified win for them there in the 41 car. Then behind him, Kevin Harvick in the 4 cars. Last run at Martinsville here in the Cup Series, having a solid run. They've had good pace in that car, especially on the long run, but it feels a little loose, just too loose late in the run on exit, trying to get that power down.
Crew chief Scott Graves trying to keep Chris Buescher, playoff driver, in this game. He currently drives 12. He reminded him that he is one of the cars up in this group that stopped for 4 fresh Goodyear tires. He's making a little progress. Picked up a couple of the last run on this last restart. He's picked up 1 more spot, Rick.
Yeah, we've seen Buescher running outside of the top 20 as well as Tyler Reddick, but those two have turned things around to where Buescher running in the 12th spot, Reddick running 6th, but both of them are in kind of a must-win situation, and so they're both vying for every spot that they can get and trying to get toward the front. Right now, it's Blaney who's been out front as the caution comes out. We see Ty Gibbs and that 54. The flames coming out of the pipes until he can refire it. There he goes.
He was having such a great day. Got shipped into turn 3 by Logano. And now, this problem.
So that's the 6th caution that's come out. Steve, with 197 laps to go, what are we thinking about strategy?
Well, the leaders are out there on 60-lap tires. The ones who had already pitted, we just heard that report about Buescher. You know, he only has about 22 laps on his tires. This is where this final stage gets to be so difficult. I don't think anybody can quite make it on fuel from this point. Not that you want to run 200. I think the leaders, Blaney and Hamlin and Bubba Wallace, are going to have to consider coming to pit road right here. But I think if you're Truex or Byron, this is maybe the stand you have to take. This is the moment where you have to do the opposite of those leaders. If they come to pit road, you might have to stay out. We'll see if all the crew chiefs agree. For sure, we're going to have some pitters. I'm just not sure if it's going to be from the front of the field or the back of the field. I think we are going to have split decisions.
Harrison Burton is going to end up getting a free pass. He was the highest scored lap down car, running 27th.
You see right there. So the leaders decide to keep that track position. Kyle Larson says, all right, I'm going to be the first to pit. He wants to get on the offensive. The 19 of Truex, last minute decision to stay on the racetrack. And you see cars that come behind him.
And here's Kyle Larson in that 5 car, still tight through the center. Does need a little bit of help with that. They will take 4 fresh Goodyear tires with a slight air pressure adjustment. Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Chase Elliott says the car is okay. I just haven't been able to go anywhere in traffic. Just haven't felt like I've had the speed to pass on this racetrack. He'll get 4 and leave.
So the caution comes out for the 54 of Ty Gibbs. As we watch these cars that chose to come to pit road under this caution. Looks like Ty Gibbs, again, a little bit of help. This time it was Carson Hocevar that got into the back of it.
I think the Martinsville comeuppance are starting to get after Ty Gibbs after what happened on this weekend last year with his Xfinity Series race. He's now gone for a spin twice in the Cup Series race here in the fall. Ryan Blaney leads, Denny Hamlin in second right now, Bubba Wallace third, Joey Logano fourth, and Austin Cindric is the top 5. Good run for the Penske trio, all of them in the top 5. Haven't really seen that at all this season, and really for Cindric, this is one of his better runs of the year. He's been outside the top 20 points pretty much all season long. Joey Logano, we're not used to really seeing him up in the top 5 this year either, for that matter. Was eliminated first round of the playoffs. From a consistency standpoint, he had a few top 5s throughout the course of the season, but mainly built off of strategy. Outside of his win at Atlanta, where he ran up towards the front the whole race, we haven't really seen him up in contention for any wins, so it'll be interesting to see if he can put himself in contention to win this race here today as well. If his teammate Ryan Blaney has any sort of a mistake on pit road or anything of that nature, I'm sure Logano could be up there in contention for the win instead. Bubba Wallace really kind of coming up out of nowhere in this final stage as well. He kind of fell to the back half of the top 10 early in the race and just kind of stayed between 8th and 10th most of the day, and now is all of a sudden all the way back up to 3rd. Field is kind of inverted just a little bit more with this set of pit stops going on. Larson, who was in 7th, pitted. It looks like he's going to be scored back at 19th. There were not many cars that hit pit road during that caution. Of those that were on the lead lap, it looks like there were only maybe 6 or 7 cars on the lead lap that actually came into the pits that time.
The Chargers, that coverage beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern for Football Night in America on NBC and Peacock. Chicago, that big win last week over the Raiders. And, of course, the Chargers, 3 of their 4 losses. They've been by 3 points or less, so they've been close, but it doesn't help too much as we take a look at the keys to victory, brought to you by Roth Mortgage.
Well, mistakes. Try not to make any and take advantage of others. There's going to be more pressure in the last 190 laps. If your championship competitors make a mistake, capitalize.
You got to have patience. Especially in this part of the race, everybody's pretty much out of patience. You need a little help from your spotters, your crew chief, to try to keep your head on straight.
When are you going to make your last pit stop? We saw right there some guys pitted a little bit ago. They were not able to make gains.
See the 6 behind the wall, and they had come to pit road. They were involved in that accident earlier, but fire roaring out from underneath the 6 of Keselowski.
Yeah, I can't tell if this is an engine expiring. It seems like an awful lot of smoke out of the exhaust. The fire for sure is a concern. Let's take a look at exactly what happened between Hocevar and Ty Gibbs.
Ty Gibbs maybe moves him out of the way right here. Pretty simple Martinsville racing. Now we're going to go down into turn 1. Hocevar's going to go into the back. And watch this. I'm going to hook you. Wow. And we know that Hocevar has a habit of doing that. And I think he's trying to work on it, but when you come to the Cup Series and do that, you're going to get some hard lessons from these guys. Because, there's not a lot of people going to stand up to you in the Truck Series or Xfinity Series, but this Cup Series is a little bit different.
Carson Hocevar is actually battling for a Truck Series championship next weekend in Phoenix. That's where he runs full-time for points. Coming up on 190 laps remaining. From Martinsville, Blaney on the inside, Hamlin on the outside, and Bubba Wallace and Logano making up row 2. Again, the driver of the 11 is also the co-owner of the 23, the car that's on his inside. Co-owner with Michael Jordan.
And he's got to be careful here. Doesn't want to lose a lot of track position. That car's still a little bit on the tight side balance-wise. Wants to stay up here in his top 2, top 3. Keep the clean air on the front. Keep the car turning.
Logano running back there in the 5th spot with Austin Cindric just in front of him in 4th. So Penske well represented here with Blaney out front, Cindric running 4th, Logano is 5th. Nose to tail now. You see all the way back through Briscoe and Gilliland. Busher with Briscoe on the outside. Slides in behind Reddick and 2 Stewart-Haas. Cars running nose to tail there with Priest and Harvick. Steve, when you bring your driver to pit road, if you didn't come under this most recent caution?
At this point, I think everybody's waiting to get inside their fuel window, which is about 160 laps, so 25 laps from now. That's really going to be the stretch. That's one of our keys to victory is when you come to pit road on this final stage. And how many times, track position still seems to be king as Blaney and Wallace Hamlin control the front of this field. You see Truex kind of stuck back here in 16th, trying to recover. I would say doing an okay job. And right behind him, though, Larson, who's now full of feeling on fresh tires, he might be in the best position. If this runs long, just how much room the 5 can make, or if we have another quick yellow, he probably can stay out and get some track position.
William Byron there on the inside of Todd Gilliland.
And William gave him a little bit of a shot down at 3 and 4 to get him up off the bottom of the racetrack, try to get underneath his 38. Todd's had a great run today. This 38's ran up in the top 20 for most of the race. Done a good job, had good speed. Trying to fight. Running around cars that he usually doesn't run with all week, all year, and trying to earn that respect.
Gilliland running in the 14th position. And Byron just in front of him, Marty.
Rick, yes, that is 13th for William Byron. Honestly, crazy to say with 181 to go. The best they have run all day long. And Byron echoed that a moment ago to Rudy Fugle, his crew chief.
That was way better. We still need a little bit of entry. My drive is good. I'm pretty connected. I just need a little bit more entry. That adjustment was really powerful for the entry. It was really good.
Steve, when your driver tells you that was a powerful adjustment, you like that as a crew chief. It also helps Ryan Blaney is leading. That means Byron on the right side of the cut line, but finally some hope in the 24 camp with the race car.
Yeah, gave me some adrenaline as a crew chief. Any adjustment that was powerful enough that your driver, kind of gives you that sort of feedback. That's what Rudy Fugle's been looking for. He's been turning knobs all day. Now he's found one that can adjust what he's looking for. He's got to have at least one more stop, if not a couple more from here. Just how much farther forward can this 24 get? Pretty wild right here. It's one car, Chastain, the 5, the 19 of Truex waving, and somebody's cutting him a break out back because it's been nothing but bumper cars with this 5 and this 1 right here. And Truex is sort of waiting for this to sort out.
How long will the patience play off? That was another one of the keys, and around goes one car. Looks like the 34. And so Michael McDowell spins and brings the caution out.
Yeah, that 5 and the 1 battle had a whole lot of cars sort of checked up. And a lot of guys trying to be careful, trying to stay off each other, just run out of patience and time there. You think about the first few races with this car at this racetrack, you could hardly spin anybody out. They figured out how to do it now. There's been a lot of contact with cars going around. You can see right here, in the corner, almost looked like, just ran out of room. Like just a typical Martinsville deal. The 34 of McDowell didn't give him much room at all. Yeah, McDowell ran a little tight. Once the contact was made, the 43 turns right to save itself, right, of the track, and then turns the 34 around. Now, Steve, you get to decide what to do. Oh, I think at this point, I'm coming to pit road. I'm coming, which could be the last time for the day if I think I can make it on fuel. Just in case this thing continues to cycle in short runs, I may never come again. I don't think I want to run 176 laps. Now, if I don't think I can make it on fuel, I would stay out. But I think I'm in my window probably with caution. So I expect to see the leaders finally throw the towel in and say it's time to come to pit road. We'll see if they agree.
Sure enough, and the 12 gets the first pit stall, Dave.
Jonathan Hassler, crew chief, said that wasn't quite what we needed, but Ryan Blaney said we maybe should go 50 more. They said, nope, let's do it now. 4 tires and fuel.
And for Tyler Reddick, he said loose end, tight center, no drive off. He told his crew it's just not good enough to get off the corner. Crew chief Billy Scott said we'll help that with a little bit of air pressure adjustment. Parker.
And for the 11 team, this could be the most important stop of the day. Adjustment there in the right rear is going to be 4 Goodyear tires for Denny Hamlin. This 11 team, Marty.
Out the handling of the 24 car for Rudy Fugle. William Byron said just a little bit too free in, but the exit is still good. The drive off, really happy with that. He also said it's really hot in the car. Martin Truex Jr. on pit road. He agreed with you, Jr. He said his bumper car is back here in traffic, too tight on the exit of the corner for Truex.
Gas only for a couple guys. Almirola and Larson gaining a lot of spots.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Almirola, Larson, Stenhouse, Busher didn't take any tires. No tires for Austin Dillon. Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney were 8th and 9th off of pit road. Of those that ended up taking 4. Hamlin did beat the 12 out by about a half a car length, but a lot of other cars obviously beat him out, taking no tires and 2-tire pit stops there to try to gain some track position. So it'll be interesting to see the 12 and the 11 try to race their way back towards the front of the field. And I'm not sure if anybody may have stayed out of the pits entirely there. We'll wait for our leaderboard to update, and then we will kind of blow through the top 10 in the running order, which would lead us into this next race start with about 174 laps to go. You're listening live to the Xfinity 500 in Martinsville on KRC. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet. Up to 97 likes on the stream. The goal of 150. Be sure to subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we try to get to 5,000 subscribers on the channel before the end of the NASCAR season at the end of next weekend's races. Closed the poll a little bit ago. Just after the end of Stage 2 for who you thought was going to win the race today. 166 votes were casted, so thank you for anybody who voted for that. And you guys think somebody other than Truex, Larson, or Hamlin will win? Ryan Blaney won Stage 2, not leading anymore following the pit stops and the way of which we saw teams and drivers end up taking 2 tires and no tires there on pit road has jumbled the leading order up a little bit more, but none of those 3 are leading. So as of right now, you guys looking to be correct on that. Griswold, Roxy Bollinger, Dan Bowers, also welcome to the stream. John Barber, thanks for tuning in. JBX 30,001. Asking Truex's team trying to lose. It may seem like that, I guess, the way things have been going on pit road today. A couple of mistakes, speeding from Truex as well. Early in the race kind of put him behind. He was top 3 for the first half of the race. Right there behind Hamlin and Blaney, but obviously put back in traffic. He hasn't been able to capitalize since then. Even with the shaking of the running order going on with some drivers taking 2 versus 4, Truex is still roughly 10 positions behind Blaney in the running order. Chase Elliott going to be the leader on the restart as he stayed out of the pits. The 9 team is in a must-win situation to make the Owners' Championship 4. So there is something still to race for, although we have not seen Elliott higher than 10th in the running order today. And then Eric Almirola, who took no tires, fuel only on that last pit stop, 4th place right now. So the top 3 or 4 cars, as it looks like McDowell might have stayed out as well. So you got 4 cars that stayed out of the pits entirely with that caution coming out. Something's happened to the pace car, it looks like.
What was going on? They're struggling to get the car to move. We have a cleanup truck pacing the front of the field, so we have that under control. But, yeah, he just pulls up to the top. I don't know.
And these drivers are they're trying to figure out what to do because they have to follow the pace car.
And Chase is like, I don't want to pass you. I don't think I'm allowed to stop right here. Hey, you said before the race that we would see things we've never seen before.
Oh, my, that really seeing something.
Oh, this is so good right here. This is...
Do we have a backup pace car?
Can we not just push it with another truck or...
It's a good-looking car.
We're going to put it on display,
Marty.
Rick, you gotta love the Martinsville fans. They're literally in 1 and 2 cheering the tow truck about to tow the pace car. That's a new one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely something we haven't seen for quite some time. But the crowd having some fun with it.
Hey, fall race in Martinsville. You never know what you're going to see.
Anything can happen. The 3, the 48, the 51, and the 77.
The heck happened to the pace car?
Speeding on pit road this last time. Grandstands in the shades now on the front stretch.
Got an AMR safety truck pace in the field.
These extra pace flaps here, this is actually helping a bunch of teams that were really tight on fuel here. As we have 170 laps to go. Some of those that stayed out, some that just had short stops on pit road, didn't get it fully full. So some of the teams on this view here are saying this is helping them get to the end of this race fuel-wise. Could change much a little bit.
So, I believe we have a second pace car, and they'll swap the driver into the backup pace car.
Backup pace car, of course you have a backup
There it is. There's a backup pace car. So, hopefully, I mean, let's get this show on the road. Let's get the race going here.
We saw a year ago Ross Chastain do something that we had never seen before in NASCAR when he ran the wall and ended up gaining 5 spots and advancing into the championship 4. Now the pace car has been swapped out for the backup.
Safety
Get ready
first.
for the restart. A couple different cars up front here with Chase Elliott and Corey LaJoie bringing the field back to the green. So much still on the line.
Top 3 cars pitted on lap 305.
Oh.
2 spots remain for the championship 4. Right now they're held by the 12 of Blaney and the 24 of William Byron. You see the points on the lower left of your screen.
And this is the first time. Contact! 10 car up the racetrack. He and the 43 of Eric Jones got together.
Eric Jones been pretty aggressive today. I don't know if this is going to be over with.
The 5 into the back of Eric Jones now.
Alvarolo's upset, the 43's upset, maybe the 5's even upset.
And 3 wide, deeper in the field.
Yeah, Blaney's part of that 3 wide back there. As we continue to look at the battle right there inside the top 10.
He's being reminded how nice it was up front.
There's Blaney that's trying to sort himself out. Here's Denny trying to get down into the corner. Underneath his teammate. We'll call him a teammate, Bubby Wallace. And Denny sees all this in front of him, and he's like, oh no, just get me through here.
Yeah, 34.
Oh, Bubba had to get out of the gas, more contact. Bubba got squeezed into the wall on the outside there.
Reese gets into the back of him again. Steve, you had said it was going to be under 100 laps, but apparently under 170 laps, it gets a little chaotic.
Well, it's a little chaotic, but everybody's still going straight. I still think there's a couple notches that are going to turn it up still, but we knew the field was going to be mixed up, and here it is.
Denny underneath the 47 now. Trying to move forward. You got to move forward, trying to do it carefully, trying to do it smartly here. And Blaney loves it. He's like, 11's making the hole. I'm just going to follow him through. Denny's having to do the hard work of getting these cars up off the bottom of the racetrack.
Still a little bumping and banging here as we see Bell and the 47 Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trading a little paint. Crossover move out of Cindric behind these two. Bubba Wallace still stuck on the outside.
He's putting up a big fight, though. He is not quitting. We've seen all day this outside it's not bad. If the guys on the bottom start banging into each other to get checked up, it allows you to roll around some of them.
Saw Priest get into the back there of the 34 of McDowell. Bubba got in the wall a little bit here as he went high, and it was 3 wide coming out of the turn. Right there. So Chastain. Yeah, he got into the back of the 34, moves him up the racetrack.
Sure did. Yeah, he's been really aggressive. When he gets to you, he's going to hit you. And now McDowell's like, hey, buddy. Oh, McDowell's actually pretty calm there.
Yeah, but Bubba might not be, and he's right behind the 34.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Chastain knew it was coming, and he sealed it down in there to keep from getting hit. And behind this, there's William Byron. He has gotten by Tyler Reddick. Tyler, just a big struggle today.
It was just 1 year ago when we saw something that we never thought we would see. And here is the big move presented by Pods Moving and Storage. We do have to go back to a year ago when we saw Ross Chastain do something that he had to do to get into the championship four. He was behind the 11 of Denny Hamlin by 2 points going into that last lap. He was able to make up 5 positions on the racetrack, and that secured a spot in the championship four for him a year ago.
Still doesn't look real a year later. Like you think it's been edited. And what a great job this team did. They designed a paint scheme and a helmet scheme with the right side was kind of already marred up like it had rode the wall. Trackhouse, Ross Chastain. You see on the hood, it leaned into what happened a year ago. Just really well done by the whole organization. And what a move. I mean,
Well, it was outlawed now.
Yeah.
After he did it, NASCAR said, you know what, we can't do that again.
Yeah, I mean, it was outlawed. He was going almost 100 miles an hour faster than the cars on the inside. There's a great look at the helmet that's painted that way on purpose, like it rode the wall. You know, there's an access gate over on turn 4. It worked, and I'm going to give them credit. It was amazing. Yeah. But I'm thankful we're not going to see it time and time again. It makes that one even more special, and then it doesn't put these drivers in a situation where they have to do that at the end of these races.
And when we asked Ross Chastain about it after the move was made, he said, I wouldn't do it again. And he brought that up again this week when he was asked about it. Would you do it if it was legal again? And he said, no, I would not do it again, knowing the danger that's involved. A little bumping there out of the 11 of Hamlin trying to get Briscoe up the racetrack to take that spot. Those two fighting for the 7th position. Right now, the championship four has the 12 and the 24 in there, but it's Chase Elliott out in front here at Martinsville.
So once again, Chase Elliott and Corey LaJoie, along with Eric Almirola, up at the front of the... Well, Almirola actually pitted for fuel only, but Chase Elliott, Corey LaJoie, Eric Jones, they did not pit at all. Kyle Larson ended up taking 2 tires. He is in 5th place. The first driver on 4 fresh tires is Denny Hamlin in 7th as of right now. So your top 10 currently with 149 laps to go reads Chase Elliott in the lead by 2.1 seconds over Corey LaJoie. Eric Almirola again in 3rd place, 2.4 seconds back. Eric Jones in 4th, 4 seconds off the lead. Kyle Larson in 5th, 5.2 seconds off the lead. Chris Buescher is 5.8 seconds back in 6th. 6.6 seconds back is Denny Hamlin in 7th. 6.7 seconds off the lead is Chase Briscoe in 8th. Ryan Blaney 9th, 6.9 seconds back. And Todd Gilliland rounding out the top 10 right now as he is 7.4 seconds off the race lead. So that is your top 10 with 148 laps to go in the Xfinity 500 at the Martinsville Speedway. Just over 2.5 hours after the drop of the green flag of today's race. Great race so far. Honestly, if you don't like the racing we've seen so far today, you don't like short track racing. This is about as good as it gets. This is really good action all the way throughout the course of the race. We got a great points battle we've been watching, but the racing itself has been really good. Denny Hamlin up to this point has led the most laps in this race. 156 laps led for Hamlin, 122 laps led for Ryan Blaney, 48 laps led from the pole for Martin Truex Jr., and 26 laps led by your current race leader, Chase Elliott. Again, for the Owners' Championship, Chase Elliott in a must-win situation there to try to keep that season alive. So, honestly, I mean, with the track position he's got now, we'll see if he can keep it. The problem is we do know he is going to have to pit again before the end of the race, knowing that he last pitted with more than 200 laps to go in the race in its entirety to this point. Also, if you're just tuning in, the pace car blew an engine or something had a mechanical failure of some sort during the last caution period. They had to tow that out. Luckily, there was a backup pace car for them to use. There was an AMR safety. Well, first there was a tow truck that was kind of pacing the field. And then there was an AMR safety truck pacing the field when the tow truck had to pull the pace car off. And they got the backup pace car out and ready to go there for the next caution. If we see another caution the rest of the race today. So crazy scenario here at Martinsville in the late going of this race. Could you imagine if that was like later in the race when that happened and just added more like caution laps to the end of the race? Luckily, it was in the middle to the late, second third of the race or so going, and not necessarily at the very end. That would have been crazy if that happened in a pressure-packed situation like this. But Right now, as we stand, again, Chase Elliott with the race lead. He's running lap times faster than Corey LaJoie on a consistent basis, so he's pulling away. Blaney just passed Chase Briscoe for 8th place during the commercial break, so now Blaney is trying to catch right back up to Denny Hamlin once again, and we'll see if he'll be able to do that over the course of this one. Live commentary streams for next weekend for the NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series races right here on the channel, so you can tune in for those. Our start time for our Truck Series Championship 4 race at Phoenix on Friday night next week is at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. It's going to be the latest start time I've ever had to a stream, but 10 p.m. will be the start of that race Eastern Time. So if you want to stay up late on Friday night to watch the truck race with me and the rest of whoever else is going to be in the chat and watching the stream live that day, you can. Our NASCAR Xfinity Series race coverage is, I'll check that real quick. See when that race is going to start. Got to bring the schedule up right now. I do know the truck race starts at 10, though. So 10 p.m. start time on Friday night for the Truck Series. Come on, let's get going. I swear this laptop is slow. We got 2 more weeks, and I don't have to deal with this thing ever again. Craftsman 150 at Phoenix. So again, 10 p.m. on Friday night. Saturday night, the Xfinity Series race will begin at... Come on. Xfinity Series race is going to start at 3:30. That is actually when the race started yesterday. Good Lord, this is taking longer than what I thought it was going to take. 7. Okay, that sounds more like it. So 10 p.m. Friday night for the Truck Series. 7 p.m. for the Xfinity Series race Saturday night. And then the Cup Series race will be on Sunday afternoon. And that will be starting at 2:30. So 2:30 next Sunday for our live commentary of the Cup race, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday night for the Xfinity race, and 10 p.m. Friday night, for the Cup Series race. So that's our schedule for next weekend for our final live commentary weekend of the year for NASCAR. It's the only thing that sucks about this time of the year. It's great watching racing still, and it's great watching the points battle down the stretch, see who's going to win the championships in the respective series, but it stinks knowing we just have a couple weekends of NASCAR left here this year, and we'll be off for a few months and back at it again next year. I will not be off for a couple months. We will still be having some content on the channel throughout the course of winter, but from the live commentary for these NASCAR races on the race weekend for the Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series, obviously we're not going to have any for a few more months. Corey LaJoie starting to eat into that lead just a little bit on Chase Elliott. Not sure if it's lap traffic holding Elliott up or not, but LaJoie has closed that gap down about 0.4 of a second over the last several laps. Denny Hamlin still remains in 7th. In fact, the highest playoff driver running that is not locked into the next round of the playoffs, so not including Chase Elliott, who's only in the running for the Owners' Championship. And then Kyle Larson, who's already locked into the Championship 4 with a win in the round at Vegas, is in 5th. But Chris Buescher in 6th place right now in a must-win situation. Did opposite on strategy to try to leapfrog the field, and we'll see if he can maintain the track position the rest of the way. And then obviously you've got Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney still 7th and 8th, not that far behind him. 132 laps to go, and these laps wind down pretty quickly, about 3 in the span of a minute. So if we stay green for a long time, it's going to be very interesting to see how some of these other drivers get back up in contention in this one. The point standings as we run leads Ryan Blaney 16 points above the cutoff line on Denny Hamlin. Hamlin just 1 spot ahead of him in the running order. And then William Byron is the last driver above the cutoff line as we run. So Byron is 6 points ahead of Hamlin, with Byron running in 19th place right now, Denny Hamlin in 7th. Mathematically speaking, if nobody below the cutoff line wins this race today, William Byron would have to finish 19th or better to make it to the Championship 4. So where he's running right now, even if Denny Hamlin were to run all the way up to 2nd place, he would still make it to the Championship 4, assuming that Buescher, Truex, Reddick, or Hamlin do not win. which as of right now, again, Buescher in 6th, Hamlin 7th. Truex back at 22nd still. Tyler Reddick is right there with him in 21st. So really at this point, Byron only has to really worry about Buescher or Hamlin winning. And he really didn't even have to worry about Buescher winning because he was outside the top 10 this entire race. I think he was really as high as 13th in the running order before the shaking of the running order with the most recent pit stops. Buescher ended up taking no tires, which is why he was able to leapfrog ahead of Hamlin and Blaney in the running order and get up inside the top 10 for the first time today. Now, there are more drivers that have ran their fastest lap of the race in Stage 3. Those drivers would include Chase Elliott, Corey LaJoie, Eric Almirola, Eric Jones. Now, granted, that was all because they now have track position towards the front of the field with taking either no tires on pit road or not pitting at all. And then Ryan Blaney also ran his fastest lap of the race along with Joey Logano at the very beginning of Stage 3 in one of the early green flag laps there. Same goes for Austin Cindric and the other Penske Ford. Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s fastest lap at lap 343 off the most recent restart we just had as well as he runs in 13th. So the spotlight drivers, based off the pre-race predictions and how those predictions are going so far, picked Denny Hamlin to win the race today. He was obviously a must-have as well. In 7th, currently Kyle Larson in 5th. And Martin Truex Jr., the only one of the three must-haves outside the top 10, as he sits 22nd. The sleeper picks right now, Eric Almirola 3rd, Chase Briscoe in 9th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 13th, so 2 for 3 there as well. And the don't have picks that are predicted all to finish outside the top 10, I'm 3 for 3. The way things stand for the time being, Kevin Harvick has dropped all the way to 24th. He was 5th at the end of Stage 1, but he hasn't really had top 10 speed at all since Stage 3 started, and the pit strategy has only gotten him even further behind. The other two drivers would have been Tyler Reddick, who was in 21st, and I guess Chris Buescher's in 6th now, so I guess I'm 2 for 3 there as well. So 6 for 9 across the board in total, but again, we still have 122 laps to go. Side-by-side NASCAR nonstop commercial break right now on NBC, so we'll take an ad break ourselves here. In the final third of the race at Martinsville, you're listening live on KRC. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we continue our coverage of the Xfinity 500. Still a 2-second race lead for Chase Elliott over Corey LaJoie. Not sure exactly when Elliott, LaJoie, Jones are going to pit. If we get the next caution anytime soon, I wonder if they just pit then. They're more than likely not going to be able to make it on field at the end of this race. If it goes green, they definitely won't be. They're still looking to be 30 to 40 laps short. That's going to be tough to save under caution unless we get a huge amount of cautions the rest of this race. And that's going to be a lot to save, obviously. And the only reason it's even remotely savable under a bunch of cautions is because it's just a half-mile racetrack and the caution speed's only 45 miles an hour. Might even be slower than that. I know the pit speed's 35. I don't expect too much to come out of that, though. Almirola now to second place, just past Corey LaJoie. Something happened to LaJoie that last lap where he ran 4/10 slower than the race leader. Almirola caught him and passed him. So now Almirola sits in P2. It was announced earlier this weekend that Eric Almirola will not be returning to full-time competition in the NASCAR Cup Series, so he is not going to be in that 10 car next year at Surhaas Racing. So alongside his teammate Kevin Harvick, they'll both be at least retiring from the Cup Series at the end of the year. We know Harvick more than likely will be retiring from NASCAR as a whole next season, as he'll be in the broadcast booth for the first half of the season on Fox next year. It'll be interesting in hearing him commentate every Sunday. Done some Xfinity Series broadcasts here and there over the last couple of seasons on that side of things, but hearing him alongside Mike Joy in the booth, now Clint Boyer obviously as well. Be interested to see how that all goes about. Of course, Boyer and Harvick teammates too, so maybe they'll have some fun stories to share throughout the course of the race as well. Quite a few of the playoff drivers have been able to work their way into the top 10 off this restart after not restarting in the top 10. And Christopher Bell's another one of which, as he just passed Todd Gilliland moments ago to get to 10th place. Still a few of them outside the top 10. Byron in 19th still. Again, that's where he has to finish to make it to the championship 4. He's 6 points to the good right now, but if Hamlin were to get up to second, Byron would still have to finish 19th or better to get in. If Hamlin gets to the lead, he would have to beat the 12 Brian Blaney straight up, which is going to be tough with the speed that 12 car has had so far. But as we saw yesterday in the Xfinity Series race with how many cautions were down the stretch, especially that last lap debacle at the front of the field and a big crash happening, it's never over till it's over. Corey LaJoie finally getting by the lap car of Ryan Newman. And he is quickly falling off from Almirola. Almirola is pacing a little bit quicker than Chase Elliott, though. After passing LaJoie for second, he's consistently been about 0.2 of a second or so quicker a lap than the race leader. So good things going for Eric Almirola. I mentioned he was one of the sleeper picks. I wouldn't have thought that he was in contention for the win today, but we'll see how that's going to go. Still expecting more fall off over the course of this run before the end of the race. We've only ran about 50 laps during this green flag run. We've seen fall off as much as 2 seconds during the 90 to 100 lap green flag runs that we were seeing earlier in the race. The longest green flag run of the day was 106 laps at the very start of the race before the first caution. We had a 90 lap or so green flag run in stage 2 as well. This is the longest green flag run, again, just over 50 laps in stage 3. Chase Briscoe getting by Alex Bowman, who has been a lap down ever since his spin from that first caution back in stage 1, and he is actually now 3 laps down on the racetrack as he continues to lose time. Bowman back in 32nd. There are 4 cars out of the race today, those being Brad Keselowski, who will end up finishing 33rd, Daniel Suarez 34th, J.J. Yeley 35th, and B.J. McLeod last and 36th. Both Yaley and McLeod were not involved in any incidences, but they were taken out because of mechanical failures. And then Daniel Suarez, Brad Keselowski in that same incident with Ty Gibbs spinning off the front of the 22 of Joey Logano. Gibbs went on for another spin, but still remains on the lead lap. His car's a little banged up, though, as he's the last car on the lead lap at 25th. Gap down to a 1.5 seconds between Elliott and Almirola now at the front of the field. 1.5 second difference between the top 2. Corey LaJoie 3 seconds back in 3rd. Eric Jones 4.2 seconds back in 4th. And Kyle Larson still in 5th place, 5 seconds off the lead. Nearly 400 laps complete out of 500 today at Martinsville Speedway in the elimination race of the round of 8 of the playoffs for the NASCAR Cup Series. 2 spots for the championship 4 on the line coming into the race today. The 2 locked in, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell winning the first 2 races of the round. A win guarantees you a spot if you can win this race. Of any of those other 6 still vouching for those final 2 spots, at least one driver will lock themselves in on points. If none of them win, of course, there will be 2 spots locked in on points. And as of right now, it is looking to be 2 drivers on points with Chase Elliott out in front of the field. Elliott has not won yet this season. He has had a win in every season in the NASCAR Cup Series since his first win back in 2018. Ended up having 3 wins that season before the season was out, but had a streak going there. Unfortunately, with the injury he had earlier this year, missing a handful of races, 6 to be exact with the injury, then 1 of a suspension. Wonder if he maybe could have had another shot at a win in those 7 races he missed. Definitely would have had a really good shot at making the playoffs. And considering the fact that Chase Elliott for the Owners' Championship is in the round of 8 of the playoffs, you know, what could have been out of Chase Elliott's season if he didn't have that injury? I mean, he would be, you know, right there in the thick of things for the championship 4. Just based off of, you know, where the car is at. And obviously, Elliott wasn't in that car for those 7 races he was out of it, so who's to say that, you know, necessarily he would have picked up maybe more playoff points or wouldn't have finished as well as, those finishes dictated as well. But considering he came in with no playoff points and has still made his way to the round of 8, that's pretty impressive in and of itself. And now he's leading at Martinsville. And although he hasn't had the car, he also really hasn't had the track position. It's the first time he's had that today. And trying to make the most of it of what it's worth. Needs to win the race to get the Owners' Championship for that 9 team. And it's the least he can do for that organization and for that team. And go race for an Owners' title next week at Phoenix. If he does win today. Does have one career win at Martinsville, and it came back in 2020. Same season he won his only NASCAR Cup championship. Hard to believe that's almost 4 years ago now. That feels like it was like a year or two ago. That's what it feels like. Chase Elliott was the NASCAR champion 4 years ago as of next weekend already. That is just insane. Should say 3 years ago. I gotta do my math correctly there. That's probably why that seemed a little off. 3 years. 2020. It is 2023. I don't know why I added an extra year in there. It'll be 3 years next weekend. But even still, I mean, like I said, it feels like a year or two ago. 3 years have already passed by and Chase Elliott winning his first NASCAR title. Cup Series. It's hard to believe he won his first Xfinity Series title like 7 years ago already. I mean, that doesn't... It might have even been more than that. When did he win the Xfinity title? 2015. 8 years ago. I think it was 2015. It's 2016. It was 2014. Because he didn't win the championship his last year in Xfinity. He won it his first full-time Xfinity season. His second, I think he finished second in points. It's been 9 years since Chase Elliott won his Xfinity title already. It doesn't feel like he's been in the sport that long. It's crazy. I'd say I'd be showing my age, but he's actually older than me, so it's kind of like a mixture of both, but crazy. Almirola cutting that lead down under a second now on Chase Elliott with less than 100 laps to go. He's 0.8 of a second. Make that now 0.6 of a second off the lead at the line. So that battle for the lead is starting to get closer and closer as the tires continue to fall off over the course of the run. The lap times that Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Chris Buescher, some of those playoff drivers in the back half of the top 10 are running only about a tenth or two quicker a lap than Chase Elliott at the front of the field. So, again, a lot of the lap times basically dictated off of, where you are in the racetrack and where other cars are around you. The less traffic you have, the more likely you are of running the fastest lap time with everybody on this old of tires. Those that did pit versus those that stayed out, the tires have definitely evened out to this point in the run. And we didn't see a whole lot of movement on that last restart, considering that Blaney and Hamlin were 8th and 9th off of pit road. And they're 7th and 8th right now. So only a couple spots gained for each driver. And they've been stuck in 7th and 8th place for quite a while now. Two-tenths of a second is the difference for Almirola and Elliott at the line, and now Almirola is actually all over Chase Elliott, looking to the inside through 3 and 4. Almirola trying to get a win before his career's up here in a couple of weeks. Elliott trying to get a win before his season's up. But the lap times Almirola was running compared to Elliott recently, it's going to be tough for Chase Elliott to hold on. 89 laps to go. Almirola still underneath the 9. Has not cleared him yet. Gums up off the bottom just a little bit. Elliott has to check up, and Almirola gets to the lead. With 88 to go, Eric Almirola leads at Martinsville. We've seen quite a few drivers get their final career win right here at Martinsville. Can Almirola add his name to that list? Meanwhile, battle for 7th between Blaney and Hamlin. This is an important battle going on right here. First of those on the fresher tires. From a pit strategy standpoint, these could be the two going for the win. Still door to door. Blaney underneath the 11. Sitting behind him for an awfully long time. Finally looking to make this move. Chase Briscoe is closing in behind them, who was also in the picture, was third behind these two at the end of stage 2. Hocevar way up the racetrack and out of the groove. Right in front of them. Hamlin Blaney squeaked by underneath, no problem, and they still stay side by side in their battle for 7th. Chris Buescher right in front of both cars. And being on that bottom lane, I wonder if that's maybe hurting the turn in the 12 just a little bit. Can't imagine it'd be helping knowing the aero deficiencies with this next-gen car. On the short tracks of road courses especially, Hamlin is able to fend off Blaney, continues to work that outside line. We haven't really seen cars really work into the outside groove at all today. But the Gen 6 car here, we'd see that line move up throughout the course of the race. We have not seen that at all today. Although Hamlin trying to get it to work now as he closes in on Chris Buescher. He's pulled away from Blaney just by a couple car lengths by running that outside. And he may be able to make the pass on the 17 car by running up there as well. And they really got to get going because they're 7 seconds off the lead if this stays green to the end. Although if it does stay green to the end, remember that Chase Elliott, Corey LaJoie, Eric Jones did not pit at all. So they're less likely to make it on fuel than everybody else. So that would be 3 positions in the running order, but they would still, again, be 7 seconds behind Almirola, who's now out in front with Chase Elliott no longer leading. Failed attempt on the outside lane for Hamlin to make the pass. Blaney will get to the outside of Denny Hamlin and try to make the pass on the 11 this way as well, through 1 and 2. Great job by Blaney. And he's now half a car length clear on the entry to turn 3 on the 11. Hamlin not rolling the bottom very well, slips up a little bit, and Ryan Blaney just took Denny Hamlin to school through 3 and 4, passing him on the outside. Briscoe's going to try to get by the 11 on the bottom, and we'll see if Blaney can get by Buescher next. That was an important pass made there for the 12. Because if these two do get to the front of the field, it will be the 12 car in control of Hamlin for the time being, trying to keep him out of victory lane to better his chances of making it to the championship 4. Blaney 18 points above the cutoff line. Byron +8 on Hamlin right now. But Hamlin has lost a spot to Blaney. He's in danger of losing another spot to Briscoe rather. Still side by side, and Hamlin is losing the 12. 78 laps to go. Blaney to the outside of Buescher. Battle for 6th going on. William Byron trying to pick up some more spots. We last checked, he was in 19th. He is up to 18th place. And Blaney has passed Buescher now for 6th place. That last lap, Ryan Blaney was 0.4 of a second quicker than the race leader, Eric Almirola. So maybe now that we're getting this far into the run, those fresher tires starting to kick in a little bit more for Blaney. I should say the fresher tires starting to kick in, but he's just got way less laps on his tires. 30 to 40 laps less than what Almirola, Elliott, and pretty much everybody in front of him has, who ended up going fuel only. Larson might have taken right sides. I can't really remember exactly if he took rights or not. He either took rights only or no tires. But there were a couple that took 2, and I think he might have been the one. Almirola still continues to work his way through lap traffic. Now, he did pit for fuel only, so as far as the fuel standpoint goes here for Eric Almirola to the end, he's definitely got a better chance of making it than those behind him of Elliott, LaJoie, and Jones. And if Almirola can't make it, you would have to wonder if guys like Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin, and pretty much every other driver in the field can make it. Because from a pace standpoint, again, depending on where you are traffic-wise, everybody's running somewhat identical lap times. 73 laps to go. NASCAR nonstop commercial break. We'll go through the full field running order then. Well, that is the case with 73 to go. Again, Eric Almirola, your race leader. Chase Elliott is in second. Corey LaJoie third. Eric Jones fourth. Kyle Larson fifth. Ryan Blaney sixth. Chris Buescher seventh. Denny Hamlin eighth. Chase Briscoe ninth. Christopher Bell 10th. Joey Logano in 11th. Todd Gilliland 12th. 13th place for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Austin Cindric 14th. Ross Chastain 15th, Ryan Preece 16th, Bubba Wallace 17th, William Byron 18th, Martin Truex Jr. 19th, and Michael McDowell is 20th. Harrison Burton 21st, Tyler Reddick 22nd, Kevin Harvick 23rd, Austin Dillon first car lap down in 24th, Ty Gibbs 25th, Ty Dillon 26th, Kyle Busch 27th, Justin Haley 28th, AJ Allmendinger 29th, and Ryan Newman is 30th. Carson Hocevar 31st, 32nd for Alex Bowman, 33rd place for Brad Keselowski, Daniel Suarez 34th, J.J. Haley 35th, B.J. McLeod rounds out the 36-car field. Once again, Denny Hamlin has led the most laps today with 156 laps led, 122 laps led for Ryan Blaney. Chase Elliott led 83 laps before losing the lead to Almirola, who's led the last 20. And from the pole, Martin Truex Jr. was able to lead 48 laps. Corey LaJoie led 3 on that restart before Elliott was able to get around him. And those are the only 6 drivers to lead at least 1 lap in the race today. And with those 6 different drivers who have led at least 1 lap, we've had 12 lead changes now in this race. Which, if I'm not mistaken, was more than what we had in the spring race by far earlier this season. Basing that off of memory, I think we had less than 10. Granted, we had 100 extra laps to get there today, but a lot better racing, I think, today than what we've seen really ever with the next-gen car in the prior 3 races at Martinsville. Hamlin getting by Buescher in the 17. Obviously, he's lost pace from Hamlin's lost pace from Blaney. He's about a second and a half behind him. Blaney has actually just passed Kyle Larson to break back into the top 5. So Blaney's up to 5th. A couple tenths behind Jones, another second or so behind LaJoie. And Blaney is cutting through that field. He was 7 seconds off the race lead about 10 laps ago, and now he's only 5.3 seconds back. It is the fastest car on the racetrack still. We'll see if he can get to the 10 before the finish. He doesn't have to win to get into the championship 4 based off the playoff picture right now, but would still like to get his first career win at Martinsville. He's came so close so many times. A couple of runner-ups here, a few top 3s, and we'll see if he can actually get a win here today at Martinsville. Definitely his best chance in the next-gen car, I will say, based off the speed he's shown so far today. He's 19 points above the cutoff line. William Byron +7, Denny Hamlin -7. And then again, Martin Truex Jr., Tyler Reddick, Chris Buescher must-win situations on their points with Truex -30, -34 for Tyler Reddick, -53 for Chris Buescher. And I got to get my phone on a charger now because it is dead. Oh, geez. Looks like we'll be watching that leaderboard for a little bit. You and me both. I noticed at the start of Stage 3, my phone was at like 12%. I would have thought it had enough battery to get to the end, to be completely honest. Thought the race pace was going by quick enough. I'm not sure elapsed time how long ago that was. I feel like, I guess it was about an hour ago. That probably makes sense. All right, well, looks like I'll be going about 10 laps or so without being able to watch the race, and then I'll get that live commentary going back in it again. I guess while we're waiting on that, pre-race predictions of where those drivers are running. This will be the last update on them before we get to the end. Eric Almirola was one of the sleeper picks. He's currently in the race lead. Another one of the sleeper picks would have been Chase Briscoe. He's up to 9th place in the top 10. And then the only one that isn't in the top 10 is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 13th. Not impossible he can get there. He's in better contention now than what he was. At one point, he was a lap down, so that's a good comeback for the 47 squad. The must-have picks, 2 for 3 of those in the top 10 right now. Kyle Larson in 6th, Denny Hamlin in 7th, about to take over 6th from Larson. Hamlin was my race win pick as well. And then Martin Truex Jr. was the only other must-have that isn't in the top 10. He's in 19th and really hasn't been up there ever since that speeding penalty. He was in third up until the speeding penalty leading into the start of stage 2. He is on the lead lap right now. 22 cars, in fact, on the lead lap currently. And they don't have picks for who I predicted not to finish inside the top 10 today. Tyler Reddick in 22nd, last car on the lead lap. Kevin Harvick, 23rd, is the first car lap down. And Chris Buescher in 9th place, the only one of which in the top 10, although he's losing a lot of positions, really fading over this run. He was in 6th just a few laps ago and has already lost 4 positions now as Logano's just passed him for 9th, so now Buescher's back to 10th place. So 4 positions lost in just the last dozen or so laps for him. Ryan Blaney's worked himself up to 3rd place during that commercial break. He was able to get around Eric Jones and Corey LaJoie. So 3rd place now for Blaney. He's about 2.5 seconds behind Chase Elliott and 6 seconds off the lead from Eric Almirola. It took him a little bit of time to get by the 7 and the 43 cars, as well as maybe some other lap cars as well. And that has allowed for Eric Almirola to blimp that lead up another second over the 12. Still not sure fuel-wise if the 9, the 7, or the 43 can make it. I would imagine that they can't. I doubt that they were thinking that this race could go green the rest of the way from 170 to go, but that may be the case now that we're down to just 55 laps left. This might be the longest green flag run to end a Martinsville race I think I've ever seen. I don't know what the record is there for the longest green flag run to end a Martinsville Cup race, but we would have to be close to it if it stayed green. This is currently the longest green flag run of the day at nearly 120 laps. Intervals within the top 5. Almirola 3.9 seconds ahead of Elliott in 2nd. Blaney 6.2 seconds back in 3rd. Was a little bit quicker than Almirola that last lap again. Corey LaJoie still camping out in 4th, 7.5 seconds off the lead. Eric Jones in 5th. Make that Denny Hamlin now making the pass for 5th. Hamlin in 5th place, 8.4 seconds off the lead. 52 laps to go at Martinsville. Average race speed to this point, 73.8 miles per hour. And 3 hours, 10 minutes, 51 seconds and counting since the drop of the green flag at just after 2 p.m. Eastern Time earlier today. Be sure to hit that like button on the stream if you guys have not done so. Be sure to subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Trying to get to 5,000 subs on the channel here before the end of the NASCAR season. And also be sure to hit that like button because our goal is to get to 150 likes on the stream. We're at 116 right now. We have almost 300 concurrent viewers watching. So if all of you guys hit that like button, we're going to obliterate the goal here today. So be sure to hit that like button again if you guys have not done so yet today. Other shout outs to those of you that have just tuned into the stream recently. Mean Dude, Chris Davis, Brad. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. And once again, yeah, thanks for everybody watching this one here today. My guy, Ryan Blaney, I haven't, cheered for him necessarily throughout the course of this race. I usually don't. I call these races down the middle. But I'm getting a little nervous just because he's in such a good spot to make it to the championship 4 right now. It almost feels too good to be true, especially for Blaney fans. I'm sure any other Ryan Blaney fans watching this would probably know and are probably thinking the same thing. Like, how can this go wrong? We have 48 laps left or like 18 points to the good. How could this go wrong? For him to lose 18 more positions to drop out of a championship 4 spot, he would have to he's in 3rd right now. He'd have to finish 21st or worse in order to not make the next round of the playoffs. And he actually finished 2nd in the last race. Tiebreaker is the best finish in the round. So, to drop out of a position to make it, he would actually have to finish 22nd or worse. There's only 22 cars on the lead lap right now. So, even if one more car goes a lap down, there's no chance of him falling out that far unless he were to completely fall out of the race entirely. So although he wants to win this race, got to be smart, all things considered, when trying to drive up through the field. He should get to Chase Elliott. He's definitely outpacing him to catch him well before the end. I just don't know if he's going to have enough time to get to Almirola. 6 seconds is a lot to overcome in just 47 laps at a track where the lap times themselves are only 21, 22 seconds at this point in the run with the fall-off we've seen so far. 45 laps to go. We'll take another ad break here, and we'll continue our live commentary coverage to the end of this race. More nervous than Keegan? I don't know. I probably haven't been shaking the camera a lot during the course of this stream, which is good. But my leg, I kid you not, my legs, I've been like kind of like shaking them like for about the last 50 laps now. And I'm not nervous when I do these streams. Not anymore, at least like when I first started doing them, sure. But I'm not like nervous doing this. So I know it's got to be the anxiety of Ryan Blaney like potentially making the championship 4. I felt good about the end of that race last week, him being 10 points above the cutoff line, but I also know how good Denny Hamlin here is at this racetrack. And as you see, Hamlin back up to 4th in the running order, so he's trying to keep up. But we'll see. Time is definitely winding out for Denny Hamlin. If Hamlin wins, Byron just has, or sorry, I should say Ryan Blaney to make it to the championship 4 on points. He just has to straight up beat William Byron. Byron is in 19th right now. And for Byron to make the championship 4, if Denny Hamlin ends up winning this race here today, or sorry, if, let me get that right. If Ryan Blaney wins, if Ryan Blaney's able to get the win in this race, then William Byron would have to finish 19th or better to make it into the championship 4. Blaney now 4 seconds off the lead. He's within a car length or so of Chase Elliott for second. A lot of lap traffic in front of Eric Almirola has really been slowing him down. Tyler Reddick is the last car in the lead lap. You know he's not going to let him through. He's still in the hunt for the championship, even though he's in a must-win situation and currently in 22nd. Still would like to stay on the lead lap just in case something crazy happens here down the stretch. Reddick and McDowell side by side in front of Almirola. And that's where Blaney's really been able to eat into that deficit. Notice I was a little bit behind when I turned the race back on my phone, so I have to log out, log back in, and try to refresh it. There we go. It's a little bit better. 3.2 seconds for Ryan Blaney is the gap between him and Almirola. He is closing quick. Consistently 2 to 3 tenths of a second quicker laps. Still 37 to go. I mean, although the laps have wound down quickly, he's already eclipsed 3 seconds of that lead on Almirola just over the last 10 laps. Chase Elliott is in 3rd. And although Denny Hamlin position-wise is only 2 spots behind Ryan Blaney, he's about 5 seconds behind him. Blaney, once again, is the fastest car on the racetrack. Chase Elliott's pace has dropped down immensely right now. He's the only driver to run 22-second or slower lap times in the top 10. Everybody else around him running 21.5s, 21.6s, so he's going to continue to drop back in the running order. And I still don't know that he's going to be able to make it on fuel to the end anyway. We'll have to wait and see, which would actually gain Byron a few more positions. If Corey LaJoie, Chase Elliott, and Eric Jones, who did not pit during that last caution, if they all have to pit before the end of the race, that's 3 spots Byron's going to gain from 19th. Again, he has to finish 19th or better to make it to the championship 4, no matter who wins. And with Denny Hamlin in 4th right now, if he gets to 2nd, that would put pressure on Byron to not lose any more spots the rest of this race as he sits in 19th currently. 2 seconds off the lead now for Ryan Blaney. Closing in on Eric Almirola. Byron punching the 41 up out of the way as he is trying to pick up a spot here. Battle for 18th. Little bump and run action. Byron getting desperate to pick up these spots. He knows where he's at in the running order. He knows Hamlin's closing in. Has a shot at 2nd. Byron to 18th. Big spot gain there. And now trying to close on Martin Truex Jr. and Ross Chastain, who battle for position just up in front of him. Stenhouse dropping back a little bit. He's battling Bubba Wallace side by side right in front of Chastain and Truex. And there's a giant gap before the next driver in the running order could be caught beyond that. Should be 13th Austin Cindric, 4 seconds between 13th and 14th place on the racetrack. It's really the biggest gap between cars on the racetrack with everything so spread out as we're 140 plus laps into this green flag run. Blaney now 1 second off the race lead. Almirola still has that heavy lap traffic he was dealing with. He has lapped Reddick, currently working around Hocevar to put him another lap down. Hocevar going to drop 4 laps off the lead. But Blaney is coming. 6 seconds now builds up between the 12 and the 11 on the racetrack. Hamlin basically just trying to get to second and just hope that Byron loses a spot or two the rest of this race. It's a 5-point difference between Byron and Hamlin and where they run right now. Hamlin has closed in consistently on the 9 of Elliott. He should pass him. I don't know if he's going to catch Almirola or not. We'll have to wait and see. Caution comes out. Things could shake up there. From a pit strategy standpoint, the last thing that Hamlin would... Well, I mean, Hamlin may need a caution to try to win the race, so I don't know. I mean, that could help him. The last thing that William Byron would want is a caution to risk having another shot for Hamlin to either win or, of course, Byron could lose more spots that way, too. Byron to 17th. He just passed Ricky Stenhouse Jr. as well, so make that 16th. He's getting by Chastain, so Byron's starting to move forward here late in this green flag run. Ryan Blaney within a couple car lengths of Eric Almirola. 26 to go this time by. Almirola underneath Stenhouse trying to lap him. It's another reason Byron really wants to get going is if he gets stuck a lap down here, then he won't be able to gain many more positions the rest of the race. Blaney underneath the 47 of Stenhouse will clear him into turn 1. Less than a car length now behind Eric Almirola with 26 laps to go at the paperclip. Blaney charging, 25 to go now. Hamlin within a car length behind Elliott in a battle for third. Hamlin to the outside of the 9. He's been running a wider arc pretty much all the way around the corner. Lap time-wise, I'm not sure if that's really helping him a whole lot. He's a little bit faster than Blaney, but only by about a 10th. So he is finding some speed up there. Blaney staying consistent with the bottom. He's not really racing the 11. He's just trying to race the 10. He has caught Almirola. And I'm sure he'll be patient with him for right now, knowing there's 23 to go, but how patient will he be? He's not in a must-win situation. Who doesn't want to win at Martinsville? Blaney's going to go to the outside. He's going to pass him cleanly. He was able to pass Hamlin on the outside earlier. He's got fresher tires on the 10. This should be an easier pass, I'd have to imagine. Trying to get around him this way. Lap car of Harrison Burton right there with both of them. Blaney clear off turn 4, 22 to go. Blaney back out in front.
Change or shift. It's still now points battle between Byron and Hamlin for that final spot. Hamlin running 3rd, Byron running 16th.
Hamlin can't get enough points unless he wins this race. It has to be Byron falling back for Hamlin to be able to advance based on points.
This late, one slip. Byron's in a good spot, little space in front, little space behind, but I mean they're on pins and needles. They are driving around on ice.
Byron running in that 16th spot, Hamlin running 3rd.
Great coaching. Rudy Fugle being very clear on the expectations, what he needs his driver to do. It has not been easy, it has not been smooth, but the 24 has found a way to stay in the game.
And Rudy Fugle wanted his driver to know that. He told the Trotter on Channel 2, he said, listen, it's a 12 pass, and just tell William, do not freak out. It's okay. We're +6 right where we are, Parker.
It's been a different story for the 11 team. They have not told him any of the point situation with William Byron. They've only told him when Blaney took the lead and how many the 9 of Chase Elliott. We expect to come to pit road. He's currently behind Hamlin. He's in front of the 24, so that'll be a point for the 24. You see the 43 car right there, Aaron Jones, he's coming to pit road. So that's sort of that cycle. Those cars that did stay out. Last pitting on lap 3 to 5 should be coming to pit road. Those are positions for this 24 car.
William Byron, as he's running in that 15th position, even if he goes a lap down and stays 15th, Hamlin still has to win the race.
In the track where we have seen fireworks in the closing laps, here we are, 152 green flag laps. There's 12 car. If he's able to come up here and lap the 24, and then go lap another car or two, it could track the 24-car lap down, and that could end up costing him a ton of positions if he doesn't have a great restart. Anything can happen right here. I'm worried about it. I am fighting hard to stay on this lead lap. Going to Jordan pit road, that should give the 24 another position. I hear your point, Jeff. I'm not sure the 24 has anything to fight with. Oh, I know. He does not have the car. There's no question. But what he has to hope now, he'll be the first car lap down, but now he has to hope that Blaney doesn't get up there and get the 19.
So Blaney has now put William Byron a lap down. So now only 13 cars on the lead lap with 14 to go.
Only one more car out on the racetrack that may come to pit road for fuel in front of that 24 is teammate Chase Elliott. Big pop right there on the shift. Yeah. Could be a lot of rubber buildup flying into the crush panel.
So the 24 of William Byron still scored in the 14th position as Ryan Blaney still leading. Byron 7 points ahead of Hamlin for the final transfer spot for the championship 4.
If he can't get to Phoenix, I think he had the fastest car last year. Runner-up the last 2 races at Phoenix. He didn't win last year, but he was really fast. He might not have tried to win, considering what was on the line for his teammate Joe Logano last year. Given the opportunity for a championship, though, as Chase Elliott now comes to pit road, giving another position to the 24 car on the racetrack.
Byron now scored 14th. And now as those drivers that had come to pit road on lap 305 have come to pit road again for fuel, the only cars on the lead lap last came on lap 325. See, we think they can make it all the way on fuel. Blaney out in front, he has a 1.4-second lead over Almirola. Denny Hamlin, who runs third, doesn't have enough positions to be able to get by Byron. A position on the racetrack is a point.
You remember, power steering failure a week ago was kind of what put Denny Hamlin behind. He was running really good at Miami. A mechanical failure put him in the wall. Came here at 17 below the cut line. Led early, won the first stage, second in the second stage. He's going to run in the top 3 if it continues. It's just not going to be enough. Too far behind coming into the race. And this is not over with Blaney. He has caught this pack, and this is what he's been greeted with. It is a mess. They are all racing to try to stay in the lead lap. The 34 car, he has stopped and put on tires, so he is trying to get through there on newer tires.
In big picture, Hamlin is still 5 seconds back from Blaney, and Hamlin now in a must-win situation as they're running. 8 points separate Byron and Hamlin. Under 6 laps to go in this race.
There you see the 10 car. Still running second, Almirola. A little bit quicker because Blaney's held up out of lap traffic. So what does Blaney have left? Is he just being patient here? Has he used up those rear tires? Look at that car. On corner, exit, and acceleration, just not quite there.
What will this do for the mentality of the 12 team if they can hang on, if they can continue on with less than 4 laps to go They can grab the victory here at Martinsville.
Tyler Reddick just hit pit road.
He's one of those cars that did it on lap 325.
Tyler Reddick coming in to get fuel only, already off the lead lap to the end. 0.8 of a second lead for Ryan Blaney with 3 laps to go at Martinsville. Couple lap cars between himself and Eric Almirola, who sits in second right now, trying to run him down in the midst of lap traffic down the stretch. Only 12 cars remain on the lead lap in the late going. 2 to go now for Ryan Blaney, 1 mile away from his first grandfather clock and his first trip to the Championship 4. Denny Hamlin, who sits in third, is 8 points behind William Byron. Byron just has to finish 19th or better in order to make it into the Championship 4. Currently, he sits in 13th. First car, 1 lap down. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. As Ryan Blaney has a stack of lap cars in front of him, Almirola sells a lap car between himself and the 12. No chance for Almirola to get to the back bumper of Blaney through 3 and 4. Checkered flag waving on the other side. Ryan Blaney is going to win at Martinsville and punch his ticket to Phoenix for a shot at the title next week. 0.8 of a second margin of victory over Eric Almirola in second. William Byron is going to get the final spot for the Championship 4 off of points, 8 points ahead of Denny Hamlin. Mechanical failure a week ago at Homestead for Hamlin has costed himself a shot at yet another championship, as he'll still be in search for that first one come 2024. You'll get to hear from Ryan Blaney and some of the other notable drivers from today's race based off of finish, as well as the Championship 4 competitors, the 4 drivers eliminated from this round. Second 3-win season for Blaney, first since 2021. Won some big races this year, let me tell you. Coke 600, any win at Talladega is special, and any win I think at Martinsville pretty special too. Polish victory lap to be had around this half-mile short track. We'll go through the full field finishing order once we hear from your race winner, unless NBC cuts to a commercial break before then. I don't think they will, though. Only 12 cars finish on the lead lap. Average race speed of 74 miles per hour. 3 hours, 29 minutes, and 43 seconds total time on the race today. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so yet. Our goal was 150 likes on the stream. We are sitting at 144 right now, so we are just 6 likes away, from the goal. Save the engine, Blaney. You might need that next week. Oh, man. And he has finished second at Phoenix his last 2 races there, so. When there's a will, there's a way. William Byron not feeling too hot outside his race car, trying to cool himself off. He doesn't look too happy, even though he is in the Championship 4. That tells you how wore out he's got to be. A 160-plus lap green flag run to the finish here at Martinsville. And these guys had a lot of handling conditions to deal with throughout the course of the race. You can see those cars moving around a lot more at this next-gen car than what we're used to on the short tracks. I'd say the tire package, as well as the temperature of the racetrack being a lot warmer than we've seen with the other next-gen races here, has definitely affected these drivers. Made them have to work more, a lot more passing opportunities throughout the course of the race today.
Gonna go collect the checkered flag in front of the hometown fans as well. He'll get a grandfather clock too, told a spotter Josh Williams. I cannot believe We did it here at Martinsville. Always picks out a young man or a young lady in the stands to give them the checkered flag. Ryan, welcome to the championship 4. What's the significance of doing it at your home racetrack, Ryan?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's I grew up in High Point, so not too far from here, closer to High Point, honestly, closer to Martinsville than Charlotte. So it's really cool. I wanted to win here for a long time. Just been super close for many years, and awesome to close one out.
With all the talk this year, Ryan, of the struggles for Team Penske, how did you guys come to life in the playoffs, Ryan?
Well, I mean, we've put together a really strong playoffs, and especially the round 8. We had a good run the whole round 8. So yeah, just overall, just really proud of the whole effort. Also, that discount tire in the car, Menards, Ford, Advanced Auto Parts, Body Armor, Xfinity, Worth, Wabash, everything they do, it wouldn't be possible. So RP couldn't be here, unfortunately, but I know he's watching, and this is awesome. So can't wait to get to Phoenix next week.
Rick, I think these hometown fans have someone to pull for in the championship 4. Ryan Blaney will try to win back-to-back titles for Team Penske.
And as 4 are celebrating, 4 obviously are disappointed that they won't be fighting for a championship. Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, and Chris Busch are all eliminated from this round of 8. And so they'll head off to Phoenix and race for maybe one more win, but the title now out of their grasp. Ryan Blaney is going to now head to the Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane to celebrate with his team. Pretty big win for Ryan Blaney in 16 starts here at Martinsville. He had never won until today. In a position coming in where he was above the cut line, fighting for a shot at that championship. He now has the most momentum of anyone going into the final weekend of the season. Ryan Blaney goes out, leads 145 laps, and the most important one, the final one, he wins at Martinsville, and now he's in the championship 4.
Can't do a whole lot better than what he has done the last couple of weeks to fold himself into the championship 4. We'll go through the rest of the finishing results to today's Xfinity 500 as Ryan Blaney gets the win. Eric Almirola with a second-place run. Denny Hamlin third. Chase Briscoe fourth. Joey Logano finishes fifth. Kyle Larson sixth. Christopher Bell seventh. Chris Buescher eighth. Austin Cindric ninth. Todd Gilliland gets a top 10 run. Great run for him. Bubba Wallace at 11th. Martin Truex Jr. 12th. William Byron 13th, Ross Chastain 14th, Harrison Burton 15th, Kevin Harvick in 16th, 17th place for Chase Elliott, Ty Gibbs 18th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 19th, Ryan Preece in 20th, Eric Jones 21st, Corey LaJoie 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd, 24th for Ty Dillon, Michael McDowell 25th, 26th place, for Tyler Reddick, Kyle Busch 27th, AJ Allmendinger 28th, 29th for Ryan Newman, Justin Haley in 30th, Carson Hocevar 31st, Alex Bowman 32nd, Brad Keselowski 33rd, 34th place for Daniel Suarez, 34th place finish for J.G. Yaley, B.J. McLeod 36th, only 4 drivers DNF'd out of the 36 in today's race. Denny Hamlin leads the most laps with 156 laps led, Ryan Blaney just behind him, winning the race, winning stage 2, Hamlin won stage 1 today as well, 145 laps led for Ryan Blaney en route to his win here today. Eric Almirola led 66 laps, 83 laps led for Chase Elliott, 48 for Martin Truex Jr., and 3 for Corey LaJoie. 6 different drivers led in this race, and we ended up having 13 lead changes amongst those 6 drivers. Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell, and William Byron will be the drivers competing for a championship next week at Phoenix. Highest finisher of those 4 will win the title. And 7 cautions in today's race as well, 5 of them for incident. And here's some other post-race interviews. First, Marty Snyder with Martin Truex Jr.
The game once the speeding penalty happened back in traffic.
It's completely different. I mean, if we couldn't find a way to flip track position pit stop-wise, we were never going to get there. I mean, our car was good, but the field's so tight, so close, and your car just drives so much worse in traffic. So I feel like we did really good to get back to where we did.
you just burn the tires off so much worse back there in that hot, dirty track and dirty air, and you're in more rubber, and it's just a dogfight. So I don't know. We gave it a hell of an effort. I feel like we had a really strong car. I don't think we could have beat the 12. He was really, really strong, but we were definitely close. Something to work on for next time. But just really disappointed. I thought I was well under speed leaving that box, and clearly we were speeding. So obviously we have something to look at there, and it's devastating. But yeah, that's racing.
I go back to a conversation you and I had at Darlington before the playoffs started, and you said it feels like 2017 all over again. We can win any week. How do you start to put your arms around what happened to you guys after winning the regular season title here in the 10 races of the playoffs?
And I think it just shows how tough this sport is, and anybody that races here and guys that have raced here that do the broadcast, they'll tell you. I mean, it's this close, man. You find this a little bit, and suddenly you look like a hero, and some other guys find some stuff, and suddenly you're not. And we've been fast at times, but execution hasn't been solid, hasn't been consistent. So we've had some bad luck. We've had a little bit of everything. It's, like I said, some years it feels like it's your year, some years it feels like it's not, and I just feel like we couldn't do anything right. And if it was ever a 50-50 call, it always went against us. And the blown engine, the flat tire, you name it, just problem after problem. Just kept setting us back, and we couldn't get no momentum. But I think we did a great job today. Again, it was just a tiny little error, 0.2 miles an hour can ruin your whole year, unfortunately.
Rick, the regular season champion, will not race for a title in 2023.
You talk about regular season champion and what he put together. 3 wins on the 2023 campaign.
I think to really put it in perspective, though, you have to go back a whole season ago. This is a driver that went winless, that didn't make the playoffs. Stuck with the same team, the same crew chief, the same organization to bounce back, to put this season you see on the screen in front of you, right? To put those 3 wins, to win the regular season championship. And then I think they felt like they were over the hump, and then these playoffs looked like last year all over again. Speed there. You just heard Martin say it. He couldn't even tell you what. A little bit of everything, because that's exactly what happened. A little bit of everything went wrong for the 19.
And almost a mirror image of what happened a year ago. Denny Hamlin, the first driver out based on points, because what was done today, the 24 and the 12, and Parker standing by with Denny.
Right, Rick. He came into this race 17 points below the cut line. You won stage 1, second in stage 2, finished 3rd in the race, and it still wasn't enough to advance. Where did it go wrong for you guys today, Denny?
Ultimately, the mechanical failure last week with the power steering, that sealed our fate. But really proud of this whole FedEx Toyota team for showing up. Today when we really needed to, and having probably a mid 50-point day. Just they did great. They did absolutely great, and the 12 car was the best car today. So congrats to them and all the Final Four that made it. They're all deserving. It's going to be a great show next week. But hey, we're not in it for sure with our FedEx Camry, but man, we definitely, I was happy with the performance we had today, and really all around. Just, in round of 8, you just can't have one bad week, and unfortunately, mechanical failure, takes us from running really well to in the 30s, and that's it.
What's the emotion like? Last year it was the Hail Melon that knocked you out, to be this close once again to going to fight for a championship and not getting that opportunity. 51 career wins, you're going to go down as one of the best of all time, but to not have another chance to fight for a championship. What's the emotion?
Man, I just want to get ready and go try to win next week. I mean, I still love it so much because every week I feel like I got a shot to win. That's what fuels my passion, even at my age, to keep doing this. Is that I'm with the team that I've got that gives me such fast cars every week. It gives me a chance to continue to pile on those stats before the end of my career. And it's not over by any means. We got a long way to go. So really happy about the year in general. I thought it's substantially faster this year at all racetracks than what we were last year. But it's racing, right? I mean, this is the playoffs. You got a 3-race season. The 12 car showed up this round, right? And so he deserves to be in that Final Four. And the performance they had today was phenomenal. So I'm just happy for these guys. And one more week.
A lot of fight left in Denny Hamlin's 11 team, guys.
Denny's right. It's they had improved this year. and they looked to be the favorite when we were moving through the first round or two of the playoffs. And again, he'll point to that failure at Homestead last week as what took them away from their opportunity to win the championship in Phoenix. But it's been an incredible career. He said he's got more left. I think he's got more left. I think they can come back and repeat, have another great season, and give it another run, and we'll be here for it.
We got plenty more from Martinsville, this elimination race. NASCAR America Post Race is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. For a job you'll love, visit progressive.com/careers.
I do believe they will be on the air until 6 p.m. is the end of the airtime on NBC. So if we get any more interviews within the next 8 minutes, you guys will get to listen into that. We'll go over the predictions, how those ended up finishing out, as now we are obviously at the end of the race today. So the must-have picks went 2 for 3 there, with Denny Hamlin finishing third, Kyle Larson sixth rather, and Denny Hamlin was my pick to win the race today. The only driver who didn't finish in the top 10 of the must-haves was Martin Truex Jr., who ended up 12th, so that's why I was 2 for 3 there. The sleeper picks, Eric Almirola had a top 10, finishing in second. Chase Briscoe ended up in the top 5 as well, so top 5 for both of them. Briscoe ends up 4th place, and the only driver who didn't get a top 10 finish of the sleeper picks would have been Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who fell back to 19th over that last run, was as high as 13th there at one point in Stage 3, but really started to fade those last 40 to 50 laps of the race. As far as the don't have picks, 2 for 3 there as well for drivers I predicted not to have top 10 finishes today. Tyler Reddick, 26th. Also had Kevin Harvick on that list. He ends up finishing in 16th place. And then Chris Buescher finished 8th, was the only one of which to have a top 10. That's his first with the next-gen car at Martinsville. So once again, 74 mile per hour average race speed, 3 hours, 29 minutes, 43 seconds. En route to Ryan Blaney's first career win at Martinsville. 500 laps complete. That was the scheduled distance for this one. No overtime, and again, 7 cautions were had in this race. If you're not already in the fantasy league, you can join now so that way you don't forget during the offseason. That way you're in the league when next season starts. You have a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following year if you win the regular season or playoff championship. So, yeah, you can't win this year's because there's only one race left, but you can play next weekend. And like I said, you're already going to be in the league for next year when it starts, so you won't miss a chance at your entry. So definitely be able to do that. Go on the NASCAR mobile app or the NASCAR.com website. There'll be a fantasy live section as you see right here on the screen. Yeah, click on it, sign up with your email, free to join. And you'll want to search for KRC League, KRC in all caps, space capital L on League. And I will put that in the chat, the name of the league. And while that goes on, here is William Byron with Marty Snyder.
Worst race of my career with the best result. I call it a slugfest with about 50 to go. Is that a fair description?
Yeah, man. I just, obviously we're not very good. It was our worst race of the year, but it was so, these guys deserve it so much, and they worked so hard. And honestly, I just with probably 50 to go, I felt really, really bad, and I just had to drive the hell out of it, and the guys stuck with me. They just kept motivating me through little bits and pieces and just kind of keeping my mind straight. And I'm just really thankful for them. And it was just like you said, it was a slugfest. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Eric Almirola in.
It was just appreciate everyone racing me. Get there at the end. Congrats to Ryan. That was really happy for him, brother-in-law. He was really fast, but man, we just had to hang on, and I just had to dig a little bit deeper. And I knew when I got out of the car, I was just beat, but the result just means more than anything. These guys worked so hard, and we worked so hard all season, and I'm just really proud of them.
How tough were the conditions today? We also talked about how you were saying it was unusually hot inside the 24 car.
Yeah, I think my helmet fan wouldn't work. Obviously, my face is bright red. My cool shirt all that stuff was great, right? But when your head's just blowing like a hairdryer, it's really tough. And
We train for that, and you just try to find a little bit more. You're not going to pull in. I guarantee you that. With +7 or +8, whatever, I was going to faint before I was going to finish or, get out of the race. And, just really proud of the team. And they deserve this, and we've worked really hard for it, so it's nice to see it pay off.
Rick, the championship race at Phoenix. Guess who won at Phoenix in the spring? William Byron.
An exhausted William Byron, but I'm sure he'll be ready to go next weekend. When we go for championship weekend in Phoenix, it all starts with the Xfinity Series on USA at 6:30 on Saturday. Countdown to green, and then that championship to be determined Saturday evening. Sunday at 2 o'clock.
So here is a look at that fantasy team for me this week. I forgot to put my lineup in. That's why I have the drivers in that I did. Luckily, Ryan Blaney goes on to score the most points and get the win today. That helped out. Martin Truex Jr. had good stage points, but not as good of a finish. Chris Buescher did have a top 10 at least. Bubba Wallace, I don't think he was in the top 10 at the end. No, he was not. He ended up finishing 11th, just outside the top 10. So 11th place there, not great. Obviously not a good day for William Byron. No stage points for him or Wallace or Buescher. Buescher did have a good finish, though, but no bonus points, which really stunk. Where it would have had bonus points, because I did end up having some head-to-head picks betting-wise today. Chris Buescher, I think I had him beating Tyler Reddick, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so I did have him beating Reddick. I know I had Hamlin ahead of Blaney because I picked Hamlin to win. Blaney ends up getting the win, so obviously beat him out. I would have picked Truex ahead of Byron, beat him by one spot, and then I had Larson ahead of Bell, which Larson beat Bell by one position. So I think the only one I missed was Hamlin beating the 12 of Ryan Blaney. So unfortunately, I didn't get any of those points, so I don't know how that's going to look going into next week. Not a good points day for me. This is a bad time of the year to mess that up. I might still have a narrow points lead going into Phoenix, though, because I did have a decent gap. Let's see, I was 42 points ahead there. Finished within 39. So I am still going to have the points lead next week, but only by 3 points. So I'm still in the lead with 1 week to go. We'll see if that holds on strong. EC23 is your winner this week. 234 points. I ended up 12th with 171. Definitely left some points on the table. I'll say that for what it is, but at least I'll still have the lead next week. But if I do lose a championship, it's going to be because of this week alone, more than likely. P-Chat Motorsports finishes second with 225 points. Mark, the Kyle Busch fan, with 224 points in third. Nathan Powers, 213 points, finishing in fourth. And Inside Uranus, who was third in the standings, rather, coming into the day, finishes with 210 points in fifth. Monster Jam X10, who was second in points coming into the day, finishes 10th with 186. So he also does close the gap down, but he'll fall back to third in the standings, I do believe. But congratulations to EC23 getting the win this week. His team, he had Ryan Blaney as well. He also had Denny Hamlin, who had the second most points today, finished in third. Martin Truex Jr., who had the seventh most points, despite the fact that he ended up not finishing in the top 10. Kyle Larson does get a top 10 finish, and stage points to go along with that. Solid day for him. Actually, no stage points for Kyle Larson. Didn't realize that. Okay, so he was outside the top 10 the first two stages, but did get a top 10 finish. Ty Gibbs, he got stage points in each of the first two stages, but finished 18th. He had him on his team. And Chase Elliott would have been in his garage. Good pick to have in his garage because he would have been the least scoring on the team. And as far as his bonus points go, it looks like he went 3 for 4, getting 30 bonus points this week. The only one he missed out on was taking Reddick over Buescher. But he did have Truex beating Byron, Blaney beating Hamlin, and Larson beating Bell. So that is going to wrap up that, and it looks like NBC is now off the air, at least, or NASCAR off the air for NBC. NBC is not off the air. They're obviously still airing something, but NASCAR coverage is done there, and it looks like it is going to be done here as well. Appreciate everybody that tuned in for today's live commentary stream. Our schedule for next week would look like this. Friday night, we will have live commentary of the NASCAR Truck Series Championship. That will begin at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. On Saturday next week, we will have NASCAR Xfinity Series live commentary coverage for their championship race. That will begin at 7 p.m. Saturday night next week. And next Sunday afternoon at 2:30 Eastern Standard Time, we are going to have live commentary coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race. Hope to see you guys for that one. Appreciate everybody that tuned in for this one here today. We're at 167 likes. We hit our goal of 150, so appreciate that. And be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. 60% of viewers on the channel over the last 30 days are not subscribed, so hit that subscribe button so we can get to 5,000 subs before the end of the season at the end of next week. There is a time change next weekend for those of you that don't know. So obviously that won't affect the start time for Friday or Saturday, but that will affect the start time for Sunday, obviously. So I say 2:30, but you guys get an extra hour of sleep, I guess, over that night. So if you, for some reason, haven't checked what time it is all day, because it changes automatically on your phone or whatever, and you tune in at like 1:30 when you're thinking it's 2:30 and I'm not live yet, that would be why. But needless to say, appreciate everybody that has supported me all the way throughout the season. And what would cap the season off great is if we get to that 5,000 subscriber mark next week, we get Ryan Blaney his first career championship. That could be the best week for me to this point in the championship, Well, the championship, I guess, yeah, too. But no, in this channel's history, that would be great. Congrats to Ryan Blaney for winning the Xfinity 500 at Martinsville today. And hopefully he gets a title next week. Good luck to all 4 drivers in all of the series involved in their Championship 4 efforts, and we'll bring you the action much like usual for next weekend's race. Appreciate it, everybody. Have a good rest of your Sunday night, and I'll see you back and better than ever again throughout the week and, of course, next weekend as well.